That may be the only option. We step forward. That gets really complicated. He can just sacrifice. But in that position, I can take. There's this straight up is going to win my queen. I can't take back because it's pinned. So if I play this, what's better? This one? This? If he plays the check, I am so scared, dude. And he's trying to bring the knight. Get out of my position, bro. Legitimately get out of my position. What do I do? He's just coming in, bro. Do I defend mate like this? We step up. I can also play this, but that seems so stupid. I think we just play this. He steps in. We capture. He captures with the rook. We then push the pawn. If I play this, he can just bring the bishop, and god damn it, that's another piece attacking me, bro. Maybe I play this pawn break right now. He can almost just sacrifice here, and I'm in a lot of trouble. Because I step over. If he plays something like this, I am defending. So he's bringing the knight. Okay, so say he captures. We step up. You capture, I capture, you capture, I capture. It's not what we want. Do we capture here? Does that literally do anything? What if we allow this? Do I take with the pawn? Then if you take with the bishop, then I take? Then you win my frickin' queen. God damn, dude. Here. I think this lets me survive. That gets out of this forking idea. He just captures. I can capture with the pawn. Then if he takes with the bishop, then I take back. Then your queen gets in. If I take here, he takes with the bishop. If I take back, I'm going to lose a pawn, but I'm just going to go for it. Now I'm down 40 seconds on the clock. Definitely it's not fun. He can take, but once he takes here, the fork idea becomes a thing. If I step over, he can probably just like... He steps in. Okay. He can even play this. Dude, are you kidding me right now? He plays this. What if I step over? Then if he plays this, I capture. He takes his check. I step over. Or I block here. I might step over. Seems like an incredibly slow move. Do I attack the rook? That's probably just going to coax the rook into my position, and that's no fun. Pawn break? Dude, I'm just kind of accepting. I am losing. That allows this. And how do I defend that? I step over. I mean, you just take with check and I lose. I only have one move, and he just takes my queen. He's got... That officially sucks, dude. That game was no fun to play. I hope you guys enjoyed watching me lose. We're gonna check this with the computer. Dude, I don't know what to think about that game. I feel like he played a bunch of weird moves out of the opening. And here we are in the analysis. And after playing that game and going through it with the computer, I definitely don't want to accuse all of my opponents from cheating, but I do know that at least a few of them are going to cheat. And now, before I go into any of this, I just want to explain I have cheated in the past, and I am not going to be one of these YouTubers that says, oh, I've never cheated, I'm a perfect human. Are you kidding me, bro? I've been playing chess since I was like 15. Of course I've cheated a few times, and through that, I'm not an idiot, so I know how to do it somewhat correctly. And so what you want to do is through the opening and the middle game, play as many, if not blunders, but mistakes and inaccuracies as you can. You can kind of get away with that because it will lower your overall percent, but you'll be able to maintain an advantage later on. And all that really matters is playing the best moves in the late middle game and in the end game. And so I don't want to go through this game and just be like, this guy absolutely cheated. But I want you guys to like actually watch this and let me know what you think, because I actually don't know. Maybe he just had a good game of chess. Maybe he cheated. It's really hard for me to say. All I know is that a lot of people will cheat, so there will absolutely be games where I face cheaters and just lose the way I did. And that's what sucks about chess, is like, bro, I wish nobody cheated. Then you could just like, I could take the ownership of the loss, but right now I'm not taking the ownership. I'm like, dude, there's like a percent chance that he cheated. So either way, we're in the fantasy variation. We're playing some moves. You don't got to play the best moves here. Play the best move every once in a while, and definitely you're going to want to throw in inaccuracies. And so I step back. He follows it up with just, a couple of the best computer lines, 3 of the best moves in a row. Take note, 3 best moves in a row. Inaccuracy. It's literally the strategy, bro, that I'm talking about. Like best move, inaccuracy. Best move, mistake. Something like that. Because it is really impossible for your opponent to play the best move like 3 times in a row, then 3 times in a row again, then 3 times in a row. It's just not going to happen at some point. So you can throw in a bunch of blunders. And it's almost better, if you can see the analysis right here, it's almost better to leave the opening with somewhat of a disadvantage. Because if you have an advantage, you played too accurately out of the opening, and your overall percentage at the end of the game is just going to be way too high. So either way, I play a blunder. He doesn't capitalize on it, which is another sign, because if you play a blunder and they capitalize on it immediately, then yet again, that's just going to be a big problem. So we're flying through this stuff. Then he does play the best move. Not the best move. I play another mistake. Another best move. Another best move. Another best move. Then this one, to play this is the best move. That's too crazy. If you're sitting there with the engine and you're looking at the moves that you can play, for sure you move something else. You play this move and everybody knows you cheated. So you play something like this. One of the second best moves. Even though it's a mistake, like this move was crushing, but he knows if he plays this move, it's way too suspicious. Nobody's playing that move, bro. And so still, it's there. He's not going to play it. You move to the knight here to bring the knight here, so stick with it. And that's good for him. He still has a plus 2.3 advantage. This is plus 5. That's 2 winning. You don't need to be plus 5. We still got a game of chess to play. Why not throw in an inaccuracy and lower your accuracy a little bit? You don't want to play the best move. You're still going to win. Then I step forward. Best move, best move, best move. Inaccuracy. Or not inaccuracy, but oh my god, it is the best move. Are you kidding me? Okay, best move. Best move. Best move. Best move. How many was that in a row here in the end game? So we have 1, 2, 3. Playing the purpose inaccuracy. Then we've got another inaccuracy. I think the other one's too crazy. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, the last few moves of that are incredibly easy to play. Like, if you saw the first move, then you're going to see this one. Legitimately, I don't know what to think. Dude played 91% accurate, 1 mistake, 3 inaccuracies. All of this stuff, like the mistake is arguably on purpose. If you didn't play that mistake, your accuracy is going to be like 96%. Do you really want that? Not if you're cheating. You only want it to be 82%, okay? So I played 81% accurate. I feel kind of like an idiot if this dude didn't cheat and he like watches this video and he's like, dude, you suck at chess. You played 2 blunders, 2 mistakes, and 3 inaccuracies. How do you expect to like... You guys let me know what you think. That was a little suspicious to me. I'm going to not take ownership on that one, personally. I'm not going to take it as a smudge on my record, but we will be moving forward. So if you liked or learned anything from that, if I should make the video about how to cheat and not get caught, let me know and I'll do it. Or any other videos. I got a membership. If you join my membership, you can request me to do anything you want or play with you or whatever. So thank you so much. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. And I'm out of here. Goodbye. 是小马宝莉的碧琪，你敢发碧琪誓吗？ Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, pushing to becoming rated 2000 rated on chess.com. I will be facing a random opponent with the white pieces, with the black pieces. Only time will tell. The black pieces. And we are facing what? I don't even know what this is called. Is this called the Grob? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what it is, so I just play c6 every time with the black pieces. That's how we're going to play safe. Safe chess. And I guess I'm just going to go with basic chess principles, and I'm going to try and get my pieces developed. I'm going to put some pawns in a nice little structure. That seems to be a terrible move. It puts, like, you know, some strain on his pawn structure, so I just don't think that's good. And then I just want to point out to you guys, this guy's rated 1750. I'm rated 1860, so I think I've got a little bit of an advantage. He could ruin my pawn structure right back, but then I have the bishop pair. We're going to just step forward. And this has been hanging for probably a while now, and I still did not capture it, but we're going to just go ahead and push this pawn. Push this guy forward. I don't know which diagonal I want to stay on, but we're not going to let this dude just garner a time advantage for no reason. And so I didn't give this video any sort of an intro or anything, but what this is going to be is just a, like, raw look at my chess performance. Like, am I actually getting better or not? And so I don't know what types of games these are going to be or what the opponents are going to play like or anything like that. It's just like, I'm playing, I'm doing my best, and you guys will see the best and the worst no matter what. That is a terrific move. That is a terrific move. But you know what? I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just bringing my bishop here. Bringing my bishop here. He can trade, bring the knight in. I just step back. Like, the knight's going to get in, but it doesn't have any, like, support from his friends or anything, so I think it's going to be fine. And he still does have this ruined pawn structure, so we're just going to step back like this, guarding the squares from this knight. And we're going to be kicking that knight out of here. He's definitely not going to be just hanging out on my side of the board. We can't really be allowing that. And you need to castle in a game of chess, so I'm just going to go ahead and castle. You want to push pawns? I'll push pawns too, dude. I'm going to try to stay even on the clock. We're going to step over here. Potentially, he could go for something like this, and then he's actually got the center. What about jumping in to go for this? Does that make any sense? I could go for a little pawn break. I can step over. How do you guard that pawn? You have to do it with the queen, no? Like I said, I'm not gonna get in a time disadvantage. This dude's playing pretty quick, so if I don't have time to actually think about my moves, I'm just gonna make a move that doesn't appear to be a blunder and just rock with it. Yeah, so he has to defend like so. I think potentially we again, I'm not sure what to do, so I'm just kind of going to make a move. I've learned my lesson by letting people I'm just making moves, dude. Just making moves. Not letting this dude pressure me on the clock, bro. That's all I know. He's trying to play fast, and I'm not having it. I'm kind of anticipating a little repeat. Hopefully I can gain like 4 seconds from that. I mean, this is a 10-minute game of chess, but every second counts, dude. Every second counts. This knight sucks. This knight's pretty good. This is his doubled pawn, which is actually kind of a great pawn. And he can play this quite comfortably now. Like, if he plays this, what am I really doing? We can step over, allow this, step over, trade, trade. We're going for it. I want my knight here, potentially. Going for this. It's kind of what I'm seeing. This knight, I don't know if he has a terrific future on this side of the board. Like, what's he really doing over here? I got one piece defending my happy little king over here. So I'm going to just throw my knight up here. Seems like a decent square. A decent square for my knight. That is considered an outpost on my side of the board. Okay, so he wants his guy to come in. I'm going to step back and guard against that. Uh-huh. It appears that I only have just this move that makes sense. He can bring the knight. But we're going to fight over this open file. I'm just going to take. Taking with the pawn, I'm not sure. You take with the pawn, and I'm not sure how good that is. It's actually great. I'm definitely getting booted around. I have to go for something meaningful. He can just trade this off kind of immediately, is what he can do. I don't want to do that. That makes such a weakness here. Man, this guy is just ruining my day. And I'm still losing on the goddamn clock, bro. Like, can this guy chill out? If I take... This is actually kind of a big moment. If he takes... Okay, so he doesn't want to take. If I push forward, he can take en passant this way, so that's not super fun. He can get a rook in here. Still, he's just playing so freaking quickly. $17.50, bro. This guy's a bullet player. That's all I know. He is a bullet player through and through. I think I'm going to play this. If he takes, I take. He takes, I take. We're chilling. This is guarded twice. We're chilling. His pawns are just more advanced than mine in this endgame, is all that I really don't like. But I'm okay with shuffling around and doing nothing of any consequence for a little while. So that added pressure to this. So now he can take, and he gets in. So I'm not even going to think about it. I think we just got to take like so. I mean, he can get the queen in, but then this guy becomes a little weak at some point. Ooh. So I'm going to slide in with the queen. I all of a sudden have a passed pawn here. All of a sudden. Is it a good passed pawn? No, not really. Because if I ever move my queen, he just pushes and I take, and then this is a passed pawn, and his is 2 squares away. So mine is like a real passed pawn. His is a potential passed pawn. I think we got to be brave here. If he steps over with the queen, This is a draw, but this is a draw. I push here. What is the best way to go for a win? Push, take, and I get in. I think we have to push. If he pushes here, take with check, he gets in. I don't love it. If he pushes forward, I have to play this. I think this is the move. This is how you go for a win. That's all I know. He doesn't actually have to capture. What if he just steps back? Then I can capture and I get an open file for my rook. This is a tense moment, guys. I really do not want to lose this game. This is the move that I was considering. If he pushes forward, I think I have to step up. I think we go for this. You have to capture, no? If he pushes here, I hit him with check first. I mean, I like this. We're just going for something. Also pinning this pawn. So we're threatening this and pinning the pawn. So this walks into check, up, then I win the pawn. Check. Correct. Check. I think I'm winning. Endgames are where you win the game, my friends. Check. If he steps up, I win the pawn. So if I check here, he steps over. I hit him with this check here. This is the move. I might be able to grab this pawn. Wait a minute. Could I have just... Yeah, we don't want to let the king in. This is also still hanging. And if this falls, then this is going to fall. We give this check. We could just freeze this guy. But I really like my winning chances of capture, and I just start grabbing stuff. Just start grabbing pawns. Which one is more important? I guess grabbing this has the threat here. But he's going to have a hard time defending that guy. So we're going to grab this one. Also sliding behind here. Rook and pawn endgames, dude. This is what you got to study. You want to get better at chess? Rook and pawn endgames. Wait a minute. Dude, I can just grab this right now. So we're going to grab that. We are then going to slide here. I can get behind this one too. Oh my god. I like just grabbing this one. This is the only thing that I got to worry about in the position. If I start losing some pawns, so be it. What about we block? I'm still threatening. We play this. If you take, you lose. He wants to get in and win this. I don't love that. So what about we ignore it? He slides in with check, then I take this. All right, we're going for this. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. If I'm not a complete idiot, I should be able to figure this out. Awesome. Here, I'm threatening that big time, but I think we start pushing our pass pawn over here. He can push. God damn it. Okay, I'm getting behind this guy. He's got this check at some point, so if he pushes here, I have to step over. Because he'll have here, check. But I'm fairly certain he's got to chase this, and he's got too many squares. That hangs this. We grab it. Cool. We go for your last pawn. You can go for mine. Grabbing this pawn. We give a check. We win. We win. Let's go, boys. Let's go. That was a tense game. I was winning for a very long period of time, and I'm super tired, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't give this any intro or anything like that. I was at work all day. Then I was at the gym for like 2 hours. Of course, he does have to resign there. There's not really a lot he can do. He's forced to trade the rooks and just lose. That was a pretty smooth conversion. If I imagine I didn't make any blunders. The way you win chess is just getting into an endgame, dude. Screw the openings and everything else. All you got to study is endgames, get good at endgames, and then don't blunder in the opening and the middle game, and you're good to go. So we're going to...
Side to side. Franklin looking to find his range. Big right hit. Oh, he dropped him. Down goes Franklin. The dog put him on the canvas.
Damn, that would hurt. Anyway, welcome back. Today we are in episode number 4, game number 4, however you would like to call it, of the Pursuit to 2000 ELO on chess.com. We will be playing a 10-minute rapid game, and win or lose, I will be posting this game. And so we are off to 3 wins and 1 loss, and we are facing a 1922 with the Caro-Kann. Deep breath. Deep breath. Let's not panic. And we're going to be going into the exchange variation. I'm almost certain of it. And so this is probably the highest rated opponent that I have actually faced here on chess.com. And I'm a little bit scared. And so one thing that you need to be a little bit aware of in this line is the pawn push. The pawn push comes and it makes developing your bishop a little bit harder. So we're just going to get my bishop developed. He will not be launching the pawn. So that is a good thing for us because I understand this structure better than I do with all of this. Anything with this little c5 action, I hate it so much. c4, the explosive move. Now, general just chess principles, you kind of want to pin this knight or just activate this bishop before closing the pawn chain. So I'm thinking, I think we play this. Hoping he kind of brings the bishop out, we just trade it off equally. Then we push the pawn. And I think we're going to do the same because I don't want him trading my light square bishop for his knight. We will then be closing the pawn chain that I had talked about earlier. And all we really got to be worried about right now is this b4, b5. Man, I suck at these coordinates. You got to be a little bit scared of this b5 square because right now his bishop and his knight can access it. A simple pawn push can stop all of that. But I think we just develop our bishop. It's our last undeveloped minor piece, so now we've got the minor pieces developed. Almost certainly we see the bishop come out to either one of these squares. So he really just wants to lock it down. I'm a tad bit hesitant to castle. I'm going to be honest with you. So I think what we're going to do now is step up, applying pressure to this diagonal. To whereas capture, and then we have an immediate threat. Oof. That sucks. We can get out of it with check. We can get out of it with a check. But then he just launches the pawn. So I don't think that's going to work. He just launches a pawn. I could sacrifice the knight or something. But then I'm just losing this with check. Probably the simpler approach is to just step back. Yeah, we're going to just step back. Don't want to also, I don't want to slip way too low on the clock. So right now I'm a minute below the opponent. So he does just take. We're going to take. And there's a lot of just stuff going on potentially on this side of the board. So I feel like castling this way, where there is slightly less stuff, I guess. So we can just tickle. If he takes, we take. I think we are going to just go for this. We also can jump into the middle. His bishop does kind of suck. It's doing the job of, like, defending pawns that don't really need to be defended. And then this whole idea of jumping in is also a little bit of an issue. So I'm thinking we jump in. We could just castle. That's probably the correct plan of action, if I'm being realistic. I could jump in. He steps here. We jump in. Say he takes. I mean, I take here, also attacking the knight. The knight just jumps out. Can't be good. Ruins my pawns. Scared to castle, but we're going to just do it. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. I am slipping too slow. I am playing too slow. This attacks the rook immediately. He just gears up to attack me. In that situation, I am going to play this. Tempo on the rook. He just gets ready to annihilate me. I think we attack this guy. He steps back. We attack him. He can just go for a pawn push now. He doesn't need to be brave. But now the c-file has opened up on his king. His king is not castled, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to castle. And if the bishop steps back, I mean, we can just grab the bishop. Then this guy will just be chilling. I mean, we grab the bishop. We bring your queen over here. It has to be decent, right? The infiltration squares of this knight are also still blocked off. We're stepping back. I'm also low on the clock, dude. I want to get into an endgame. Another tidbit of information that is good for you is... Oh, bro, are you serious? We have to take, no? I'm gonna have this. We take and it's just tempo on my queen. Oh, this. We take. You take my knight. I take your rook. You take my rook. I take your knight. You take my pawn. What about this? He's just going to take the knight. Say I step back. The rook needs to do something. We push. You jump in like this. I take your rook, you take my rook, I take your knight. I'm winning. So I push in. You have to take. I take your rook, you take my rook. I take your knight. I lose a pawn. I got nothing to show for it. So we push, you take, I just take. He's also got this, but I take the rook in that situation. Okay. We step back, but I'm ready to push forward. Also defending laterally. He could castle, okay. I somewhat like the idea of playing this. We just lock it down on these light squares. And then my bishop is better than his bishop, at least right now, temporarily. So he wants to infiltrate this way. So I think what we're going to do is slide over. Potentially we push and then slide over like this, and we slowly bring the king somewhere safer. And he can't castle. He's already moved around a couple times, right? How about this? How do we feel about that? I need to play a good move. I can't screw this up. I like pushing. He pushes. I step up with the king. He pushes again. We push. 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 Step up with the king. You push again. I go here. You take. Can't be good. Over here. That might be it. I'm trying to figure out how to get like a rook on this file is what we need. We could play this. He steps over. I slide over with the rook. You hit me with check. I step back. You take. I take here. And we alleviated a lot of pressure here. I don't think this guy is ever getting in. He still can't castle. He could step up and go for this, though. We're doing this. Dude's got 7 minutes. Okay, he does castle. He can castle. What? Because the rook doesn't move through the attacked square? Jesus. We need to keep my queen here to stop that. That is almost for sure. We can go here to here, here. I'm going for this, capture, 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 and I'm just getting in. So I think we step back, also protecting this. But then this whole just push becomes sort of a little bit of an issue. I can double up the rooks on the 7th rank if it really comes down to it. So it looks like he's trying to figure out how to bring this guy in. But I think potentially here, here, capture, capture. If he brings the bishop, that's really not a lot of fun. Just straight up gambit a pawn. Running anywhere with the king doesn't make any sense. Boom, boom. Boom. What if he just locks it down? Here, here. Capture, capture. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're trying to crack stuff open. You got stuff looking at my freaking king? We're defending feebly like this? This doesn't look good for me. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I really don't want to lose this game. And I'm just suffering immensely on the clock, dude. This guy has been really annoying. We push, take. Dude gets in. But then we've got all sorts of checks. We're just going to gambit a pawn here, I think. If you take with the bishop, I sacrifice. If you take back, I'm winning your queen. We just take the rook, no? We also have checks. That move looks scary. But how dangerous is this? Will I have a follow-up? Okay. Boom, boom, check. You have to go into check. Oh my god. You don't have to take. But if you take, I'm getting in. And you don't want that. For sure we give this check. I mean, we take with check. You got to take back. And then do I just abandon my king? What do I do about that? We also have this check. check here. What if I step up? Can I just defend? Here, 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 here. I push. And then he's got 2 passed pawns. I don't think that's good. Can I just... We step out of check. We allow this. "29 seconds, I'm going to get flagged, dude. God damn it. Check. It's not a check, but I take here. This is a problem. I've got an extra bishop, but everything is on dark squares, dude. This sucks. 29 seconds. Please don't let me blunder this away. I'm stressing out, boys. I'm stressing out. I'm going for it. Check up. Check up. Another check, I hide. This check, I'm hiding. I'm gonna hide my king over here if I have to, bro. Wait. He could step somewhere with the king. I don't want to grab that pawn. I want to hide here, dude. He can step somewhere with the king. But I think I'm going to be able to mate him. He completely abandoned his king. And I've got a bishop and a queen. I don't think... This. And there's this. Are you kidding me? Check. Here. Bro. Unbelievable. I don't know what to even think about that, dude. God damn it.
Are you gonna cry after I beat you?
I had it.
No.
You're not gonna cry? Look in the camera. Are you gonna cry after?
He's got 4 minutes. He found the best move. There's a 0% chance of winning this. Now, what really sucks about chess.com is you never know if your opponent cheated, and like 20% of the games you play, somebody does cheat. So it really sucks. Like, we're gonna analyze, and here we are in the analysis, and that is absolutely heartbreaking to lose that game of chess. Now, it was not accurate by any means. I played 57% accurate, and I made 2 super fatal blunders. Well, one of them was more fatal than the other, but
a little bit of a problem, see? I mean, everything was going good, and then some dumbass junkie...
Did what? Some dumbass junkie did what? You mean you fucked it up?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You promised me that everything was gonna be okay, remember? I fucked that sleaze bag for you, then I put myself through fucking hell for you?
There's nothing out there!
I don't give a shit! You fucking loser!
Now, my ability to calculate this. I calculated it and then rejected it because I said that it wasn't good. So I saw fork, take the rook, you take my rook, I take your knight, you take my pawn, and then what do I have to show for it? What I failed to see was there was going to be this check at the end, where for 1 I can win this pawn, and then for 2 I'm threatening the bishop. And not only that, all the way back here, the king didn't need to take, the rook could have taken. So then I would have had a rook on the open file. And so I saw all of this. Boom, boom. I saw this. Boom, 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 boom. For whatever reason, I was recapturing with the king, which is still fine for black. I'm still winning. No, it's a draw. It's a draw. Okay, You take with the rook or the queen. And then he has to make this obscure queen move, which he's probably not going to do. He might, like, do something with the rook. It's really hard to say what he's going to try and do here. He could just castle, right? But then I just take this. I failed to see how good this was. I need to, like, what I did here, and the reason that I lost this game is I didn't even think for a second, what if? So what I do in my calculation is I just assume that I am playing the best move. Does that make sense? So, like, this is the best move, then this is the best move, this is the best move, this is the best move, and then for whatever reason, somewhere along the line in the calculation, I just assume king captures is the best move. And then I'm, like, evaluating the position as it stands after that move is made. I need to pause myself and say, well, dude, there's 3 different ways that I can capture. What about taking with my least active piece and putting it onto the potentially soon to be open file, also with pressure on it? Like, if I would have just paused for a second there, I would have won this game. And I still was winning this game. So we hop into all of this, make the wrong move, and I do find a tactic later on. So we push this, capture, capture, bishop takes, the rook take, because that opens up the file where I give the check, he steps forward, I take the queen with check, he takes, then I give the wrong check, I went the wrong way, the queen can access basically both sides of the board. The reason this is so much better, I'll show you incredibly quickly, is we get a check, he steps over, we knock him off the back rank, wherever he goes, we're getting the pawn, okay? He comes here, and we just literally wiggle him around for 10 years until it's going to happen at some point where you can, like, get a certain check where you win another pawn. Did you see that? Then you wiggle him around to death, and eventually you'll be able to just, like, get this pawn as well. So it's hard to do. Like, if he goes here, okay, so say he goes here, then what's happening? Now we step over with king? Okay, it's really hard to say. Then say he captures. I'm gonna give a check. That's just mate. You threaten mate. Ugh. So I needed to go this way. I needed to go this way. And the reason for that was not simply because I'm gonna win 2 pawns. But if you saw what happened to my king literally, like, went on a run all the way over here. I'm not sure if those were the correct squares or whatever, but I literally ran my king all the way over here, where this to winning my queen over here was an option. So if I can get rid of these pawns, none of that is an issue. And my bishop is essentially, like, not doing anything. So I play the wrong move. It's still winning. We run with the king, also the best move. We grab his pawn. We allow the check. We step up. We allow the check. We step up. We allow the check. We step over. We allow another check. We step up. Another check. And you know what? With 24 seconds on the clock, I should have just played quickly. I just attacked the rook. I just attacked the rook. If I play this check isn't a thing. I'm attacking your rook. So I attack your rook. Your rook has to go somewhere. Like, you double up or whatever. But then it's my turn to start giving checks, and I'm going to checkmate you. For whatever reason, I just assumed, like, this was a queen defending the rook, and this back rank thing was imminent, and I was going to have to hide. So right here, I blunder it away. I spent 2 seconds deciding what move to play. I spent 2 seconds, and then I'm just cooked. Really sucks. If I would have just looked at this, this is a very critical position. It's either, like, getting checkmated. It's either, like, winning or losing. If I would have just spent 2 more seconds, 3 more seconds here, and said, where's the mate, bro? Where's the mate? And he can double up or double up this way. But whatever he does, bro, it's my turn to start giving checks. And I'm going to figure out how to mate you somehow. Or at least give a million checks and take a bunch of pawns. At the end of the day, we can just, like, figure something out. Like, say he just runs. I'll chase him around forever. And we'll figure something out. We're going to win this pawn. We're going to just give this check. Maybe he runs this way. We grab this one. And then at this point, like, this is a very strong... Please subscribe. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next video. Sorry I lost, but that was close. A 19-22 opponent. I do have what it takes, but I did not manage my time well. And there were 2 critical positions that I calculated incorrectly. I hope that analysis wasn't too long. Sorry. I love all of you. I'll see you in the next one. Subscribe. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiasts. In today's episode, we're going to be doing what we always do. However, today I started a new job, so I'm tired, and I just got back from traveling in Colombia, so I have not played chess seriously in 10 days. We are starting with the Caro-Kann. This is my favorite and the most simple opening to play out of all openings, and this is what can be, this can either turn into two things. It can turn into two things. This can be the alien gambit, where we will have a crazy attacking line, or he plays this move. I'm not sure that that does anything, because now what we do is we desperately try to hang on to this extra pawn. That is a pawn gambit officially. He can pin me, but I still pawn. Now this is what is called a pawn gambit. We accept pawn gambits because what he needs to do now is absolutely demolish me, or he's going to lose the game. Now, a simple blunder that you can make here is this, which really sucks. You don't want that to happen, because he can go boom, boom, check, king goes somewhere, and then he captures my bishop with the knight. So I know that's hard to visualize. Trust me, I can't visualize it either, but it's happened to me many, many times. And so I'm gonna pick up the pace a little bit. I don't want to just be losing on time for really no good reason. I'm up a pawn, and so he's gonna have to prove to us, why was that pawn gambit good? And I can almost guarantee you that it was not. My knight's getting ready to hop to the middle. This knight's gonna hippity hop all around the board. And so knights before bishops, other than when you want to get your bishop on the outside of the pawn chain. And so I have not been playing chess, and I am nervous. Officially, I am nervous. This pin actually does have some weight to it now because there's no sacrifice. What does that do? That threatens my bishop. Yes. That threatens my bishop because the rook can take, my pawn is pinned to my king. So instead of spending forever and explaining stuff like this to you guys, what if I step in? If I step in, you sacrifice, I take, you take. You're just sacrificing a knight. I give it up here, here. Queen gets in, I step up. We're playing this. I don't believe in the sacrifice. Oh, he would win the bishop at the end. Would he now? I don't believe in it. I just don't believe in it. Dude's playing really aggressive. 18-16, calm down, bro. Calm down. It's not that serious. You want to just sacrifice? There's no way. There's no possible way. I take the rook, right? We allow a fork that's attacking my queen, but I step out here. If you win my rook, I hit you with a check. You step in. I can also attack here first. This is actually a quite important moment of the game. Dude is really trying to blow me off the board. It's not going to happen. Don't worry. Here's my subscribers for the day. Please subscribe. I love each and every one of you. Okay. Capture. If the knight comes in, we just move the queen. You grab here. I mean, I step over. I don't have to take, but I'm getting the rook. He's going to get a pawn. What if I attack the knight? Then he attacks, then I take. I think that's probably the correct move. We just attack the knight. If you sacrifice, then I take. God damn it, then this comes with check. What if I just castle and ignore everything that's happening right now? He sent me a picture of a clock. He sent me a picture of a clock. We might attack like this. Or if the sacrifice this. Dude, what do I jump over here with this knight? I'm just making a move. I literally couldn't think of what to play. He's still got this, and my queen is under threat. But that enables this, where if he attacks, I can take here, threatening the queen. I'm going to message him. Sorry, bro, I'm recording a chess video. And yeah, today was my first day at a new job. I'm a freaking finance bro. As official as it gets. In an office doing finance stuff with Excel. Pretty crazy. I can't believe it happened. I'm excited. Because this chess channel makes me like 20 cents a day, if we're going to be honest. So he steps back. That allows this check. He steps in. We have not a lot of great opportunities there. But we do get that pawn. Check. Here. We step over like this. Oh my god, we're going for it. Boom. Boom. This. Looking at the queen. I think we have to play it. Did he even gambit a pawn? I'm supposed to be up a pawn. What happened to my up a pawn? He's up a pawn. Oh, it shows... Okay, so this is the move that I am visualizing right now. He could kind of trap me. No, I can't. I just trade the queens. This is still quite scary. It's attacking everything. If I take this, check is still a thing. We step in. We're attacking this. We're attacking this. We're attacking this. I'm just attacking everything. Have to be winning, correct? How do you defend that? You step back with the bishop? But then I might just grab the rook and allow... There's no fork with the knight. So if I capture and this comes in, I can just step here. Like you bring the rook, I just take here. This guy gets in. I think that I'm completely winning. Dude's playing ultra super aggressive. We're going to definitely analyze this after the game. I really need to be winning because my elo is supposed to be reaching 2,000. This is my push to 2,000. What the hell is that? We can just grab the rook, no? We grab the rook. You give the check. I'm grabbing the rook. I don't see what this does. This is hanging. This is hanging. My knight is temporarily defended, so that's cool. He's got this. Yeah, so he does have that. But I can just move my rook, can I not? And then I'm attacking the knight. I can also grab the bishop. Is it completely equal? What's going on here? I think we just have to attack. And where's the knight going? He's ventured quite far into my territory. He's defended for now, but this is still under threat. And this just simply becomes a threat. Trading my rook for your two pieces, and then all of a sudden I think I'm doing quite well because I would have two minors and a major. This is a strange game of chess, make no mistake about it, but I still feel like I'm maintaining quite a few threats. And this knight really has no access into my position. Like, he can go for this pawn, but I can still just capture. And, like, say this hits me with check. I mean, going for a pawn. I think we trade down, right? I defended this. I'm ready to play this. What do we want to do with this knight? I don't think I have a whole lot of great options, so we're just going to step here. If he captures, I'm happy about it. I have 3 pieces versus 3 pieces, but I'm still up that pawn that he traded in the beginning. Don't you forget about it. I'm still up a pawn. So he wants to just launch in here. You're cool. I mean, I have this. He steps in. We jump in. What about just grabbing the pawn? What does that do? We grab the pawn. He steps in here. I'm pinned. We grab another pawn. See, he takes. We step over. Boom. This guy comes in. We attack the bishop. He takes with the knight. I take. He takes with check. I step over here to avoid the checks. I step here to avoid... I think we play this. No. We do play this. I can also step up. And like if this happens, I just take with the pawn. Or this, and I give up the pawn. That's no fun either. I don't actually know what to play. Boom. 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 You take. You take with the rook. I step over. You take back. Yeah, in a minute.
Okay.
I don't know what to do. Gotta do something. Gotta do something. He's gonna get this back. But it's a pretty straightforward threat on the bishop. I can also push forward. You have to do something with this bishop. And if the bishop moves, then this becomes free to take. Then he slides back. But then I can defend. This all of a sudden becomes an idea. What's going on here? Why can't I mark stuff? Okay. But that lets me take, right? Take. Take. Say he jumps in. We attack. He comes back. We take a pawn. He takes. I take. He takes with the rook. I step over. I'm not seeing it. I can just play this. Push forward. I don't know what to do. I got 2 minutes. We take. I'm doing it. I'm going to hold my defense like this. He's got this as just a straight up threat. I think I'm going to try and make a run for it. With 1 minute and 55 seconds, I need to be playing faster. We step here. That's a crazy move. If I step back, I'm just walking into all the same nonsense. But you know what? The pin isn't here. This is a huge difference. The whole reason that my king sucked here is because the rook was there. If the rook's not there, I'm not pinned. And I'm scared of going here because I just walk into kind of these ideas. But if I run forward, what happens? Check. I gotta step back because this guy's hanging. Check here. And I'm going here. This is covered. If I step this way, he can take and remove the defender. I gotta stay defending this guy. So we'll go like this. He can give another check, but I can step over. I don't think that's right, dude. Because this check is just going to obliterate me. I want to walk up and take this. I'm so scared. 1 minute. Don't let me blunder. Please, I need this elo. This is also hanging. Don't know what he's going to do. He's probably going to give me this check, so I should be preparing for that. If not, I'm taking this or this. Okay, so he wants to just get fancy. Cool. What does that do? I think we have to just play this. Attack the bishop. We can win a pawn. Is that what my rook really needs to be doing? The answer is no. The answer is no. And I'm not even up a pawn, dude. Everything traded back equally. Oh, I got myself into such a mess. Such a freaking mess. Here, here. The knight gets in. I take. I'm grabbing this. Don't know what else to do. And I've got ideas of attacks. I can even step back, moving the knight gets in here. He can launch forward and hit my knight. That's a little bit inconvenient. Uh-huh. This is the only thing that makes sense, I think. Then I'm going to try and jump this way. He's got like rerouting ideas that I don't love. I'm so scared, dude. I need this elo. This is my next move if there's no check. Big threats on this. You need to defend, no? Big threats on this. Just trying to grab some pawns. If I can grab one more pawn, I'm so happy. And our knights are like at a standstill here. I'm looking at this. Taking this pawn. Taking this. What did that do? Going here. This is the next idea. God damn it, he's going to pin me. I'm going to run forward, bro. $59 seconds. I'm attacking the rook. The rook's got to move, does he not? I'm threatening this. He can't defend it. We're taking this. Pushing here. This check. Trades the bishops. He attacks this. But I'm coming in. $24 seconds against 30. I'm in a completely winning endgame. It's covered. That didn't do anything good. Yes. We got 19 seconds. We just don't want to draw. And here we are in the analysis, and I don't know how to feel about that game of chess. I had a sloppy performance at best. And so that pawn gambit line for sure worked on me, because look at this. Shortly out of the opening, I have a -5 position. So the rest of the graph is kind of in my favor, but I was definitely struggling for a little bit. And so I played 87% accurate, 1 blunder, 1 mistake, 3 inaccuracies. Not my best, not my worst, but whatever, we got the elo. So we go into the Carl Khan, where he goes with this pawn gambit line. And you know what? I might stop accepting this gambit, dude, because it gets you into some trouble. You take the pawn, but then he has 3 pieces developed versus your 1. A couple moves later, those pieces start developing all over my side of the board and make me blunder. This looks like just a natural development move, but it allowed the rook sacrifice, where really if I take back, he can hit me with a check. My king has to step over. The bishop just claims this diagonal. I have no more light square bishop to counteract this entire diagonal. Like, boom, that's his, and this guy is safe. And then I'm supposed to develop my queen, but he can really just play so many different moves, and I'm cooked. I can't castle. This rook is never getting into the game, and his pieces are just ready to swarm me, okay? So thank God I jump forward and tickle the bishop, and he gets cold feet, and he steps back. Now I can grab the rook, but I believe I castle. Oh, I go for this check idea. I can't even remember again. I'm recording this like an hour later. We go for this check because I calculated take, attack, I step over, and if he trades, then we have an equal-ish position. That's what I looked at the position in the future, and I said, that looks about equal to me because we got the queens off the board. And not to mention, this is still an issue, so he'll have to waste a move saving that rook to somewhere that's safe. Okay, I don't know where he'll go, but he'll go somewhere. And to my luck, he trades the queens. If he would have stepped back with the rook, it's still +3. He has a huge attack. The rook is no longer under threat by this pawn. This bishop is still a god. This knight is still annoying my position. My queen is kind of loose and not really all that well defended, only by this knight. And so he trades. And now we have an equal position. But I saw this, and I said, oh, I'm completely winning. This is hanging. This is hanging. This is hanging. What you going to do? You can't save everything. So what he does is he starts taking stuff. Here, I decide, let's take the rook because it's more valuable than the bishop. I guess that's the correct game plan here. And he gets freaky with the knight, but now it's not a fork. It's just attacking the rook. My queen is gone. You really need to be worried about this defended fork when you have a queen and a rook. But I don't have the queen. So I just step over with the rook. He gets out of there, and I go ahead and just give up the rook for his two pieces. Giving up the rook for the knight and the bishop, or two bishops or two knights, is generally advisable because it is 6 points of material versus 5. So it's generally good for you. Here, I make a couple moves. It's not the greatest, but we're getting active. We do take the pawn, and I'm just kind of saying here, like, I might just try and run somewhere with the king, all right? If I can get out of this pin and not step over into these pins, like I don't want to deal with this. This pawn push is just a straight up threat. I just lose the knight. So I was like, if I can kind of make some running around moves with the king at some point, I'll be all right. So I run with the king towards the middle of the board. Brave move. I get hit with a check and I step back. I'm not that brave. I got scared. So I go for it again. And I was like, is he really going to repeat? I was going to run this way this time if he repeated. I was going to just be brave and go for it. We jump forward with the knight. This is a beautiful, beautiful square for my knight. And please do not forget, it's still 4 pawns against 4 pawns, so I'm not even winning anymore. It's a 2-on-1, but I'm frozen. I can never actually advance. So his 3-on-2, those are terrible arrows, is better than my 2-on-1, because my 2-on-1 sucks. So I got to actually win this pawn, so these guys become connected pass pawns, okay? So we make some moves. My king has literally shuffled back between these two squares like 3 times now. I really don't know what I'm doing. I grab a pawn, and now officially we are up a pawn. I jump back with the knight, because I'm scared. I didn't want to jump this way. I just didn't see how I move forward in this position. Like, I was like, what am I really doing here? What am I really doing? I got scared, and I had 59 seconds, and this move is safer. This move is way more complicated, and sometimes in chess, you got to look at it and say, I got 59 seconds. My opponent has 2 minutes. Let's just play it safe. This is complicated. I don't want him to out-calculate me on something here. Step back. It's easier. I know it's safe. We jump forward, and all of a sudden, we're attacking this pawn. We got 2 attackers. You only got 1 defender. That's the wrong move. You defended this pawn, but what are you doing about this one? And once I win that pawn, all of a sudden, these 2 pawns, that's 2 connected pass pawns in the endgame. So we make a bunch more moves. I'm attacking this pawn, stepping around with my bishop, stepping up with my king. This is the 4th, maybe 5th time that I have made this shuffle. Like, my king wants to go this way, and he just has not been able to do so. And we finally break the cycle. We have advanced more towards the middle of the board. We're attacking the rook. All he can really do is attack. He could, like, slide into my position to attack stuff, or slide back and not actually defend this because he can't defend it anymore. All of the squares that he needs to go to along this rank to defend the pawn are taken. Oof. Look at that geometry. Boom. I know this arrow's not right. Boom. There we go. So we grab the pawn. Officially, we're in an endgame where I'm up a pawn. All I want to do now is trade off into a rook and pawn endgame. I'm up 2 pawns. 3 pawns. What am I talking about? I'm up a huge amount of pawns here. All I got to do is not blunder, and we're good to go. So I slowly start inching my pawns forward. I guess this is just straight up hanging, but I had 24 seconds. So he had 25 seconds. So we're getting into flagging territory. And what happens here is he shuffles once and he hangs his rook. What he was really doing is he realized how lost he was here. So sometimes just a Hail Mary, just attack. Like, if I don't take you, you take me, and then you're actually like drawing. Let's see. Say I step over. It's still, yeah, white is winning here. And then I'm in a lot of trouble because he's going to figure out how to get my stuff. I can't really advance it. You just take it. So thank you so much for watching. I hope that analysis wasn't longer than it needed to be. I love each and every one of you. I'm trying to get some more content out here for you guys. I was traveling for a week. I started a new job. So back to the chess. So these are my subscribers for the day. I would love for you to be one of them. If you have any constructive criticism or anything about how I should make my videos better, just let me know. If you want to play a game with me, just let me know. If you want to send me $1 million in Bitcoin, just let me know. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, pushing to get a 2,000 rating on chess.com. Today, I'm rated 1822, which is actually lower than the 1834 that I started at 21 games ago. And so I have not been practicing. I have not been studying. This is going to be my first game of 2026. We'll hop right into it because I know you guys don't want to see an incredibly long intro. But what this is going to be, if this is your first time here, is a raw, uncut, real chess game. This is not going to be YouTube highlights. This is not going to be Grandmaster at a tournament. This is going to be some dude in his room that is 1822 pushing to 2,000. And so what I was doing before was playing like 5 games, taking the best game, editing it, and then posting it. And that's a little bit, it's not telling the full story. That is simply showing you my highlights. And so what this is showing the raw, uncut progression in my chess. Like, am I actually getting better? Am I not getting better? And the real question is, does 2,000 elo on Lee chess equate to anything substantial? I think we're going to develop the bishop. We don't have really any other good squares to develop the bishop, so this is just an active square. Kind of ruins my pawn structure, but we're going to same side castle, and we've got a lot of pawns in the center. Step all the way back with the bishop here. Turn the music down just a little bit. And I know that I didn't explain anything out of the opening, but long story short, all we're trying to do is just move some pieces. So if he's playing fast, I'm playing fast right back at you, buddy. And so I think my next game plan, this square is pretty weak. There's going to be all sorts of discovery ideas where I like unveil this attack over here. That hung this pawn, so that's what I see immediately. I hung the pawn and it has an attack on this. So even if he moves the knight, I'm still going to be able to hit him with this check to win the rook. So potentially the best move here is to just step over. I mean, we take, right? Say that you take. I take. I think this guy is undefended. So if I take like this and he takes back here, this guy is undefended. What if I jump in with the knight? Probably I just lose a pawn there because this guy is going to be attacked at the end of the day. So take, take, take. Say he takes my knight. I take his knight. He takes back. And I'm down a piece. So boom. Let me think about this for a second. Boom. Boom. Say he just grabs my knight. We can't be doing all of that. Can't be doing all of that. What if we ignore it and apply more pressure here? We can allow the capture, and then just step back. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. We're going to try and keep things simple. Oh my goodness, his bishop is strong along this diagonal. We're up a pawn, but it's actually not so great. If he takes with this knight, then we're just going to straight up take back. If he takes like this. Also, this guy is undefended. This guy is also undefended. Okay, so what that did, I'm still up the pawn, but if I capture back like this, he's just going to grab my knight. And god damn it, what if I push forward. We don't necessarily want this knight to move because he's also attacking this pawn, which is not only just a pawn, it's also a fork of everything important in my position. I'm down 1 minute on the clock, but now this guy is defended. So these guys are staring at each other. If nothing happens, I might just capture. And this is a happy, happy night. I think my position is actually quite decent here. Now that I'm looking at this. I think we capture. Not going to think about it. I am up a pawn. I think we just capture. This knight can jump in. Uh-huh. Do I have anything cool? I could slide over like this. Then he captures and we take like this. This knight coming in is definitely not going to be super fun. So what if I step forward? Capture, we take back like this. He's definitely applying pressure. We just got to figure... His knight is coming forward almost definitely. So what if I step forward? Then if his knight comes in, I might just take with the rook. Let's play this. If he pushes forward, I'm actually quite happy. That takes away... That gives me a passed pawn for the endgame. So we're kind of hoping he pushes forward. It gives me a passed pawn. Takes away this tension. I kind of just scoot somewhere with the queen. I'm not really sure where would be the best. I could even go for this crazy diagonal move where he's kind of... Okay, I like this move. What about this? We're just getting as active as possible. That's my immediate thought. We just go for it. Probably his knight tries to jump in. But I take here with the knight. There's 6 minutes. No need to panic. This feels active. Defended queen. Actively defending. I'm ready to push this pawn and have a defended pass pawn. This guy is weak, but we are really lining up pressure on this square. We have been eyeing down this square for the entirety of the game. And potentially, even if the king tries to really run essentially anywhere, I'm going to be able to have sacrificing ideas. Because I can jump to these two squares. And from those two squares, I basically attack. I guess you can go here. And I can't hit him with the knight. But we might have discoveries. We might have discoveries. And this guy is pinned. And I might just play calm, cool, and collected, solid chess. If I win this game, I get 10 elo. If I lose 8. The dude is 1864. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. I don't know if this is necessary. I don't necessarily see anything better. What about stepping back? No, that's a happy night. Let's just play a slow move. This guy is pinned. So I think the next idea might be try and like bring this rook. Might not be a terrible idea. And I'm up a pawn. So really what I want to do here is probably try and trade these queens. He's going to have to waste some sort of move to defend this pawn. This pawn is a huge issue for him. And he can't kick me out. So he's got... I'm applying pressure. This game turned around real quick. I think that I'm doing all right here. My knight is also kind of pinned due to this pawn. This move is still not really possible. I just play this. What if you pin me? I get out of it with a check, right? You take here. I take the queen. You step up here. We just trade here. I think I'd be all right there. thinking just bring the rook and double. We could be more chill and play this. What's better? I guess we can play this. Boom. We're doing this. Trying to double the rooks and just put everything in my position attacking this pawn. Unfortunately, my queen is kind of at the head of this attack, so a defense with the rook is going to kind of stop all of my ideas. Like, I'll take with the knight, but then I'm walking directly into this pin, which might not be incredibly easy to get out of. Also, the queens are going to see each other. And his queen is... It's not doing nothing. Let's just put it like that. The queen is not doing nothing, but I'm putting my rook here just so I'm eyeing down this square. Okay, so he does play this. Got no good squares to get in with the knight. What if I just step back? We step back. This is hanging in the endgame. Don't see what else to do, so I'm just going to defend my weakness. I'm scared, guys. 4 minutes and 29 seconds. I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm doing my best. Doing my best, okay? And I have not been practicing. I just got back from I went to 2 parties yesterday. I've been working so much. I had family in town for the holidays. I've been going and hanging out with people and doing stuff and going to the gym. I haven't studied a single puzzle. I haven't watched any chess videos. I haven't done anything. All I've done is like play bullet and do this. Like record one video every once in a while. Say that we take. You take here. I take here. You're gonna have to take back. So this might just be an offer of a big trade. We trade. If I take here, I've got 3 things, but he's also... Okay, let's just trade. Is there a huge reason not to do this? We're going for it. Queens see each other, that's for sure. Still up a pawn. Let's do this. I'm thinking push, push. Tempo on the rook. This guy is undefended. So at some point, this little pawn push could make sense. So if I push forward and he plays here, I don't really know what that accomplished. Let's get active with the king. That defends this, and I'm off of this file. Unfortunately, I don't have these doubling up ideas. But now if any pawn push comes through in any sort of way, in the end of the day, my rook is defended. However, my king is also just defending this guy. I might push forward here. And this is a passed pawn, actually. I didn't even really think about this. I said that earlier, but let's just play cool chess. Just push this forward. This guy has a scarce amount of squares, actually, when we look at this. There's the possibility of like stepping forward and he has to step back. Ooh. I think we go for this. We'll then be able to go for a pawn push where there's a pin here. We can go for this pawn push. We can also attack here. You would have to defend like this, and that's just like an uncomfortable move. I could still then go for this pawn break where you can't push. All you can do is attack here, But then you're giving up this up with check. I think we go for this. We go for this. We're attacking this pawn. If he steps over, which he will because he wants to defend the pawn, we go for this pawn break. Didn't see that coming. I could just push. Is that kind of the same thing that I was thinking about before? If he takes with the... now he has... oh, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I still have this with check. If he ever pushes forward, I hit him with the check. And if I get another pawn, and then I have 2 passed pawns, by getting rid of this one, that turns this into a passed pawn. 2 minutes and 17 seconds, I actually think I'm just crushing this game. As long as I'm not stupid and don't blunder anything, I'm also threatening this. And you can't defend it. And if we take here, I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. If I play this, if I capture, he can capture here. Where if I take, you hate to do it. You absolutely hate to do it. I'm still up a pawn though. I'm blunder. I didn't think the king was going to come attack. Okay. We just trade like this. The king can get in, but I'm stepping forward. Going this way. 2 connected pass pawns. You can give a check, but I just step over. We're going to... and the infiltration squares are defended from the rook. So that's good. 1 minute and 24 seconds. I'm up a pawn, but it is a freaky pawn. His king is doing great. His king is doing terrific. Giving a check. I mean, he can just step here. Then I take. He steps over. I give a check here. Then he takes over here. Okay, we go for this. He should have stepped over, I think. He can get in, but I'll just let it fall. Like, he can play this. I can just step up. He can get behind it. I'll take. He takes. That was stupid, but we're going for this, I guess. We are getting active in this endgame. What if this happens? My rook is solid. This guy is hanging, or like defended by the king. That's not good. As long as I don't blunder my rook, I am going to win this. I think we step forward. We're threatening this and this. Here. I think we play this. Threatening check, take, here. Where I'm just winning, making the passed pawn. We go here. Damn it. Okay, you want to be fucking stupid, bro? I'll take all your pawns with 30 seconds left. I'm wearing my Apple Watch. I'm going to tell you boys what my heart rate is. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. When I'm running full sprint on a treadmill, it goes to 177. You guys can't feel it right now. 128. Oh my god, chest is intense. I don't know. I don't have time to do the analysis right now, so you guys will see me later tonight, probably with some different clothes. I'm going to a basketball game, and let's flippin' go. Finally, we get a dub, dude. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be doing what we are always doing, pushing to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. Now, part of this series is I'm playing these games, and I have no idea what type of game they are going to be. It's going to be exciting, boring, opposite side castling, sacrifices, no idea. We're hopping into it, no preparation, no nothing, and I'm just going to give you what happens, okay? So there's going to be no editing, no frills, none of that. You're just going to get a raw view at has my chess improved or not, and hopefully both of us can learn a little something along the way. We have e4, e5, bishop c4. The bishop's opening, my favorite opening to play, because there's like a 20% chance that we get into a vicious attacking line. There is a line right here where he can sacrifice the knight, where if I capture back, all right, instead of wasting any time explaining stuff that doesn't matter to you, we're just going to focus on the position at hand. Now, the knight jumping forward doesn't really work. We can always just jump over with the knight, castle, and at some point we're going to be all right. So the knight advancement, I mean, it doesn't work immediately because I can take it. He doesn't want to get pinned. Makes sense. We kind of want him to push this pawn. So we're just going to bring the knight first. Now, let's copy him. Let's do a completely symmetrical structure, but I'm ready. God damn it. This clever bastard. God damn it. That's actually a great move because I was going to go for the bishop. He's also prepping a push in the middle, but I was going to go for the bishop that is thwarted by this little queen check. But if I castle, then it is no longer a thing. So he can step back with the bishop and preserve, not the bishop pair, but preserve his bishop for not losing it for no reason. The drawback of this is that's a natural development square for your knight, and you definitely don't want to put your knight in front of your bishop, so probably this move is going to make the most amount of sense. That move also makes a lot of sense. We're not going to think about it. If you launch a pawn on the side, I'm launching a pawn on the side. You want to play moves like that? I think we're just going to challenge this. This bishop is staring at my king, and I just don't like it. So maybe bringing the queen. Yeah, something like this. But I'm going to just do the same exact thing as him. The knight can get in, but it doesn't threaten anything immediately. I'm not sure. Like, it's a good square for the knight, that's for sure, but I'm not going to cry about it. We have a completely even position. Probably the bishop's coming, or he can be a little bit more passive. I'm not really sure if that's more passive. I'm kind of doing the same thing. If he castles, then my bishop is looking right at your king. So he could just castle, then bring the bishop. Then if I take, he takes in the center. If he ever takes here, I take in the center. And then we have this little conglomerate of pawns. Okay, so he wants to reroute the knight. That lets go of this. So I think potentially stepping forward is what needs to be done here. Let's... What if I push, then you push? I just capture, capture. I could trade. If I step forward and you take, I take, you take. This pawn gets isolated. I don't want to isolate this pawn because my knight's here. I need to push this guy, which I can't really push this guy. What if we just try to trade everything off into a more or less equal endgame? How are you guys feeling about that? How are you guys feeling about that? We have the same amount of time on the clock, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and say I'm better at endgames than this dude. I hung a pawn. The knight is hanging. You hate to flip and see it. This pawn is also hanging. But if he captures here, he's really getting himself into a little bit of a mess. I don't think I'll be able to trap the queen. I'll never be able to play this. Oh my god, he's bringing the knight. Dude, this is such a good attacker. God damn it, why did I hang that pawn? All I thought about was what did I want. I did not think about what does this dude want. And this dude wants to... What if I push? Defending the knight, but not the pawn. But then I'm just bringing this guy. You step over here, I step over here. You step here. Push. If he captures, probably I'll take the knight. God damn it, boys. And I'm losing on the clock. Urgh, we're playing a slow, stupid move. He's bringing the knight. But if he brings the knight, that does get away from escaping ideas. He could just evacuate with the queen. That's probably the best move. It may not be the best move. Yeah. Terrific. At least I can sort of do something here. I mean, we attack the queen and he steps back a little bit further. We're cracking open in the center, dude. I don't know what else to do. He can for sure push. He hasn't castled, so he still does need to castle. But now I'm just down a pawn, so we're just gonna hold on and say we're down a pawn. I'm down on the clock. I need to fight back, dude. I do not want to lose this game. If I lose this game, I'm back to where I was. I think we capture. This knight is coming, baby, to attack everything. What about a crazy move? Like, this doesn't really do anything. This doesn't really do anything. This definitely confuses and makes things kind of scary for everybody. I mean, is there any good reason to play that? What does it accomplish? Nothing. Let's just do this. He's just going to castle. He literally is just going to castle and bring the knight. God damn it, dude. God damn it. All right, we're stepping over. I don't know what else to do. That takes away a lot of squares. This guy is also just not defended. This guy is hardly defended. My position sucks. This is not gonna be easy to win. Okay, that movement just is a terrific move. Terrific move. What the hell is this Looney Tunes music playing in the background? I don't know what to do, guys. Do we do this? That seems so passive. And then it forces the bishop trade. Don't want to trade the bishops. If I step up, he's just bringing the rook. Let's do it. Let's do it. He's also got this. I mean, and then he has a pass pawn. He could gambit a pawn for the pass pawn. If he brings the bishop, I might just step back. I think I might just have to, like, keep the pieces on the board and play quickly. Don't really feel like trading the knights. So we're just stepping back. That's all the calculation that needs to be done by me. He brings the bishop. I literally step back again. You capture, I take. This is somewhat under fire. You sacrifice. There's no way there's a mate here. Here, take with this. Launch forward. I don't believe him. This check? Oh my god. Now he's got this check. This because I'm hanging on. That was a crazy move. I think I could play this. If he gives a check, I have no way to block. If I step up, this just got really spicy. I think I'll repeat, dude. This is a tense moment. That sacrifice was ridiculous. I don't know what to think about that game. I was just down a pawn, then he sacrificed a piece, and then he got scared. So, did I gain any elo? I think that it just stays the same. I mean, let's review it real quick. I told you guys, we don't know what type of games we're going to get, so stuff like this is going to be happening. There's not a whole lot I can do about it. That is... And here we are in the analysis, and that was a stupid game of chess, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't know what the hell to think about that. He should have just kept playing. What was the point of sacrificing a piece if you're going to be a baby? Stand behind your sacrifice. And so I played 85% accurate. Our opponent played 83. 2 blunders, 1 mistake, 2 inaccuracies. Our opponent 2 mistakes. I mean, 2 blunders, 2 inaccuracies. Look at the graph. Not a whole lot of nothing going on there. There was definitely a moment where he grabbed the pawn. We're going to fly through this. This is just basic principles. Just get the pieces developed. Defend against the pin. One of the best moves is going with this little h5, and the best response is to play h4. So I like that. We got a symmetrical, just about as symmetrical as a structure gets. So I bring this out. He steps back, and I'm supposed to just be brave and go for a pawn break. Like, he hasn't castled, so breaking in the center is advantageous for the side that has castled. And so I didn't see that. I did see that. I guess I just didn't want to do it. I stepped up with the queen. We trade the queen, and we step up here. Okay? I know I'm flying through this. We don't need an incredible amount of analysis. Taking the pawn is a blunder, because I can step back with the knight. Whereas if he takes here, I bar off your escape. Okay? What's the best move? To just castle? But I attack your queen, and you have to give up the queen for the rook, and you just don't want to do that. So that would be completely terrible for black. So I thought about this for a second of, like, what if I do something different? But I didn't see it. I was thinking this. So I was calculating the position, like, take. I should have calculated the position about, what about this, then this. Didn't see it. So it's a blunder, but I blunder right back, so now it's back to completely equal. I'm down a pawn, but arguably this is like one of the least, that is the least important pawn in my position. This pawn is more important. Every single pawn is more important than that pawn, so it's still completely equal. We attack the queen. We go for a little break in the center. Bring in the rook is a decent move, and I'm supposed to trade the queens. I don't want to do that. I'm actually slightly winning here because I just have a lead in development. Like, this knight sucks, this bishop sucks, this knight sucks. My guys are all decent. So I'm down a pawn, but my position is actually better, which is crazy. Stepping over, and now I have a worse position, okay? It's crazy how chess is just like, whoa, not that. I wanted to step in, take, I take, whatever. We're not even going to go into it. We trade castles. I step over. He brings the knight. I bring the rook. I step back instead of trading, and he sacrifices the knight where there is actually no mate. There's nothing, because my king can always step up and defend this pawn, and as long as I stay on the dark squares, you're not taking this pawn with check. That's all you really have to be careful here, and it looks like either move is still winning for me. So I step up, he steps over, I step here, defending the pawn so it doesn't come with a check, and sacrificing another piece and just having your queen in the attack is never going to work. If at the very least I'll be able to step forward and bring the king. Okay? So we shuffle moves, and that's what we get. So thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry that wasn't super entertaining. You should just go and watch game number 24 because that was a good game. This one, we hardly even made it out of the middle game, so I'm sorry about that. Subscribe anyway. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. I'm so sorry, but I have to post this, don't I? Like I said in the beginning, we're posting no matter what, so we're posting no matter what. So I feel bad about doing this to you guys and myself, but just know the rest of the games are not supposed to be like this. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be doing what we always do, making the push to 2000. Like it or not, that is what every single chess player is doing. Actually, like 99.5% of us are under 2000, and we're trying to get there. So, you guys are going to watch me along the way. I'm going to start the game so that I don't sit here and yap too long. And this is going to be game number 22. I'm at 2,700 subscribers, and I am at 1832. We play e4. And so the goal of this entire series is to give you the raw, uncut progression of my chess. That's what we're trying to do. That is a passive move. So what we're going to do is a passive move in return. And if he's going to play quick out of the opening, then god damn it, we're going to play quick as well. That's one thing you got to do with these guys. You don't let them give you a time advantage. And we're going to get zigzagged around the board, and I'm going to lose my bishop for this knight, almost indubitably. But we're going to get a little bit of an open A file. A principled chess player pushes the pawn. Okay, so he's playing really well, but we're going to just keep up the tempo. Keep up the tempo. Don't be afraid. For sure, we're going to be castling this way, and we're going to have to push forward at some point. We're pushing forward because he's going to launch this pawn, and we don't want his bishop getting stationed along this diagonal where, like, I have so many things pinned. That's a good move. That's a good move. Yet again, we're going to try not to think about this for too long, and we will be going... What are we going to be going? That gives him the whole ass center, or he takes with the knight. Okay, so we're going to slide over here. There's no discoveries that attack my queen. Dude's still beating me on time. Dude, the push to 2000 is so difficult. This guy is not giving me a goddamn second to breathe. He's just slowly positioning, getting better. I moved my rook over because I don't know what else to do. I'm going to level with you guys. I'm not that good at chess. I'm just making a push for it. And so... this series has literally been like 10 wins and 10 losses. Or 11 wins and 11 losses. Nobody likes that move, bro. Nobody likes that move. How do I improve my position? Rule of the least active piece. This knight is doing nothing. So we're going to do something with him. Rule of the least active piece. That's what that was. I decided that this knight sucked. And we're going to do something with him. This guy's sort of doing something. We got infiltration ideas. We have capture, capture, capture. Doesn't look terrible. We also have capture. I can't really take back. We can jump in like this. God damn it. Am I going to have to calculate some stuff? I for sure don't want to be doing that. I can't take, so that's no fun. I can't push. I got to move the knight, so let's go. Go here. This bishop is going to open up and be a monster. And unfortunately, that is the only light squared bishop on the board. I unfortunately let mine get zigzagged and captured earlier and ruin my pawn structure. So this dude is playing incredibly well, just right out of the gate. He's still beating me on time. And he plays a slow, calm, cool, and collected move. What about a nice little forky poo? What about this knight? Rule of the witch knight sucks. This one's at least defended, but I'm going to trade it off no matter what. But if I go boom, boom, check here, then this knight is still undefended. But it's blockading this pawn. Both knights can access this square. I don't know which one is better to take with. This one, because I can take and it's defended, so we're doing this one. Then I can potentially take here, where... I'll have discoveries on my rook against his queen, and I'll have a knight in the way of his rook attacking my queen. That's the low level analysis right there. What else do we got? What else do we got? Capture. Queen comes over. Capture. Capture. Attack the queen, but that's not defended. God damn it. All right, we're grabbing the bishop. I don't know what else to do. We're grabbing the bishop. We're doing a little bit of a bailout. Definitely a little bit of a bailout maneuver is going on right now. But at least we're tied with the bishops. I can jump in yet again attacking the queen. Unfortunately, he can just step forward and I'm undefended. But fortunately, he can't actually take back anymore. We could do this, where he takes the rook. I attack here. For sure. Then I go here, here, here. But then he's still got the bishop, so that calculation sucks. What about capture? Queen comes in. Then we capture. Then you capture. I don't really know what to do with this guy. It's getting tense. I can apply pressure this way. Is that rook lift good? Is that a good rook lift? Rook's not doing anything over there. What if I just step forward and attack a pawn? It's defended, so let's not do that. I want to get rid of this bishop. I should not have spent 2 minutes thinking about that. Now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this game, and I am losing on time significantly. And also, I know that I'm not that good at chess, so thank you so much. But I'm trying to explain my thought process. Really, all that we got going for us is we got this saucy pin, we got this saucy pin, we got a knight defending against this at some point. So this, like, if this guy jumps in, the knight is at least there. We got a little rook lift ideas. Oh, okay, you want to do that? That's such a good move, unfortunately. That is just a terrific move. That's a terrific move. How do I combat that? I mean, I can attack the queen, but he just takes. So that's not going to be fun. I can take here, where he probably would take with the queen. So boom, boom. Boom. Queen takes. I take. He takes. The knight is pinned. What if I just step back? But then he captures and I step up. Defend. Oh my god. Okay, we're stepping back. God damn it, dude. This is not what you want. I'm going to have to make this pawn push so that this guy's doing something. Because right now, this is weak. Or I get crazy and I bring a rook in. Add just like a layer of complication to this whole mess. Attack the queen again. I don't know what else to do. I can also push forward. Unfortunately, he's going to just attack my knight. This is kind of like a boxing match where like I'm punching out his queen, but he's going to punch me back. And then I'm going to have to go back again. So that's not fun. The only way this works is if he doesn't play that exact move. Okay. We jump back this way. We're jumping back, dude. This is sloppy. This is getting sloppy. I should have pushed forward, dude. Almost guaranteed that is a move that needs to be played. What if we capture? He captures back. What if I just go for this? Screw it. We're going for a pawn. That's what we're doing. In the middle of all this nonsense, I'm going for this pawn. That made me jump. I jumped. I mean, I take, correct? That covers really crucial squares from the knight at some point. And we're just applying pressure to this guy. And what are you going to really do about that, buddy? Your knight can't jump in. I took with a pawn. This guy is still blockaded, so temporarily that bishop sucks. Once this pawn moves 1 square forward, then, oh god, the bishop's quite scary. But as it stands right now, I'm blocking this little configuration of 3 pieces in a row is doing quite decent, and I might be inclined to take with the queen. We're taking with the queen. I got a pawn. What's up, boy? Got something. I got something. Tempo on the bishop. Rook is active. Rook has been activated heavily. Three minutes. Almost certainly these are the 2 moves that I'm thinking about right now. I guess I could potentially have this. Does that work for anything? This seems powerful, but this is kind of more powerful. I don't know which move is better. I'm just going to play this one. Just going to play that one. This bishop move that he played sucked. That was a bad bishop move. It disconnected his rooks. I mean, I guess what else was he going to do? Okay, so that covers basically everything that I didn't want it to cover. I can jump in. Where's this guy trying to go? We go here, here, here. This seems strong. We jump over here. He jumps over here. This guy's a little bit undefended. What if I launch this pawn, dude? Two minutes and 35 seconds against 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, dear Lord. What is going on? All right, we're going to just step over at the king. Not sure what else to do. Not sure what else to do. Can he infiltrate? I don't think so. We are then going to be just getting active with the rook. Potentially I could have gone for a rook trade there and that would have been better. But I'm thinking like, dude, my pieces are... They're on his side of the board. That is for sure. His bishop is kind of sucks. I don't see any like tactics to get in. That's just attacking the pawn. I can step forward. I also can just take and just say we're in an endgame. What if I step up? Probably he jumps back with check and I lose the game. So let's just get rid of the knight. I didn't see what else to do there. So that is going to be the strategy. We can then jump in attacking this rook. Rook's got to go somewhere. Then we hit you with this check. Rook's got to go all the way back. We're attacking the rook. We're going for this check. Once we get the check, we get rid of the bishop. My rook is still on the 7th rank. I'm ready to play something like this. I'm ready to play something like this. I'm ready to play something like this. I think my position is doing quite amazing right now. I'm only up a pawn, but we've got the same weaknesses, and I'm up the pawn. So as long as I don't play something completely stupid. That just hung a rook. Let's go. That just hung a rook. I think he needed to play what I was talking about. He needed to kind of defend against that, and he just didn't feel like doing it. So I think we will... We're going to jump in like this. Now I mop up. We get rid of the stupid bishop. I got 1 minute and 34 seconds. We can actually defend it like this, which is a sloppy move. I got my 3 pieces on dark squares. He's got a light square bishop. So I think we're doing all right. I can always just push this forward too. Defend it, bro. Defend it. I'm coming in with a fork if you defend with this rook. And I'll do it, bro. I will do it. Something's gonna give. Okay, so he goes for this. I think We step over, going for this. 1 minute and 16 seconds. I need to just play quickly and not blunder. Also, this is hanging, so I can grab this. He can attack the knight, but I think we just grab here. We're attacking this. He can play some sort of nonsense. Like this. But I can take. We give a check. Oh, you're losing the bishop. You can't even step up and defend. You got to step back. I'm grabbing this. This is held. Grab this one. I'm grabbing this one. You hit me with a check. I'm going to zigzag run away. We play this. Grab something, bro. I could have taken. I could have taken with check, but then I guess he runs forward. This guy's undefended. We give a check. Scared. I can always defend as well. 58 seconds. Okay. We're going to grab this one. It's just a bullet game. I got 55 seconds. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, bro. I got this. I'm ready to grab this guy next. He can defend it a lot of different ways. He grabs. Ready to play this. We got to get rid of this rook, essentially. It would just make my day. He resigns. We don't got to get rid of any rooks. Not today. Let's go, dude. 2 dubs back to back. I know the commentary of that game was not as good as it could have been, but let's hop into the analysis, see what we missed. I think that was a pretty good game. And here we are in the analysis, and hell yes, dude. I suffered so many losses in a row, so to have 2 back-to-back dubs feels good. Real good. And this game, I played 91% accurate, so a fairly decent game on my behalf. There was only a moment right here that I was down a pawn positionally. I didn't actually lose the pawn. It was just my position kind of sucked a little bit. That's kind of what this is saying. It's saying you didn't lose a pawn, but you suck at chess, and then this is where I'm crushing it. So out of the opening, didn't play that well, and there's definitely a move later on, rook a4, I'm quite proud of, and so let's just hop right on into it. I'm going to start a timer, and I'm going to take up like 2 or 3 minutes of your guys' time. We're going to fly through this. Stuff's going on, and he just immediately goes for the bishop. Now, I got tunnel vision and said, my bishop, but this pawn is hanging. I could have just straight up grabbed the pawn. Now, it's still equal, so I guess I could have rerouted and tried to replace my knight over here, but whatever, this pawn is definitely hanging. So I jump around with this bishop doing the zigzag technique, jump over with the knight, capture, capture, and now the pawn is like actually really seriously hanging, and I castled. Which, I mean, you got to castle. You got to castle, so I don't hate it, but that is for sure a free pawn. Now that pawn is defended, and we have a completely equal position. So some more moves are played. I capture and just give him the entire center, which I didn't need to do. We do something with the bishop. He does something with his bishop, and like I said, this bishop is going to be scary later on in the game, because if I ever move this knight just over here, and then I move the queen, he can take and ruin my pawn structure, which is not good. And if I ever move the knight, then he's just applying huge pressure to this g2 pawn that's not so easy to defend. So this bishop is a monster. It's the only light square bishop on the board. By far, this is like the best of all the pieces that aren't like queens, okay? If you see what I'm trying to say. So I scoot a rook over. It is one of the best moves. Let's go. We're just slowly improving. Then, rule of the least active piece. Every single one of my pieces is sort of doing something. We're undecided what we want to do with the queen. This guy has a job. This guy has a job. This guy has a job. This guy's on the semi-open file. So moving the knight is the best move. And literally the way that I found that move was not calculating anything. This is just how you can make small improving moves that are going to help your chess. Like, he's got a job, he's got a job, he's got a job, he's got a job. Pushing a lot of pawns doesn't really make any sense. These are the pawns in front of my king. I can't push, don't want to push, can't push, and don't want to push. And so that's how I found this move. Not because I'm like calculating anything. It's just Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky said, when you have every piece needs a job, look at them, which one is unemployed, give them a job. Okay? I don't know if he actually said that, but it was something along those lines, and I remember it. Rest in peace. And so we get this little fork here, and I was deliberating on which knight is better. They're both good. Who really cares? But this one is slightly better for reasons I'm not going to be able to explain. So we cash out on the bishop. We step up with the queen because you got to connect the rooks, and I'm having sort of ideas of like applying pressure to this pawn, maybe sneaking out this way, hopefully getting out of this nonsense, okay? So we step back with the bishop, best move. We jump over with the knight attacking the queen. He comes back, we go back, he steps back, and we could repeat the position. But in this position, I said, you know what? Rule of the least active piece. He's got a job, he's got a job, he's got a job. What is this guy doing? Well, he's never taken this, that's for sure. It's defended twice. So what about just like sliding up and applying pressure here? How are you going to defend that? Well, I got a good answer for you. You're not. You're not going to defend that. That's what we're doing. So we're straight up just attacking it twice. It's only defended once, and he has no way to defend it again. So he throws in this capture. I throw back a capture with the pawn. I'm taking with the pawn because, yes, it ruins my pawn structure, but more importantly, we can't let his knight arrive here. That's why. And if I did it with the queen, the knight can arrive here, and then I think I'm probably losing. So let's see. I'm still winning, but it's not as good as what I did. So we take with the pawn, and we cash out. We applied pressure here, and this is the move that I was proud of. Scooting up with the rook for two reasons. We got a lot of stuff going on in the middle of the board, and I just decide, what are you doing about that pawn, bro? And I'm proud of that. Least active piece and just making like a threat while all of this nonsense is going on and realizing it's going to be okay. And it was okay. We got the pawn. All these moves later, tempo on the bishop, only move is to step back and disconnect the rooks. My position is just slowly but surely getting better. Now, again, got a job, got a job, got a job. Let's scoot this guy over. I guess this is better because we're trying to like, whatever. But this is like the second best move. So we're sliding around. Again, sliding in is the more preferred move, but I like stepping over with the king. Everybody has a job but the king. All this game was for me was just like slowly improving stuff. We step over with the king. Now this rook is free to leave, and this guy, his rook, is not going to get into my position. So now my king even has a job. And we're getting off of this light diagonal if that ever becomes an issue in the future. So we slide in. It's not great. We trade off. It's not great. We jump in with the knight, and now I just have an immediate threat. Okay? Like, if he steps back, I'm still potentially just going to hit him with this check. He goes somewhere. I grab the bishop. You go here. I trade a rook. We go like this. I can slide in like this. And it's a draw. It's a draw, so if I did all of that, maybe that wouldn't have been great. But that is kind of what I had in my mind. Get rid of his light square bishop. So I'm grateful that that didn't happen, and he just hung his rook. And here on out, it's pretty simple. I'm up an extra piece, so all I got to do is hippity hop around with the knight. We're sliding around. We grab stuff. This right here is also very important. My rook is the only guy defending this knight. My rook cannot stay here, go here, here, here. I can slide all the way back, but then he just pushes another pawn. So literally every single square that is defending this knight is not going to work. And I can't play something like this because he'll just take my rook. So you always have to look for checks. 4 seconds and I found this move. Saves the game. If I didn't have this check, if the king was here, I'm probably just equal or losing or slightly better because I do have 2 rooks. But whatever. We step in, we grab, and then the rest is history. This is not super important. It's just clean up, and then it's mate in 2. I didn't see this move, I'm going to be honest, so he has to play this, and then there's nothing he can do to just not get mated on the side of the board. I didn't see that. To be honest with you, I probably should have been looking for that, but in this position, depends what he played. I kind of thought he was going to grab this. I don't think I was going to see this checkmate, dude. I might have, but I was probably going to give this. And I guess that's checkmate. Okay, so I was going to win one way or another. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you made it to the end, you are an absolute legend. Sorry for the analysis being longer than it needed to be. Please subscribe. Please watch my other videos. Please do anything to engage because it helps me out a lot. So if you made it this far, you might as well just like comment a thumbs up or something to help me out. So I love each and every one of you. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm feeling quite good about that one. So road to 2,000. We are back on the wagon. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2,000 on chess.com. Today is game number 50, actually. It says 49, but it's really 50, and I'm too lazy to edit any of that. We're going to pre-move c6 no matter what this opponent is playing. We got a 1860 from Indonesia. We have e4, c6, the Caro-Kann. We hop right on into it. The advanced variation, exchange variation, what we'll be having today. I'm hoping that all my settings are good. I'm actually streaming and recording at the same time. I've got 3 monitors, a brand new $1,500 PC. I am locked in and ready to play. And dude, my pieces move crisp. We're going to just make the impenetrable pawn structure right here. And we're going to have to decide what to do with this bishop. So we're going to go ahead and pin a knight. What can happen here is he can tickle me, tickle me, tickle me, tickle me, tickle me, tickle me. And then I have a space disadvantage. I'm going to just push this pawn so I have a place to go with my bishop. One thing that I've learned through my years of playing chess is to not waste time in the opening, because pretty much any move that you make is going to be all right. So definitely we've got this square where either one of his pieces can arrive there at some point, which is it's a cause for concern. Also, my bishop does not have that many great retreating squares, but we've already pushed the H pawn. Let's push the A pawn, bring the knight this way. This knight goes this way, and we castle, and then we just go into an even game of chess. So things are looking pretty good. I'm quite happy with what we got going on here. And like I mentioned, the bishop has scarce retreating options. So maybe trading for the knight was actually the best idea, but we're going to pretend like we're going to hang on to this bishop, even though once this happens, you got to capture it. You got to capture it. I don't think there's really a lot else we can do here. He castled. It's my turn to castle. He saw me pushing pawns on the side of the board. He wants to push pawns on the side of the board. It's a pushing pawns on the side of the board type of day. So oh, you want to play fast, buddy? You want to play fast? I'll teach you about playing fast. You have no idea how much bullet I play. Trade that off. Look how many pawns I have on light squares. I never even wanted that thing. Okay. Immediately we're going to hop the knight here. That was kind of the reason we went this way. And he just has decided to defend this pawn with literally every single piece in his position. So, I need to develop my queen. I don't know how to do so in a good manner, but I'm thinking, what if I jump this way? He could just reroute, and then my knight looks dumb. If he trades, I get to bring my queen. But you got to think, what happens if he doesn't do what I want him to do? What if this happens and he steps back with the knight? Am I really rerouting this way? Whose knight is better there? Yes, this is actually live. I'm recording, so I'm trying not to read the chat too much, guys. We're just playing a move because I don't want to go below on the clock. Don't want to go below on the clock. All of my pieces seem to be over here, and all of his pieces seem like they want to be coming this way. And so I'm going to have to figure out how to make that not happen. We're going to have to go for this pawn break. Without even thinking, from playing enough chess, I know that this is what you do. This is what... It gives a little bit of breathing room to my position, where if he doesn't take, I'm able to take, and this is going to destabilize his position slightly. Pushing forward doesn't make sense. This diagonal is scary. We're going to just go ahead and capture. No calculation needs to be done by me. If he takes with the knight, we're going to take back. Then the rooks see each other. I'm cool with that. Okie dokie. So he's got some gentlemen that are kind of trying to invite themselves to my party. But like I said, I think bringing the queen this way is going to be my best course of action here. This bishop is blunted temporarily. This seems flimsy, but it gives a good square for my knight. But that seems really, really committal. Okay, we're going to try and just step back. Stepping back's not normally what you want to do in a game of chess, but that is what we're going to be doing today. And I like my rook better than his rook. And we're staying even on the clock. I'm locked in, boys. We're taking this buddy down. Alright, I'm sensing a little bit of hostility here, so just trading off everything seems decent to me. Like, I was getting a little bit spooked. Alright, we just played a bunch of moves very quickly. I have the opportunity to enter the enemy's position. That seems strong. But what does not seem strong is letting his queen in. What about that? That? Ooh. How does that endgame look for me? Now we've got 7 minutes to finish an endgame. We're also going to have this, so I could just step up and then go for this. You have to block, but then I can get in with check at some point. So what about this? Take, take. surely he attacks, and then I just block. He's going to start rerouting with that knight. I'll come here. He'll block. This move actually seems like it might be it. What if he ignores it? No, that's a thought. This. What I'm worried about is what if he just comes into my position? I don't have check. The knight covers. I don't have any sacrifice. My knight has really no forward momentum. Yeah, that's kind of what I saw coming, and that's a little bit of a bummer, so we're going to just step back because we need to defend this pawn and this pawn, and unfortunately that's just the way this is going to go. He can just, like, repeat the position. Yeah, he can do that if he wants. He wants this next. We don't want to allow that. Does the knight want to come over here? We can't. Oh my god, that's what he's trying to do. Okay, we're challenging this open file. He wants to bring the rook over, defended by the queen, with tempo gaining the open file. That's not happening. That's not happening to me. We're threatening. This is what we're doing, where you're going to have to enter. I take, you take. I have a passed pawn, like, we step in, you step in, I block. There's this problem again. Gosh darn it. Do we lock down his weakness over here? I'm not convinced that move was good. My knight sucks. His knight also kind of sucks. But now if we play this, say he slides in. If I capture, you capture. Too many threats going on there. We step in. You step back. Let's do this just because we could block with the rook, potentially. Here, block with the rook. Say he slides in like so. Do I step up, dear lord, with the king and defend everything? Chess is so ridiculously tricky. No, you can't do that. I'm attacking yours. Or you can just ignore it, dude. This guy sucks. You are no fun to play chess with. I will have you know, buddy. I can trade. I am lower on the clock. And what if I take? If he takes with the rook, I step in like so. Only move. We step back, trying to challenge something here. Let's do this because I think it makes it simpler. We get into the enemy position. With tempo on this guy. Yeah, so that was forced. And now what I'm thinking is we want to go here. Got to do something with your pawn, don't you? You have to push us. We hit you with check. He steps up. Here, check. Say he steps up. What if I just come over here? I do have to remember, I'm like fighting for a draw here. I'm not like winning or anything. So I have to make moves that are very like reasonable, or I throw it away to a loss. This just seems strong. I'm coming into your position with check. Like, it has to be good, right? I just don't see a follow-up after this. This is not good. It's just discoveries all over. All I'm seeing is this. What about push? Push. I don't see it, bro. Here, here. What is he trying to accomplish? My mouse is glitching. It's one of these moves, dude, and I'm not sure which one. I'm just gonna make a move. Both are probably a draw, but one of them was better. I spent way too long thinking about a move that arguably didn't matter. Like, this is what I want, but does it accomplish anything? My rook can never leave this open file, by the way. Like, if he plays this move, I'm in a lot of trouble. I mean, that lets me in with check, no? I don't see... We have this, where you step up. Here. You step up, I hate you with check. Wait, let's just do this, 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 and grab a pawn. Then we hit you with this check. And then if I grab this pawn, then it gets dicey. If he plays this, we force the trade. Take, take. He starts bringing the king. He would catch me. But at the cost of me grabbing this pawn, then I'm in an endgame of a pawn. 1 minute and 51 seconds on the clock. You want to trade like so? I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy. I could, like I said, I could just trade. He steps... This guy's a good chess player. He would reroute with the knight attacking my weakness. But I could always check and step back. Okay, so boom, boom, check. He steps in. I step back. The knight comes in. I take. His king is active. So I give this check. Probably he steps here. I grab this pawn. You come over here. I freaking hate chess, dude. Here. Here. I just block. What am I talking about? He comes here, I block. This is covered. My heart's beating fast, boys. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm totally winning. I'm gonna just try and slip that buddy to the promised land. I'm not even gonna care about what's going on over here. He's got this, and a check, but I just step up. I don't see a reason to be afraid. And we always just have take. Don't forget that. Take, take. Check. If you take here, this one runs. So here, here, check. You'd have to take. I push. I think this wins. This might be this. this. No, he doesn't. 36 seconds. I might even trade. If I get a queen, dude, I might even just trade it for this knight. Get mated, buddy. Get mated. Let's go, dude. Let's go. And here we are in the analysis, and oh boy, did I need that freaking win, dude. I've been fighting to get to 1900. I'm 1874 now, so I feel pretty good about that one, and I don't think there was really a lot of moments that I was in trouble that game. I kind of just grabbed a pawn, grabbed another pawn, and we were good to go. And so let's fly right into this. We're going to spend not very much time on this analysis because I got to go to bed and go to work. So this is a Caro Khan, the C4 variation. I'm not really sure what the name of this is, but they play C4 at some point. Bishops come out, we trade off equally, and then, yeah, this is what I was worried about. I mean, not worried about it, but this is what I saw coming. Like, this square is kind of yours. Yes, the knight is pinned right now, but he's going to castle out of that, and then the knight will see this square. Right now, the knight doesn't because he's pinned, so he can't move. Okay. And now I push the pawn, taking away this square, so this is always important to do. Push the pawns on the side of the board. If you're not that good at chess, but you're decent at chess, you want to make moves like this for two reasons. It gives the bishop a place... My mouse is glitching out. You see that? Gives your bishop a place to hide. And keeps pieces from coming forward. Okay, either way. Let's go a little bit faster to the part of the game that actually mattered. We castled. Knight's moving around. Rook's moving around. Obviously, we trade off my light square bishop because I have like 90% of my pawns on light squares. We start shuffling around, and it was this moment here that I got nervous. And you know to play a move right here, f6, only by years of experience. I'm sorry, but you're only going to be able to find this in the right moment. And if you weren't thinking about making this move, you're just not there. You're just not there with your chess. And so I remember back in the day when I didn't know about this f3 move, and I lost a lot of games because of it. The general theme here is too many pieces on this side of the board. Let's draw this box. Too many pieces in this box over here. And where are his pieces? Very easy access to this side of the board over here. Okay? So you play f3. Get a little bit of breathing room. And this is a blunder because I can just grab the pawn attacking the queen. Is that what it is? This position here is a plus 2.5 or minus 2.5 for black. Why is this so good? That's a draw? That's not what I would have played. That's mate. Okay. Okay, whatever. Man, that's crazy. This position right here. I'm completely winning by so much. Look at this evaluation right here. Absolutely insane. Doesn't happen. Gives me the chance to do it again. The pawn break did make sense. I thought about it for a second, but I was like, once I push this guy forward, yes, it gets a good square for my knight, but then I just have an undefended pawn in the middle of the board, and I was like, he'll have a way of just like stacking every single piece he has against it. So this was the best move. You'll only find a move like this when you're better than I am at chess. So I go for the draw. He's still slightly losing, but my pieces are getting more active than his, and they get active with tempo here. So we're bringing the knight, and finally, oh, I find the clutch winning move. Yes, we attack, give the check, and we grab the pawn, unafraid, because now if he grabs the open file, we're defended. You're not getting in, baby. Not getting in, and everything's getting attacked and defended. All right, so at this point, I am just kind of crushing. Okay. -5 position. I guess there's probably a lot of different ways that I could win this, but the easiest is to start pushing my outside pass pawn, or almost all the way outside pass pawn. At this point, you know what I mean? Like, how is he really going to stop this pawn? That's what I thought. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love each and every one of you. I will, another video is going to come up if you want to watch it. Please don't be shy. I'm going to look at this chat for a second and say goodbye to everybody, but I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. If this is your first time here, or if this is your 100th time here, we are doing what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 on chess.com. Currently, we are rated 1840. I started this entire series at 1834, and this is game number 40. That is a lot of fours going on. E4. One more 4 to add to the party. Now let's make sure we got E4, E5. Let me fix this thing over here. The audio is good, everything's good. Are you guys ready to watch me absolutely demolish this guy with the bishops opening? E4, E5, bishop, C4, my favorite opening in all of chess. We're hoping he brings the bishop, or he brings the knight and the bishop. If he plays this, you know what? We're going to see how prepped up is he against this knight sacrifice. He doesn't want to do it, so what we do is we defend the center, and we're going to have to trade this pawn when he pushes it. The downside of that is we don't have time to push this. Okay, he's not playing the moves that I'm thinking he's going to play. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. If you play A5, I play A4. That's all I know. That is all I know. When that happens, you just copy him. So it's looking like we're going to be castling kingside. So I'm going to bring this knight. We still got to just develop our pieces. Capturing this knight makes absolutely no sense. And this knight is a little bit... I mean, he's going to reroute to some delectable squares, but he's just electing to push some pawns forward. So we're going to just stick with the game plan of getting my pieces developed. Like, really nothing exciting has happened yet. That's a tad bit annoying, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. That makes me think that I want to step up here. The only problem with that is if I ever try and reroute something to get rid of this knight, this C2 pawn is sort of being attacked. You know what? I'm going to step back with my knight. I know that's a weird move, but he made a weird knight move into my position. I'm making a weird knight move to get his knight out of my position. We are not letting this knight just hang out outposted on this square. If he goes back, I'm going to just go back. And if he comes back, we'll go back. And I'll take the draw because I get 1 elo. Okay, so we're going to take this. Yes. And almost indubitably, we are going to need to be castling this way. So let's go ahead and do that. We're a little bit afraid to push this pawn forward because then I just get, like, you know, I'm going to get trapped at some point there. So we got to do something here. So let's step up. We're eyeing this pawn. We're eyeing this pawn. Things are happening. Things are happening. If he pushes this pawn forward, all of a sudden, maybe we get a hole. Okay, I want to trade that off. We're going to give him the open file looking at my king. But I can take a free pawn, no? Also attacking another pawn? Is there a huge downside of this? We can even step in. Threaten a queen trade. Because I'm going to push and he's going to push here. We grab... You know what? Sometimes you got to take a gamble. And I'm thinking the B7 pawn is normally a poisoned pawn. But in this situation, is it actually? I will be grabbing 2 B pawns. One of them was formerly known as an A pawn, but not anymore. So we grab. He pushes. I take. Say you take here. Maybe I just grab this. I'm thinking we go for it. We take. We take. You step over. I take this. You take here. I take back. You attack my queen. I slide out of there. He's going to grab this pawn. So what's better? Boom. 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 We slide back attacking the rook getting in. That looks decent for me. He doubles up, but maybe we at that point like challenge this. I'm kind of trusting my gut here. He's got the center, so if I can grab an extra pawn, we're doing all right. Grab this. You push. I have to take. That's the only move. You attack me. I'm taking this pawn. All right, we're going for it. I potentially am going to lose these 2 pawns for these 2 pawns. Grabbing this. Am I going to lose this somewhere along the way? I think I jump forward. I think this is going to be the move that needs to be played. You attack my knight. I'm jumping in. You take this pawn. I'm hitting you with this fork. You attack my queen. I take your queen. You take my queen. I take this pawn. Maybe I need to shut up. Maybe I need to shut up and play some gosh darn good chess. We can also attack the queen. I don't know if that's going to do anything good. This is surely happening at some point, so I like the idea of bringing the knight. You attack, I take. You take this pawn. Maybe I hit you with this fork. You step over. I take with check. Something steps up. I slide back. I'm scared, but I am up a pawn. That's the name of the game. Now, definitely this is a situation. This fork is a situation. Also, this fork is a situation. This knight is very well placed right now. Undefended, but well placed. Probably the rook is coming in. Say the rook comes in. I think we have to grab this. If you step back, I take this with check, and then freaky stuff is happening. I am not losing this game of chess. I need to just start playing more confidently. I need to speak more confidently and play more confidently. And for that, please subscribe. I'm gonna do my best. I'm trying to be a good chess YouTuber, but I'm not that good at chess is the real issue here. So other chess YouTubers can be like blah 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 blah, confidence in their moves. Not me, because half of the moves could be a blunder. As you can see from my rating, I have not gained any elo. 6 elo after 40 games. That's not what you want to see. Should I be calculating the position? I'm losing on the clock. If he plays this, I'm grabbing the pawn. If he takes this, does that trap my queen? I think I can just... Oh. I can move the knight. Say I move the knight. He's probably stepping back at that point. By golly, do I just capture? This is the move that's crying out to me. It defends against this as well. Is this good? No, that just walks into my queen getting trapped. So we will not be playing that. All of the squares are actually taken, so this is defended by the knight. So I'm thinking we play this. Say you capture here. I think I just take with check. You have to take. I take. Wait a minute. This is a huge threat. I'm threatening to just win the bishop. And if you step back, I'm also threatening to just win the bishop. And maybe just skedaddle out of there. Where if you capture, I capture, you capture, I capture. Okay. Be brave. Play brave moves. This defends against my queen getting trapped. Temporarily. Everything is on the light squares. This bishop does cut off important squares at some point. When the bishop's not doing nothing. He could just throw in a pawn capture here, but I am so okay with just trading the queens and going into an endgame with 5 minutes against 7 minutes. I like my position, boys. I like my position. Don't only speak too soon, but we're due for a dub. We're up 3 pawns. How could I not like my position? I'm up 3 pawns. I'm going to lose 1, almost surely. Like, this is a thing, and these pawns are not necessarily the strongest of gentlemen. But what's so great is I'm threatening this with check. What do we do if he brings the knight? I think we just don't care. We just capture. You capture with the knight. And I come back and capture this. Oh my god. Taking this with check clears an escape square for my queen as well. My queen is... Like, if a rook does ever make it to this file, my queen is very, very trapped. The knight is blocking my only escape. But if this knight moves, and this knight moves, this queen gets out. Okay, so I'm up a bunch of pawns. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This I don't love. Oh my goodness. Are you ready for this? He captures... Oh, if he captures, the rook attacks my queen. I was looking at this. Triple skewer. But I think it's time to skedaddle out of here with my queen. We have 3 passed pawns. If I screw up this endgame, I swear to God, I'm going to smash my computer. I think we just skate out of here. That also defends against this. So I think this is going to be the move to play. His pawns are also doubled. I'm in a completely winning endgame right now. Now we step over here. Wait a minute. Okay, for a second I was like, did that just hang the rook? But no, it did not. If I go here, he's just bringing another rook. I like this. It kind of threatens the trade of queens, where if you take, I take. You're going to win this pawn. But we get the queens off the board. He's going to take. I can take with the rook. You take here. Maybe I defend. You're going to bring the other rook to attack it. I got to push. What about this? This. I'm playing this move. I kind of just want to get these queens off the board. This stupid... I don't want to capture because it brings the knight, for one. But I don't really want to allow him to capture and just get this pawn back for free. And a long time ago, I wanted to push b3, but I didn't want to trap my bishop on the outside of this pawn chain. My bishop was out here on these two squares. If you remember, c4 and c5, d5. Trying to remember my coordinates. I suck at coordinates. Now hear me out. Oh. I'm potentially just thinking, like, what if we just defend? I need to defend, do I not? You capture and I take back with tempo. This becomes an idea. This is sort of an idea. Pushing forward doesn't really work. This doesn't really work. We push. You take. I take. You bring this. I attack the queen. I don't know. We jump forward like so. No, because then you just take. I might just start pushing this pawn. If I push this and lock this in, I'm up 3 pawns. Like, I can lose some pawns here. I'm fairly certain. Like, I might just push. Say you grab. I push. You can't block. This bishop's a god. So I don't want to play too slow, but we're going to play this first. Sort of. I feel like that just had to be a good move. These are my passed pawns. I got to put my pieces behind it. And my bishop is conveniently looking over to this side of the board where the stuff needs to go. And so if he's not careful, I'm going to, like, push, push, push. Push, 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 push. I don't know if it necessarily needs to go like that, but it could. And now if he does take back like this... Okay, so he's going for the bishop. Let's do this. Where if he takes, I take with the pawn. I could probably even... There's a case to be made for taking it with the queen. But let's just keep it simple. We're going to launch this and launch this. Like, we have 3 connected passed pawns. What does that do? I don't know, but I think we have to start pushing this one. This is my closest to being a passed pawn. We're going to push it. Don't let me get mated. I should maybe play something like this. Literally don't care about these 2 pawns. I'm up 4 pawns. So if we can just trade off some stuff. Like, I'm just going to push these pawns and get them as advanced as I possibly can. This is also a move. This is also a move. Like, we're going to turn the game. I got 1 minute and 52 seconds. We are turning this game into me pushing past pawns. What did that do? Push, push. He's threatening this, but I don't know if I care about that. Something is going to have to happen over here. I'd like to have another pawn to escort him. All we have to be worried about is this. Nothing is attacking this pawn temporarily, but I'm cool with him grabbing at least one of them. I don't want him grabbing this one with check. Pushing this. You can't bail out. I push. You take. I take. Okay, yeah, he had to play that. Did he not? Okay, this is the new idea. That is the new idea. Bringing rooks is also yet another idea. I shouldn't have maybe put my queen in front of this pawn, but at least he's playing without a rook now. Like, that rook is more or less not doing anything cool, and I'm ready to sacrifice my queen. where he takes and I make a new queen. You take here. Yeah, you have to defend against this. Playing this would work. But then I might just step over and start pushing these babies. Also, this is a thing. I do need to be playing a lot faster though. I don't want to lose this on the clock. Root for me, boys. This is going to be my first dub in like 4 games. I deserve this so bad if I get it. And I should, if I don't screw this up. I should be happy even having 1 pawn. I think this is the move that needs to be played. I'm going to lose some pawns here. I'm going to lose some pawns. Like, this is hanging. No, it's not. The queen is hanging. You got to take, right? But that separates my past pawn potential. Got 1 minute on the clock. He doesn't really want to trade his stuff. Defended. You got to go for this, right? You got to want to grab this pawn. Getting ready to push this next. Okay. For sure we trade this. Potentially we just give a check first. I don't know if we needed to do that. Slide back, attacking the queen. And this super spooky diagonal. And we're going to just start pushing this pawn. 54 seconds. I can do this. 100% I can do this. I could just step back and start pushing stuff. But my king is weak on this diagonal. That's the only thing that I gotta be worried about. And I am attacking the rook. That is one other thing to note here. We push this pawn. I also have checks now. That is useful to note. Chess is so stressful, boys. 47 seconds. You are not grabbing my pawns and you're not mating me in the corner over here. I'm pushing this. We are also attacking the queens. We're going to push this. That's covered. I'll trade the queens, bro. God damn it. Fudge. Now I'm only up a pawn, dude. And I maybe just hung mate. I can flag him, actually. No! Dude, it was never meant to be. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, I know you were rooting for me. Or at least I hope you were. How do I throw a freaking endgame and I hang mate in 1, dude? I just didn't want the rep. Dude, chess is infuriating. And here we are in the analysis, and I cannot believe at how bad I am at chess. Like, just plain and simple, I can't believe how bad I am at chess. I had a +5 position for like 30 moves in a row, and the reason I hung mate in 1 is because I was afraid of a draw that wasn't even existent. Like, I'll show you guys what I was talking, like what I'm thinking. What I was thinking in that end position, I thought he had some sort of a repetition. I could block it 2 different ways, so it didn't make any sense why I was afraid of like whatever I was afraid of. And so this whole opening, you can call it accurate, not accurate, whatever you say, it's an equal position after move 12. So there we go. We have successfully gotten out of the opening. None of that was super important. We trade off the bishops, and we do get this pawn. The best line. We grab this pawn. Best line. Grab this pawn. Not the best line. Second best line. Grab this pawn. And dude, I'm just up a plethora, an absolute army of pawns. And I know my camera's lagging. That's because the The engine is Stockfish is running full blast. Okay, we trade off the bishop. I have a +5 position. Oh man, maybe I gotta turn this thing off. You guys can't see it, but you see that? +4. It was +5 after I traded the bishop, but I still like trading the bishop. It makes things simpler. We'll resize this a little bit. We trade. We slide back with the queen. We get attacked. We step over, forcing a queen, or like threatening a queen trade. Defend a pawn. Trade the pawn. You trade. Taking back with the queen. I said there was a case to be played for taking it with the queen. It's actually 1 point better of material to take with the queen because I need the computer now. Okay, it just likes this endgame better. Okay, I didn't. I took with the pawn. I guess that exposes my king more. I like having this pawn here was definitely kind of useful. If I would have taken with the queen, I wouldn't have hung checkmate and won. So now that I'm thinking about this, this is my marshmallows protecting my king. Okay, we take back. We push the pawn. We push the pawn. We push the pawn. Threaten a queen trade. Cool. He steps up. Push another pawn because I just didn't want to hang this one. But yes, I'm going to lose this pawn, but we get rid of a pair of rooks in the meantime. So we trade this off. Give a check for really no reason. We step back, defending against this scary diagonal square. This is my back rank problems. He steps over, and I push a pawn. Now, at some point, I felt like I needed to be pushing these 2 pawns together. I could have just simply invested in this one, and we probably would have been all right. I'm up 2 pawns, and it's these 2. So as long as I don't lose both of them, we're chilling. So there's some scary ideas here. So the whole reason that I give this check is to step back like this. So I give a check to step back to block my second rank. All right, I don't want to deal with problems there. We step back, blocking the second rank, supporting the pawns. He steps up. In this position, why did I not push this pawn? This is the one that is going to become the queen. This is my past, like the stronger passed pawn. And he's only got a queen and only got a rook. So even if the queen and rook are here, we're chilling. He's never actually taking the pawn. So all I have to do is push this pawn. And he's the only formation that stops him really is like you got to put something here or here. Push the wrong pawn. It's still completely winning. He steps in. I step up to push this. He defends against it. I did not see it. I for some reason thought when I pushed you had to take with the queen, and I would take like this and he would take like this and this pawn would run. He takes with the rook. So now I'm hit with tilt. Now I'm hit with tilt. I lost one of my pawns. Now I'm only up a pawn. I'm hardly even winning this endgame anymore. But I'm still actually very much winning this endgame because this passed pawn is just too strong. So at some point I'm going to give it up and grab more pawns and we'll go into like some sort of endgame where I'm able to have a second passed pawn. Like I'll give this up, but I'll grab this and this is the new passed pawn. Potentially. We step over. He gets on my 7th rank, 2nd rank. I block. He gives this check. I block because the reason I didn't want to step up is because I saw this check. I saw this check was covered, but I saw this check all the way along here. And I was like, oh wait, what if I block here, check? I can't push this pawn because of the rook's here. I don't know. I just got scared. So he steps up. And I hang mate and 1 with 30 seconds on the clock. And so the whole reason after this that I didn't play this move, because I was scared of check, up, check. I was scared of that. I can block like this. I can block like this. There's 2 different ways to block it. 2 different ways to block it. Both of them are fine. And then I lose the game of chess. So officially, my elo is lower than what it was 40 games ago. I'm at 1831. I started the whole thing at 1834. I'm right back where I started. Just now I have 40 more games of experience. And I've definitely like won. Maybe it's slipping down to like, I guess it has to have been half, right? I went up and now I'm down. So I had a really strong first half of this series. Like I won like 10 games and only lost like 2. So that was the start. But since then it's been like 65-35. Like I'm losing 65% of the time, winning 35% of the time. Please subscribe. If you like that video, I got other ones coming up. There's games where I actually win. You should go watch game number 24. That's a banger game. Please subscribe. I'm going to go to bed. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be doing what we're always doing. For one, look at this. Chess.com is giving me ads. Chess.com sucks, but what we're going to be doing is trying to become rated 2,000 on Chess.com. The game is starting in like 2 seconds. Hold your horses. I know people don't like intros. I play a random person on Chess.com and I post the game, win or lose, draw, whatever. No matter what, I post the game. So I have no idea what type of game this is going to be. We're hopping into it right now. Will I have the white pieces, the black pieces? Who knows? A higher rated, lower rated opponent. And we play c6. Caro Kann is what we have. e4, Caro Kann. Maybe the exchange variation. And I think we bring this knight first. Go for a pin. Then bring the knight. I think this is pretty standard stuff. I'm just going to step back. We're not trading for this knight immediately. We're going to step forward, defend our pawn in the center. We're going to break this pin like so. And kind of the bummer about this, like, I can't kick his bishop out like so, because he just steps back. And then after this move, I step forward, and once he captures, I have to capture like this. And the pawn structure with my pawns on these squares kind of sucks. So I'm just going to castle because I'm not 100% sure what I want to do here. But we're going to have to just... This diagonal is getting way too spicy. Way too spicy. In this game, we're going to be capturing towards the center here. Yes, this opens up the H-file. Our opponent is playing incredibly quickly here. It looks like he's gearing up on a little knight jump forward. So we're going to do a little gallop backwards with our knight. That's a real threat on this bishop right here. So he's probably going to trade. But this E5 square... This E5 square is definitely of interest. He could just step back. Yeah. Decent move. And we'll just do a little repeat. He can still jump in, but we can just take. If he takes with the bishop, we just step back. He steps back. We go back to where we were. I'm sensing that we want to do this. The downside of grabbing the bishop is he attacks the knight. Whereas if I jump this way, what am I talking about? If we can grab a bishop, we're going to just do it. And I don't actually need to step back with this knight. We could try and do something else. I just don't like this knight looking at all of these critical squares. He's going to have sacrifices and stuff here. So potentially we challenge. He brings the knight. We take. He replaces it with another knight. If we step forward, this pawn hangs. There's going to be sacrifices galore. So let's just make a move and not be losing on the clock. Not lose on the clock. We're going to play this. And just try and trade everything off. I feel like his pieces are better and more active than mine, so I'm okay with the prospect of just trading everything. We're going to be taking with the knight first, so that at least in this position we'll have the option of taking with the bishop or not. But this dude plays quickly. The sacrifice, he goes for it. Dear Lord. I mean, we take back and he's jumping in with the pawn. What if we sacrifice here? You have to take back, no? I hit you with this check. You step somewhere. I mean, I have to capture. I'm not going to just ignore that. I feel like that move had to be played. He takes with the queen. Now. Moment that separates the men from the boys. I'm up a pawn of material. So up the exchange, down a pawn. However you want to look at it. But I'm thinking we just step in. That does a few different things. Loses another pawn for one. Terrific. This dude is playing so quickly. Hip, hip, hooray. We gotta figure out what to do with this bishop. This pawn is also weak. Oh, I could have just stepped up. Maybe this was the right move. If we can get into an endgame. Like, I'm up a piece. He's still thinking about bringing this frickin' knight. And I'm thinking about maybe stepping up and attacking this rook. But we're going to have to argue about this open file right here. I think I might be winning. I'm not sure. Like, he's up some pawns. Like, he's up a lot of pawns. But if we keep the rooks, if I keep at least one rook, then mopping up the pawns in some sort of an endgame might not be too incredibly difficult. What if we step up? He hits us with a check. We take back like this so that this doesn't come with a threat. He steps back, and then it's rook, rook versus knight, rook, rook, and a bunch of pawns. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure who's winning this. It's probably still equal, but if I'm not able to at least grab a couple pawns, his pawn structure is also pristine. So it's like, I've got this extra bishop, and that's awesome. But his pawn structure is good, and his king is safe. My king is not that safe, and my pawn structure is horrendous. So we're going to have to come up with a game plan. Getting my knight to one of these squares. Okay. If I take, he's just stepping in. Probably I have to go back. Or do I attack the knight in that case? Or the rook? That actually doesn't seem so dumb. Step in, he takes. In between move, attack the rook. I mean, if you take here, I'm just taking. So we're going to go for it. In between move. Say you hit me with a check, I just take the rook. Say you capture here, I just take the rook. Say you take here, I take the pawn. You hit me with a check, I block. This is a scary move to play, but we're going to go ahead and play it. He's got to skedaddle out of here. Oh my goodness. We step back. We could attack him again, but he's really just going to hit us with this check. And then I might step forward. But yeah, dude. It's getting sketchy. This is a good game of chess. We have some serious imbalance going on. Fairly certain I need to play this. Or is this better? No, we're playing this. He can hit us with a check. He can hit us with a check. We really wanted to step forward. But unfortunately, this pawn is weak. Terrific. I want to get my pieces active, dude. I haven't even got to move this rook yet. And this might be the game plan. Like, he can attack this. I can always just defend it. If he attacks like so, I hit him with this. So that would be nice. So he can't attack this any other way than doing something like this or this. Which I think I could just defend. But dear lord, what if he doubles up on it and then I end up losing this pawn trading a rook? That's not what you want to see. At least we're equal on the clock. I hope you guys are rooting for me. I really just don't want to lose this game. I'm doing my best to get better at chess. And it's not going so great. But for the first time in the game, I do have a time advantage. If I can trade one of his rooks, then I feel quite strongly about this endgame. Yeah, so he wants to attack. I'm fairly certain that just defending. If he doubles up, I attack here. Where if you take, I take, you take, I take, you attack. This is a way to develop with a threat. Say he pushes forward. Oh my goodness. He's got this. This. Capture. Take. Take. Say he pushes. Yeah, this move might not be super fun. Unbelievably, this pawn is so annoying. Say he pushes. I might try and play this. Where he has to defend, no? And then I can push forward where it's defended. And we step back like this, defending more stuff. But the problem with doing anything here is he pushes this pawn. Am I supposed to bring the king behind the pawn here? Also, I could just push forward. Sorry, I got my nicotine thing. So take, push, capture. That loses. Instantly it loses. So I think this is the only other option. Where you can double up on it, but I can defend. Like, say he does double up. I have this defending. Where he probably would play this. I can capture here. Kicks me out, kicks me out, kicks me out. I still don't love my position. Oh my goodness. If I play here, he's just going to push. So what if I step up? Is that a crazy move to play? You capture, 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 capture. I think this move might make sense. We step forward. I'm going for this. That's the pawn we're worried about. You capture here. I take. There's no check. Bishop's defended. What if he captures like this? Is it the same? Capture, capture. Why did I burn all of my freaking time on that? Check here. And we grab the pawn. We also have this check. Here. We can play this, where he has to do something. How do I defend this stuff? Don't know which pawn is more important. This freaking sucks, dude. Cool, he grabbed my thing. We need to figure out a way to get this rook activated. This freaking army. And I can't even step over because he's going to have this. Jeez Louise. I got to start bringing the king somehow. It's literally a 1-on-3 and a 1-on-3. Yeah, he wants to play this. Awesome. Dude, I don't know what to do here. And now I'm losing on the clock again. I just feel like I'm getting, like, suffocated somehow. But I still feel like I have the best winning chances other than these freaking pawns. I don't even know what to think. This is a serious game of chess right now. He's going to probably start bringing the king, so I can't even infiltrate with the rook. We're exactly even on the clock. Here, I capture, capture, capture. We step up. You push forward, I take. Say you take. That's not going to happen. Okay, I step up, push, take. Here, 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 here. Here. I don't know what to do. Push, capture, capture, take. He's got 1 minute on the clock. We're stepping up. And all of a sudden, we have less than 1 minute on the clock. "24 seconds. I think I've got this, boys." "18 seconds. He can defend, but he can't defend everything, can you? Also, I can just take here. Or I take with check. He's definitely got this. But unfortunately, I'm going to get this pawn over here. That's not how you want to win. And is it a draw? No, because I'm going to be able to step back on this diagonal and eventually push the king back, or he's going to have to make a move. Let's look at this with the computer. Glad I got the dub, but that was a stressful game, guys. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, losing a game of chess. Just kidding. I'm going to try my darndest to win this thing. This dude is an 1800. We're going to be playing a 10-minute game of chess against a random opponent on chess.com. I'm going to do my best to explain things and be entertaining and win the game of chess. We are playing e4, c6, the Caro-Kann. I play this literally every single game I have ever played in chess. Okay, we have the advanced variation. I'm going to go with the main line because it's the only move that I know in this position. There's definitely a fancy pawn push. Gotham Chess recommends that. I'm not fancy enough for that. First, we push this pawn. Then we're going to be going for pushing this pawn. All right, so I still know this like the back of my hand. I've played this a million times, so nothing new, nothing fancy yet. When they develop the bishop, you bring the queen. Now we have reinforced the pawn a few different ways. Probably they bring the knight. Okay, so if he plays this, I think... Is this something new for me? I think I push forward and then I have tempo winning this skewer. If I take, he's just going to take back and I can't actually jump forward because he already has the queen threatening here. So I haven't faced this move. Okay, so I don't know this like the back of my hand anymore. I think we step forward and we just go for a quick little queen pin, which could work. Or he castles out of it. Terrific. We're going to bring a knight this way. We're going to bring a knight this way. Probably he's still got some ideas of doing some stuff. And I think we're going to just be patient here and bring the knight. I'm blocking the bishop. But from what I understand at chess, getting the knight here is more important than the bishop being able to see all the way this way. Okay. Okay. So now we're actually into a game of chess. We've played our first, 10 moves. Now we have a position that we have not both played a million times. I'm jumping forward with this knight. The major drawback of this is this diagonal. Like, my bishop has no good squares. I only have this square. And this is the only retreating square for, like, not both my knights, but it's really the only retreating square that makes sense. If I take, that reinforces his center. If I take, it's just bringing his knight. Let's take and bring the knight. Then take the bishop. I'm going to be also trading. This is defended, okay. I will then be stepping up with my bishop this way. We're covering these two squares from this knight moving into the position, and I'm getting ready to castle this way. I got to bring a rook this way. He's going to launch this pawn at some point, and there's going to be a little pawn break here, but I think we're going to be all right. We do have the bishop versus knight endgame. That is one thing to note, and we're completely equal on the clock, and I'm slightly better in rating. Okay, so he attacks, so I'm stepping back. Didn't even think about it for a second. But if this knight tries to get to the square that it wants to be on, I'm trading it off. I don't even care. We're trading it off. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm unable to castle. So I think what we're going to do is attack the queen. Queen can go a lot of different places now. What's important about that is this move is now defended to then get here, where he will step back. We can trade off. I'm doing my best, boys. I'm doing my best. The problem is my queen is undefended here. So if he does step back, I can't move the knight yet. I'm essentially pinned, so I'm going to have to at least waste one move bringing the rook over. But is that such a terrible move? Is that really such a terrible move? He's got the time to, like, start making other moves. No, he doesn't. I'm attacking the queen. What am I talking about? Okay, so he hits me with the pin. Almost certainly I need to castle out of this, so I needed to castle. We're going to just go ahead and do that. Looks like he wants to bring the knight and checkmate me. I'm not a huge fan of that happening, so I'm kind of not opposed to, like, stepping back and defending with my knight this way. I could just push this pawn forward. I could also go for a pawn break right now in the center, where if you take, I bring the rook. If you jump in, I attack and defend like this. No, you're attacking the pawn. Okay, so if I go for this, the knight getting in threatens these two with a fork. So we're not going to play that. Let's just stop the knight from going to the danger scary square. Let's just do that. I feel like that's probably the best plan. And then my knight is going to have to come back over here. So my knight's going to probably end up on one of these squares, which is a decent plan. It's a decent plan. I got to get my last piece in the game. I haven't moved this rook, just like he hasn't moved this rook, and he can hardly even move this rook. It's kind of locked in the corner. Now that I'm thinking about this, why did he bring... So he wants to mate me. I think we have to go for this move. So we're going to go for it. This pawn is not being attacked. That also enables my queen to get over here. I can also just capture, ruin the pawn structure, and my queen is still able to get over here. This pawn is weak. Okay, so he captures. I'm for sure going to capture here with the rook, with the idea of being able to double. Okay, if I double, then what's going to happen? You push. I take. Okay, we got time. Playing this move. If he ever does something with his pawn, I have this crazy check. Like right now, this is a pretty scary check. So if he ever does push this pawn, it's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. He could just step over. Don't like that. I'm thinking about just pushing this pawn forward, and then he's got this scary check. What about this? You jump over, I take... Oh, this is defended really heavily, actually. By everything. Okay, so we're just going to end up trading the rooks over there. Bringing my knight this way just doesn't seem correct. If I step this way, then his knight's coming in. So what about boom, 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 boom. We're not playing that. We're not playing that. I'm thinking maybe I just play this. Or step up a little bit. He wants to push. Okay, what do I play here? All right, we're stepping up. I don't want to lose on the time either. Like, I want to go for a pawn break. I just don't see a good opportunity to do it. He's got stuff like this. I was thinking about like attacking this pawn in the open file, but it seems like he's trying to bring his pieces towards my king, so I prefer to put my pieces over here. Okay, we can take... Or I don't even need to take. Step over, I lose my piece. This. It's not check, I get mated. I think we're going to have to step up here. Allow the capture, then allow this capture. Then he's getting this. Oh my god. Obviously that pawn push was coming. Why did I not start calculating that? Alright, we play this. Capture. Capture. Say you go here. I take. Probably bring the queen. Was there something about this that I didn't like? Oh yeah, capture. And then I would... I'm playing it. If he plays this, I think we're just going to have to trade everything off. Yeah. So I can capture here. I mean, surely I need to, correct? I can also push forward. What do you think about that? Let's capture. Oh my god, he's got this. No, I have check. I block with a check. If the knight ever moves, I'm hitting him with a check, which seems good. King is going to have to step back or up. And this does stop the knight from coming in this way. I literally might... Okay, so we have to play this check, no? Like, there's no other move. Certainly we have to play that. A lot of these moves are scary. Do I just step up? This pawn break seems like it makes sense. We step up. Say he captures there. Have to capture back. This move seems like it makes sense because I'm defending laterally against this. I'm thinking about stepping the king up, but I don't know if I have time for that. I want to go boom, boom. And if you take, I'm getting in with the knight. This is beyond my pay grade, boys. This is getting way too complicated. Say he captures. What is the best way to capture back? With this guy? No, because he's bringing the rook. But I guess we have ideas. Yeah, okay. So what is better? This walks into forking ideas. This file is protected. So I kind of just like this. Yeah. And unfortunately, like, I just really never got to bring this knight. I'm going to have to reroute this way. And he's got this with his knight. Bring the knight, sacrifice, take. Doesn't work. I don't have anything else. So he's got this move, but I can pin you. Say you hit me with a check. I step this way. No, you would win. So boom. We attack the queen. No. You grab this pawn with check. God damn it. If I grab this, you step over. Say I step back. You take. I take. Alright, so I think I have to take like so. Oh, but I really want my knight to come join the party. This works, but I get hit with a check. I step over, then you got to do something with the queen. You could even play this. I step up. Trying to play a little bit faster as well. Is there this? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I have to defend like this. Terrific, dude. That's all it takes. Me to try to hang on to a pawn to hang my queen. Terrific. Now I lose this. Unfortunately, I just lose everything. Don't even know what to say. We resign. Yet another loss. My rating is now officially 14 points lower than it was when I started this entire journey. Getting pretty tired, boys, but I'm going to run this analysis real quick for you. Real quick. I know you guys always want to see it, and here we are in the analysis, and oh boy, that sucks. Dude, I have played... Oh, I didn't even have the thing. This is game 41, by the way. Should I edit that out? Yes, I will. And here we are in the analysis, and that absolutely sucks. I didn't play a good game of chess at all, so I deserve to lose that, but it just sucks that the accumulation of me playing poorly has led me to having a lower elo than when I started the series. I would have hoped that it goes up and I hover around, like, I don't know, 1850 or something, or 1860, and just, like, stayed in that range. But no, dude, I've just lost the last, like, 10 games, so that absolutely sucks to stomach. What do you expect? You don't do anything to get better at chess, and you don't get better at chess, and you play more chess, and you keep losing, and you're like, why am I not getting better? It's because I never did anything. All I do is play. So let's analyze very briefly what could I have done differently. More or less, I got pressured in low time on this one. I still had 2 minutes on the clock, but for whatever reason, I was playing quickly and poorly. This is all mainline stuff. We trade off, push the pawn. He attacks with the bishop. I'm supposed to just capture and then develop the knight, so like this works just as good. My thing is lagging. Okay, so not the greatest move, but it still works fine. Right here, my first blunder of the game. Dude, the queen is essentially trapped. Like, I attack the queen. He has nowhere good to go. I'm taking the queen. That was his escape. He's got no escape. He can't go anywhere. So the whole pin the queen to the king idea, I wasn't able to see that, oh yeah, he's still just also trapped. So we missed that. We get some pieces developed. This portion of the game is actually fairly accurate. We grab the bishop. We step up with the bishop. Step back with the queen, take this way, attack the queen. This is all actually like one of the best moves, so the position stays nearly equal. We castle to get out of the threats. We step forward with the pawn. And maybe looking forward, I want to avoid ever pushing this pawn. So rerouting with the knight is better than making a hook. Because right now, I have a hard time getting my pieces to any of these squares. Like, any of these squares, I have a hard time getting my powerful pieces to. And he's got a pretty easy way. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, he can put his pieces on all of these squares. And, like, he can get his pieces over here. Does that make sense? Like, he can get his rook over here. He can get the queen over here. I have a really hard time actually getting my pieces over because of the pawn structure. So we capture. Everything's still totally equal. We double the rooks. We step up with the queen. We capture. We capture back. We give the check. And right here, going for the pawn break is the best move. So I'm glad that I was able to do that. Capture. Capture with the queen. And right here, this is the reason I lost the game, potentially. What I needed to realize is I need to defend for one, this pawn, this square. Like, this square is important. I don't want his queen getting in here. I don't want his knight getting in here. And after this pawn capture, I need to be defending this pawn stronger, okay? So I step up, and the reason that it sucks is because after this capture, there's no way to hang on to this pawn. So, unfortunately, after I calculate all of this, trying to decide how can I hang on to a pawn, I go into a line that, for one, hangs my rook and my queen, okay? It hangs my queen, so I have to hang the rook. If that makes sense. So I take with the rook. He attacks the rook. I go here. He can, for one, just straight up take that, but he gives the check. I have to give up my queen for the rook, or I block where he takes, and I just lose the game. I just lose the game. There's no other way around it. He even, like, let me play the better move, but I saw this whole idea a while away, but I got too focused on trying not to lose all my pawns. I'm super tired. Thank you guys so much for watching. I love each and every one of you. Another video is coming up. If you could please subscribe, I'll love you forever, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye. Hey guys, Kip314 here, and as you can see from the timestamp of this video, this is going to be one of my shortest videos to date. I made a promise to my community and my fan base that this push to 2000 is going to be the real, honest, uncut version of my push to 2000. I'm not going to be able to cherry pick my best games and delete the bad games, because you better believe every chess YouTuber films 5 games, deletes 4 of them, and posts the best one. With this series, I'm not going to be able to do that because I made the promise to post them no matter what happens. And so with that being said, things like this are going to happen. And for that, I'm very sorry. Hopefully I can take this as a learning experience. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. We'll get right into the video. But I just wanted to say, I didn't want to post this. I feel like I'm supposed to post this to be honest. I know people watch me and think, oh, you're really good at chess. And that's not entirely true. You sometimes just see my highlights. And so this is the real deal of what it's like in the day of life of Kip. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiasts. In today's episode, we're going to be doing exactly what we're always doing, facing a random opponent on chess.com. This is a 2000 rated opponent, so this is going to be a real game of chess right here. And we are playing, this is called the draw variation of the Caro-Kann. I'm fairly certain that we're supposed to just capture here, but I'm not really booked up in any of this studying. I know the knight comes back. Oh boy, sorry, let me get this Spotify thing out of here. It's playing some rock and roll music. I can't be doing that right now. Okay. I think actually if I capture, he just gets massive development. And I don't specifically remember what I'm supposed to do here. I think actually bringing the knight is what needs to happen, because it defends these squares. So if he captures, we trade the queen. And now at this point, I think we accept the pawn gambit. It's not what you want to do, but it's what we're going to do. And now we got to be really scared of what's going to happen and where the checks come for my queen. I know there's things here. Let's just question this knight now. If he captures, he's going for it. Oh God. So this is just the alien gambit, is it not? Without the pawn in the middle. Wait, what? I can take, I lost the queen. I knew this, dude. I've literally played this before. I just lose the queen. And we resign. Dude, I have literally faced this. Sorry, I clicked back. Resign. Yes. Oh my God, dude. There goes my elo. What is the move here? That's all I want to know. What is the move here? I think we bring the knight and we're fine. We capture and we're also fine.
Wait, let's see it.
Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are playing game number 15 of the Push to 2000, and recently I have sustained many losses. And so the main thing we're going to focus on two things here. The main thing is if I lose, not getting upset about it, because, bro, I can't be getting upset over a online chess computer game. Two, we're going to try and get better at chess. In the advent that we do not get better at chess and I lose this game, I'm going to do my darndest not to throw my phone against the wall or smash the computer or whatever it is. And so we are playing the Carl Khan. Will we have the exchange variation, the advanced variation, the fantasy variation, or the Tartakower variation? Those are the variations that I can name off the top of my head. Preferably, I choose the advanced variation. That's actually the best move for white, but then it also has my highest scoring rate. So on Lichess, you can check a lot more statistics than you can check on chess.com, I do believe. You can check your openings, how often do you win with white, how often do you win with black, how often do you win in this variation versus this variation, what piece do you suck the most with, how long do you take to move each piece. You guys should be using Lichess. The only reason that I am playing on chess.com right now, for all of you fine gentlemen and my one viewer that is a female, because the ELO system of chess.com is that has been adopted by the masses. So when I'm talking to some beautiful girl at a bar and she says, "What's your chess ELO?" and I tell her 2000, and then she says, "On chess.com or Lichess?" and I say Lichess, then she goes with the guy that's 2K on chess.com. And that's just the world we're living in, ladies and gentlemen. Dude took forever to make a move. I think he was probably talking to his girlfriend. That's why I don't have one. She's not gonna distract me from winning. All right. I believe that I bring this knight first, although it probably doesn't matter. Knights before bishops. We do want this bishop out. This is my pawn. Obviously, this is my pawn. I've got 7 of them left. We might give this guy a little tickle. We might give him a little tickle. If he captures, we get a pre-move. If he steps back, let's start thinking about what we do. One other thing, on Lichess, dude, the pre-moves actually make sense. Okay, so if I step forward, he's stepping in. I don't want that to happen. This looks fancy, but he just brings the knight. And I accomplished absolutely nothing. If I chase the bishop, I'm really overextending my pawns on this side of the board. But you know what? I think I'm supposed to allow this. Okay. I don't want to lose my time advantage. I have a 1-minute time advantage. He's stepping around. Now his knight stepping forward. Okay, let's just develop a piece. I know that move can't suck. It's got to be a halfway decent move. I guess we maintain the pin. Is he going to launch his pawns this way, and I've got my pawns launched this way? That makes him castling this way not so comfortable. My audio is good and everything. Cool. My hair looks great. Just kidding. I used a blow dryer at the gym. I got a new job, and they have a gym there, and they have a... I'm just going to develop a piece. They got a gym there, and the shower and everything is so nice. It's like arguably better than the shower at my house and at my gym. It might be the best shower that I have access to. This place, it's like luxurious. And then I work in a financial office building. Everybody leaves. Nobody's in that gym. Nobody's in that bathroom. I got the whole bathroom to myself. I'm playing Karol G on my phone, having a good time, working out in the gym alone, just making a mess. Weights everywhere. I mean, I'm gonna just play this move. That was the move that I was gonna need to play at some point anyway. Jumping in with the knight. Oh, it's interesting. But you know what I mean? I gotta do something with this bishop, so that's why we're pushing this pawn. That is the whole entire idea behind that. He's stepping forward with the queen. maintaining defense of the knight so I can't ruin the pawn structure that way. This kind of just forces... He might go all the way back. You know what? What did that move do? Nothing. If I move my knight over here, he is going to step back to one of these moves. But then I get to the middle. He could just kick me out. In which case, I go here. If you take my knight, I take this. You take my pawn, I take your pawn. You would take this pawn at the very end of all of that, which we don't love. But then I ruin your pawn structure. No, not if the bishop is here. Okay, I am squandering my time advantage. Let's step back. The pin didn't seem like a great thing. New diagonal. A brighter future. A brighter future for this guy over here. The only thing we got to be a little bit cognizant of is this knight jumping forward and grabbing my bishop for no good reason. And we don't want to lose my beautiful bishop for no reason at all. Okay, so he steps back. I think we're going to just take this time to step here. Hear me out. Bishop's going here. Knight's coming in. Capture, capture. Your knight comes to the middle. Okay, okay, okay. What is better? Let's just do this. Not even going to think about it. I'm up 2 minutes on the clock. If we can get into some sort of an endgame, I feel a little bit better about my life. We're going to jump in with this knight. The pawn push might be coming. It might be coming. If he steps back... Oh, okay, we're gonna bring the bishop. That bishop was my last undeveloped minor piece. We both have been a little bit reluctant on the castling. You do generally need to castle in a game of chess. He can capture. And I capture back. That opens this diagonal. Not loving all of this stuff happening right now. This guy is also undefended. I kind of like this move. Oh, I'm about to knock over my whole setup, dude. I got an extra monitor, computer, microphone, camera, light, dinner right here. Rubik's Cubes over here. All right. Oh, check out the mouse. We'll burn some time on this. Look how cool this mouse is. This thing is no joke. That is a fancy boy mouse. Okay, what do I do here? He's going to just capture me. What if I capture? You capture with the pawn and I get forked. That's no fun. What if I step here? What if I jump in? What if I capture? For sure you take here. Actually, boom, boom. I'm still going to jump in. If you go here, okay, okay. I'm playing this. This check always seemed like something not fun. But okay, wait. I think we have tactics here. I jump in. No, he can always just jump out of this attacking my queen. We jump forward attacking the queen. Queen goes somewhere. Say I attack the knight. The knight goes here attacking my queen. I have no meaningful threat. I attack you here. Take, take. The knight will go over here. Maybe we can argue that your knight is a little bit misplaced there. Or we just play calm, cool, and collected. Move like this. Move like this. Just putting pressure here. This actually comes with a real threat now, because this square is defended by the queen. 6 minutes and 14 seconds against 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Dude, am I just yapping, bro? I need to get better at playing on the clock, dude. And I wish you could hover over the opponent's name and see their other ratings, dude. Chess.com sucks for so many reasons. For so many reasons. In Lee Chess, you can hover over your opponent very quickly, and it pulls up a little side menu, and it's like, this person has had this account for this long. This is how active they are. This is... Okay, that move actually made a huge amount of sense. What about applying pressure? You capture, 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 capture. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. His pawn structure, it's hard to say. His pawn structure... He wants to go for this. What are we doing here? Let's just trade pieces. Let's just trade pieces. If his knight goes there, I'm kind of thinking his knight here is like not a great knight, but we're just going into a rook and pawn endgame. Do I scoop my rook over here? You know what? Let's do this. It brings his knight over here, which is better than these two squares. Like his knight's not doing anything over here. I think it's probably about time we castle. Might not even need to castle. What if I just go over here? 5 minutes, 27 seconds. I'm going to just have to maintain my time advantage. We got 5 minutes against 5 minutes. Dude, I don't want to lose this game. I'm trying to be in good spirits. My knight's never going over there. We're going immediately right back where we were. His pawns are doing a far better job than mine. Far better job. Like, I'm covering... Should we waste time on doing this little exercise right now? That's where my pawns are attacking. Okay, he steps up with the king. I'm going to castle. He wants to go for something here. We're going to bring my rook. He can defend so many different ways. Like, I don't really see... Instead of spending a huge amount of time, like, you play a move, I'll play a move. We are going to go into this endgame together, my friend. Completely equal, but one of us is going to lose. That is all I know. This is a complete draw for every grandmaster in the world ever, but not for us. Not really sure what my knight's doing over there. I didn't see a way forward any other way. A move like this would make sense. And I think my rook essentially applying pressure here probably makes sense. If his knight goes here, I'm just going right back where I was. His knight can't arrive to either one of these squares. We would have to trade for it. Like this. Probably the rook comes in. I double. Let's just double. What are his pawns doing over here? That's an idea. Attack my guy. Can't step up. But you play... Here, push. If he pushes, I take. I like it. Here. I can still push. Take. Okay. I think trading off the pieces with the idea of this pawn push is going to make sense. We push the pawn, right? If you capture, I just win your rook. If you push forward, I capture. We're going for it. He could just step back. But then I get this guy. God damn, bro. We capture. Then he's got a 2-on-1 in this endgame. Capture. Say I capture. His king steps in, and I think that I'm just losing. He still can't take. So what if we defend? He still can't take. Because then I'm winning this guy. So I think I'm maybe 3 minutes against 4 minutes. Like I mentioned earlier, one of us is losing this game of chess. That gives me a passed pawn, but I have no way of actually doing anything meaningful about it. Still, if he captures, I have this idea. But I think maybe bringing my king is like what I'm supposed to do here. These are the hardest parts about chess. I mean, if I capture, you go here. I can never do this. It just doesn't work. Bringing the king. His king is active. We traded so many pieces. For a second, it was like maybe your king's weak in the middle, but no, his king is active, ready to come eat this pawn if all of this happens. And it's hard to say, like, say he captures, here, captures, but we don't trade everything. Maybe we trade one rook, but then we step over for this pawn. I think we step up. You step here, I step up. You capture, I capture. Here. You know what? King to the middle. I just like my king on this square better. Potentially even like 2 minutes 46 seconds, 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Dude, I do not like this dude at all. Not even slightly. And I have no way of really getting my king anywhere. We just play a move. And I'm only winning by 30 seconds, dude. But we're getting low. Low time situation. I don't like this move. Push forward, here. I don't like any of these moves. Do we grab this one? Let's do this. If he takes with the rook, I think that I have ideas. No, if he takes with the rook, this is still a thing. I'd have to take. And if he takes, could throw this in first. Here. Is there any way? Stepping forward. Oh, his rook getting here is definitely not a lot of fun. Still this. Looks good for me. 2 minutes. 2 minutes against 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm like really just thinking about the clock here. Let's go for this. We could step here. If capture here. He's got this passed pawn, and my pawns are fixed on this side. Okay, that's actually a huge thing to note. Boom, boom, boom. I think I'm just losing that endgame. I think we trade one. Yikes, dude. He's just going to bring his king. Terrific. Love to see it. We're going to go over here to attack this, to maybe slide behind this guy. Okay. My king is cut off. Defend. And we're tied. We are tied. Yikes, dude. This is probably just coming. If this happens, that's not fun. Still a draw, I believe. Big defense. Rook is defense. Passive. I'm losing on time. God damn. Dude, I don't know what to do. Yikes. Lost a pawn. Terrific. Lost a pawn. Terrific. Dude is just like slowly but surely ruining my goddamn day. I'm going to lose all my stuff. I have no good way into the position either. 54 against 56, dude. God damn. Damn it. Now I lose this. No, I hung my rook. Oh, I hate chess, bro. Was trying not to get upset about that, but what are you going to do, bro? What are you going to do? I think it was just a draw for the longest time. And dude just slowly started moving everything forward. Ugh. What do I not understand about rook and pawn endgames? For one, I hung the rook. I think it was still a draw if I didn't hang the rook. But yet again, I just got too low on time. I did a good job of keeping the same amount of time as my opponent. Instead of yapping, let's just go look at this with the computer. I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And I believe that is like 1 draw and 3 losses, maybe 4 losses in a row. I remember why I stopped playing on chess.com for rating. Because whenever I lose a game, I'm like, what if he cheated? And so I just started playing unrated games on Lichess. Like, I made it to 2000 and just stopped playing rated games. And, like, dude, I enjoyed playing chess a lot more when I just didn't have to worry about the elo. Win or lose, I could make crazy sacrifices. But here we are in chess.com with this push to 2000, and I'm not having a good time. I am just getting absolutely steamrolled. One guy for sure cheated, and this guy didn't. I don't think this guy cheated at all. But the sneaking suspicion of thinking maybe he did while playing, it's not something you want to deal with. And if you're playing a casual game on Lichess, dude, it's got to be like a fraction of a percent of people are cheating on a freaking lead chess game. So, dude, and all this really was just trading everything equally. Just develop, push the bishop back, scoop my bishop back, develop a knight, stepping around, attack the queen, trade, jump in, trade equally, trade equally, trade equally, step around, boom, 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 trade equally. And now we are on a rook and pawn endgame where I found the best move. This pawn push made sense. I kind of underestimated how powerful this retreating rook move was. The reason it is so strong is after this, if I capture, 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 his rook gets the open file, where if I capture, his king gets in. And it's going to be really impossible to save this pawn, and then he's just got a 2 on nothing. He's just winning that endgame. It says +2 right now, but I guarantee you it's like I'm completely lost. All I've got is this. I've got this, where if he captures, I make a pass pawn. But he can kind of just shut that down by playing this. Then I got to play like this. So either way, that's why that defensive rook move made so much sense, and he found it. And cool, we defend our pawn, and the move I needed to find to maintain my advantage, running the king is actually the best move. Earlier it was saying go ahead, play g5. Never was playing g5 in a million years. We bring the king, we bring the king, we bring the king. It was good until it wasn't, I suppose. And so now it is just a draw. We go ahead and we push a pawn on the side of the board. It's still a draw. A lot of moves you can play that are still a draw, and I needed to push forward a little bit better. I didn't actually need to do it. Everything's still a draw. Then we lock it down, which actually is such a terrible move, because locking it down makes pushing this one impossible and makes this one absolutely do nothing. So what I really needed to do was like push, capture, capture. Then I have a 2-on-1 on this side. That's what I needed to do. Okay? Or not do anything. Push this pawn, then push this pawn to get this. Whatever. So that wasn't a great idea. I kind of figured I'd be able to bail out with this capture right here, which I was able to. It is still a draw. We capture, capture, capture. Correctly, I step over with the rook. I'm kind of wiggling around with my rook. I'm realizing he's got an outside pass pawn. I've got a weakness. I've got another weakness. My king really doesn't have a great way of like defending this pawn, because I need to like move my rook over to then play this. But then what am I doing about this passed pawn? So really my position is harder to play than his. Like, this is my extra pawn, and that's the imbalance, okay? Like, we've got the 2-on-3, and he's got the 2-on-1, and his 2-on-1 with the pass pawn is way better than mine. So it's still a draw, but I'm on the bad side of the draw. That's how it works. Then finally, we get to this position where there was only one move to be played here. I need to be brave and step my king onto the side of the board, involved in all these discoveries, essentially almost checkmated on the side of the board. Like, I don't have a lot of moves with my king if I go over there. That's the move that needed to be played. Everything else is losing. Unfortunately, I didn't play this. This is not even a move I considered. I probably considered stepping back. I guess you're supposed to always consider moves forward. I moved a pawn forward. What do you want from me? And now it's just +3, and my position just becomes incredibly difficult to play. We get into this position where I hang my rook. Even if I didn't hang my rook, this is still happening. I mean, what am I really doing here? We step back. He gives me this check. I win this pawn. He gets this pawn. I'm losing no matter what I did in this position. Even if I didn't hang my rook, I'm just slowly getting suffocated. His pass pawn is too strong. And all I really had opportunities for were fighting for a draw. That's all I ever could have done. Fight for a draw. I never could have won this game unless I wasn't the one playing it. So thank you so much for watching. If you liked or learned anything, I'm not sure what I liked or learned, but thanks for hanging out with me. And if you could subscribe, I would really appreciate it. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you so much, and get out of here. I love you. Bye.
Yeah. Wait. All right. Whoa, whoa. Hey.
What's up, my fellow chess bros? We are back at it again, sitting in front of the 64 squares of madness. And in today's episode, we are going to be playing game number 6 of the series of Push to 2000. We will be playing a 10-minute rapid game of chess. No cuts, no edits, no BS. We're going to see if I have what it takes to climb the ladders and eventually reach the 2000 ELO goal. And so this is game number 6. It looks like we are facing off against the Sicilian. Be my guest. Give me the open Sicilian, my dog. Give me the open Sicilian. Capture, capture. A little pawn push. Ooh, okay. I forget what this one is called. Is it the Alekhine? Is that what or the... Nasdorf. I don't know the names of the openings, but what I do know is the moves. And so we're going to develop 2 knights. Potentially we see a pawn push or oh, he's playing the KG setup. Now, I believe that bringing the bishop is actually not the greatest idea. One thing that I have been greatly suffering in has been my time management in these games. If I jump forward, is there not just some sort of queen development problems? What if we're unsure of what to do with the light square bishop yet? So we just develop the dark square bishop. And we're in the meat and potatoes. We are deep into this game of chess. Who will be the better chess person? We got to actually click on this dude's profile. He's from an unknown country. Oh, never mind. He has a stance on the war in Ukraine. Now, I've seen this move before. I think actually what you're supposed to do is bring the queen all the way up. And I only know that from playing a whole heckin' lot of games of chess. Because what you want to do is just maintain your defense on everything. I think actually capture... Oh, I'm bad at drawing these arrows here. Okay, so he attacks my queen. Is there any sort of... We can step back, but then we're really just asking for it, are we not? We push forward, he captures, I capture, you capture, I capture. I'm not losing, am I? In that situation, I think it's okay. We don't have anything better, so let's just step back. If he jumps in, we just get rid of this guy. If the queen comes out, that probably is the natural move here, but we could always step back. Okay, so he is applying pressure to this guy. I think we're going to just develop actively. We need to develop a piece and defend the pawn. Instead of making a weak pawn move, we're going to develop the bishop first, holding on to just a little bit of everything. Please forgive me for the arrows that I'm drawing. I know none of them are in the correct spots. I'm used to Lee chess. I play on Lee chess. I'm a Lee chess player. He can always jump in, where if I capture, then he takes. Okay. I'm going to push this pawn forward. I have a conglomerate of pieces in the middle of the board. I would say that I'm leading in development here. He's got 3 pieces, and I've essentially got like 5-ish. I think we might give this guy a little tickly tickle. We're giving him a little tickly tickle. If he... Ooh, this knight can jump in here now. The capture becomes a little bit more precarious in that situation. He can always just snap capture this with check at pretty much any given moment. But potentially, I alleviate a lot of this pressure by pushing a pawn. What that does is it does kind of overextend my pawn and undefend this knight at least a tad bit. And oh boy, if I jump forward, he's just going to add pressure here. You hate to see it. But we might hang on to this bishop where he jumps in, we capture, the pawn takes. What if we take here first, then the knight comes in? He's attacking everything. What if I just step back with the bishop? Capture, capture, you step in. My pawn's weak there. Let's chase this guy around. We can chase him again. He probably just steps back, and then really, what is my knight doing over here? I guess I can just castle, though, right? What if I capture? We don't really want to allow this. The queen gets in, and then I've got 2 things attacking me. Probably, I gotta step back. I think we're gonna just go for this. I'm really hoping I'm just not calculating anything wrong here. This becomes a little bit scary. These guys, nothing is defended in an incredible manner, but I don't think that he's gonna have a huge attack. I'm down 1 minute on the clock, so I need to stop over calculating stuff in the opening / middle game. We have an entire game of chess to play, and the end game is notoriously more difficult than the opening or middle game. This guy is also just undefended in the middle of the board. So I'm seeing a path of simplification here. For one, we could attack. I mean, this guy is defended by the queen. Okay, so we take. If the queen takes, we step back. We capture. The queen is coming in. Doing this. He's got this first. Is actually probably the appropriate response. But then I have sacrifice ideas, where if he takes with the queen, I'm grabbing the bishop. This is getting a little bit complicated, I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is a tense situation. I know there's tactics all over the place. The queen comes in. We have 2 attackers on this guy. I'm liking this. Where if you capture, capture, capture here, knight can jump in. I think we do this. Attack the queen and defend this guy twice. The knight jumping in is something that we do not really want to see. This also is defending here. Do we castle? Or do we castle this way? Oh. Yikes. This is a fork. What if we step over like this? If this happens, this might be the way to do it. We allow this. We step over. For sure you capture. I capture. This guy is maintained defense. This is such a risky move, dude. If I play this, I think that's a bad idea. I don't see anything better. What if I step back, actually? If you play this, I'm ready to capture. So what if we just step back? Does that untangle? We step back. If the knight comes in, we just take. You take. I'm desperately trying to clean up this mess that I have made. The queens see each other. The bishops see each other. The fork is still there. He's still got this. I could just castle. But then he applies pressure. That's absolutely not fun. Castle, he applies pressure. I guess I could just take here. That forks my rook in this guy. I could slide over. Castling, oh man. What about just this? For sure he jumps in. I can't castle then. That sucks. If we castle, if you step in, I just take. This is sketchy because it walks into this. But I think I can just step up. No, that hangs this pawn. Okay, all of that calculation for nothing. We step up. We step here. You jump in. I get you with this fork. Boom. Boom. Oh, this forks these guys, dude. Oh. What about just stepping back? What does this do? That alleviated pressure here. This dude is more or less outplaying me. I'm just like trying to stabilize. Okay, I'm unable to castle. I'm not sure how important castling was in this position. I'm quite ready to just play this. One of those moves. Okay, I got 3 minutes against 6. Our opponent has played a little bit too quickly for me. I guess we're just going to go this way. He's got this check, but I don't think I care. This bishop is so good. And he can always just get this. We're going to go here because it's on a light square. if he gets into my position, that kind of sucks. What if I play this? He could probably play here. I chase you. Let's just do this. He's really kind of sandwiching me, boys. I'm sorry. I'm not doing well in this game. I'm doing my best. Please forgive me. This 1811, though, dude, I just feel like every move that he's made has been, like, a good move. Duh, he's 1800. What was he supposed to do? Just give me the game immediately? Okay, we've got a bunch of attackers on this. Really, the only way to defend it is to give something up. If I push, I'm just giving up a rook. How did I not see this frickin'... Ugh. We can jump this way. Is that too complicated? What if I just go here? He's going to cut me off. I'm going to step over. He can play this. But then I might be trying to get active. He can sacrifice in a way. This, I step up. I think I just step up here. Or I step all the way up. One of the moves is correct. Let's just do this. Is there this? I take though, right? How about you get off my flippin' dick, bro? This. That is attacking this. Okay, I step up. I step up. If you sacrifice, I take with the rook. Okay. For sure we play this. Holding it down. 1 minute and 29 seconds. I need to step the pace up. I am officially... I mean, it's held, is it not? 1, 2, 3. I mean... And now my king is sort of attacking this guy. My God, I need to play way faster. I'm covering my face, dude. I'm freaking out. I'm thinking about this. It's a weird mechanic, but it would allow me to maybe activate my king. No idea if that move made any sense. We're still hanging on to this. That move made 0 sense. We can play this. I can always just push this pawn. Okay, so we've got a 4-on-3 and a 3-on-2. And I have 1 minute. Going for this. Something with the king I feel like is correct. He can hit me with a check, but I just step back. If he leaves it there, then I do have the sacrifice thing that works to win this guy. So if he leaves this here, this works. He'd have to step up. Okay, let's just play this. It trades some stuff. I'm going for this. You have to defend, no? Going for some stuff, my friend. Damn it. That is not good for me. Capture, capture. Oh my god, I think I'm getting in. 52 seconds. How do you defend this pawn? You have to attack a different one. How do you do that? We grab this. He gets in. We block with the pawn. Damn it, I'm going to lose a lot of pawns here. We can always defend this guy. But he's got this. Who's this faster? 41 seconds. We're in a rook and pawn endgame. I'm down a pawn, but my passed pawn is strong. We push. We push. Get behind that. Check. You step in. I grab this. Oh my god, this one's going to be with check at some point. He steps forward, but oh my god, he's going for this. We're stepping in. How am I stopping this pass pawn? I don't think I can. No, dude. I'm so stupid. God damn it. And I shouldn't have spent so long just moping about. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. There's no way. I need 7 pre-moves. I think maybe I could have drawn that. Dude, I don't even want to analyze this game. I know what I freaking did wrong. Why am I losing the queen when I could have lost a rook? This move is winning. You push, I take defending. You take, I make a queen, you push. I'm in with check, and I win the fucking... Dude, I know what I did wrong. That is such an amateur and rookie mistake by me, dude. We play an entire game of chess for me to get 25 seconds on the clock. How do I cancel this? Like, what happened? We don't need to analyze it. That's what I did wrong. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and I owe it to you guys and myself to actually go through this because I know you guys aren't going to do it yourself, and I did it by myself right now, and there's some stuff that I should show you. So long story short, oh my god, I feel so terrible about losing this game. None of this stuff was important, okay? Stuff happened. We're in the thick of it. We're going to go through this incredibly quickly. Attack the queen. Going back here would have made more sense, so I'm defending. Also, these guys are defended. Whatever, I go back here. Still, it's totally fine. We're -1. Who cares? We step back. We take. Still a draw. Running forward with the king is actually what we're supposed to do. I'm never going to play that. We step back. Now the king is safe. Stepping up was more important because obviously we're going to have to defend this pawn at some point. Okay. Cool. We step up. He traded the bishop for the knight for really no reason. Straight up just missed this tactic. There's a hanging rook. He has to take, and then we just get this. This is also still defended 2 times. So he's attacking it twice, and we are attacking it. Defending it twice. He's attacking twice. We're defending twice. So I missed that. That was just about as basic as it gets. I shouldn't miss that with 1:46 on the clock. Whatever. Still, it's totally a draw. I realize this rook is free to do some stuff, so he starts doing some stuff. We trade equally. Step back. I go to trade a pair of rooks because my rook is in the enemy's position, so I'm going to be causing more problems than his rook is ever going to be causing mine. So we get behind this, step up, we go for this, which really is not great because he can just take, and then his rook gets in. And like, yes, I can take this. I mean, but it's hard to say that I'm actually doing amazing here. I let his rook just get in. He can like boom, boom, boom really quickly, and I'm not really going to be able to win these guys, and then he has a 4 on nothing. So I saw that in the game. He didn't play it, and now I'm just all of a sudden winning because I get behind this pawn, and all you can do is like slide into my position. So I take, and to be honest with you, I calculated in this position, he's in. This is what I saw. He's in. He's going for this one. He played this. Bro, I can just simply take that. Didn't see it. We literally moved the pawn that could have taken the rook. Like, I am blocking my check. You know, I have made improvements here, I must say. When I get hit with a check, instead of instinctively just moving the king, think, can you move another piece? But I have explained this to myself, and I'm going to explain it to myself one more time. When I am hit with a check, simply check if I can take the piece. Because, dude, more often than not, you can just take the piece. And this happens all the time in these low time situations for me, where I'm hit with a check, and it's like, can I take it? Like, sometimes it will literally be just like this. Like, a knight will jump in and be like, check. And I'm like, okay, and I move. But I could have just taken it. And I'm like, what am I doing? Either way, we're still winning, by the way. We're still winning. I pushed that pawn for no reason. We've invested in our passed pawn here. His king is cut off. We give a check, and we start bringing our king. Now, the correct mechanism here is saying, your rook sucks. I can actually just get in here. And you get too far, I'm just going to win this pawn for free. So your rook is really never going to go anywhere because I can just step in and make a queen and get rid of your rook instantly. So he has no time to do anything. So just leaving this the way it is and going and eating all the pawns with my other rook and like promoting this pawn, that is what I should have done. Instead, I step up, I'm attacking. It doesn't feel like a terrible idea. And right here, dude, you less valuable piece first. We protect the promotion square. This is so basic. This is so basic. A 1000 knows this. And for whatever reason, I felt like I needed to promote here so that when he captured, my rook would capture here so I can access this rank. So I'm not on this rank with the pawn. None of those things made sense. Because for one, my rook can't capture this way, but that was the idea. As I was like, okay, if I get on this rank instead, I'll be able to access here. Right now, I'm hitting a brick wall, and I'm never going to get in. So for whatever reason, that is what I calculated there. Was like, okay, I'm going to get my rook off. So this happens. And then to my disbelief, we make all of these moves, and he trades the queens. And now it's a draw. 2 or 3 moves later, bro, I'm winning. I lose on time in a winning position. We step in. And at this point, you got to start doing something. Like, if you push, I chase you, right? If you push, I'm just going for it, and they're too far split up. I got a lot of moves that make sense. So I lost on time in a winning position. I completely threw away a winning position to a losing position. Then I got a draw, and then a winning position again. Honestly, I'm just not that good at chess. That's what this game tells me. There were so many things that I missed. For one, just the rook. The rook capture, wherever it was, here, or maybe it was here, just capturing the rook. There was the discovery to win his rook that I missed. There was the promotion. I blundered 3 heavy times in this game, and please forgive me. I will not be playing another game of chess tonight. Tomorrow, we chase 2000. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, making a push to becoming rated 2000 rated on chess.com. Starting the game right now, I just want you all to know, I never know what type of games these are going to be. Is it going to be a good game, bad game? The idea is to have no cuts, no edits, and just post the video raw chess. Okay, this is not YouTuber highlight chess. This is going to be some dude playing chess, and we're going to see if I got better or not. So we're in the Caro Khan right now. This is the Tartakower / Alien Gambit variation. I'm sure that this specific position has a name. For some reason, I think taking is actually... To take is a mistake. So here, I think what I'm supposed to do is lock my bishop in. I just don't really want to do that. We're gonna take the scenic route. The scenic route of knight development. He can just go ahead and take the center right now, and that's probably... I'm gonna take with the knight. Okay? Somehow we made the B knight go to the natural development square of the G knight. But I'm thinking it's looking pretty good. Now we gotta be a little bit sketchy about this pin right here, because he might have sacrifices or something, but we're just going to go for the pin. We'll go for the pin. We got the bishop on the outside of the pawn chain. We're going to push the pawn. We're going to move the bishop, and we'll wiggle around with this bishop, probably trade off, and we're going to be happy with it. We're going to be happy with it. Queen's coming out this way. Pawn's going up this way. Bishop stepping back here, and we're going to... Sorry, guys. I'm just yapping. I'm ahead of my opponent right now. I know what's happening next in the position. And by the way, I'm at exactly 5,601 subscribers. So this number right here in the video, I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned this to you guys. The queen's coming out. We're going to attack the pawn that you just stopped defending. You can jump in. But I'm not actually pinned. I never pushed the e-pawn. So I'm stepping out of this to maybe enable being able to step forward. I'm not really liking the prospect of this knight jumping in. I'm gonna have to deal with that. That's gonna be a little bit problematic. I can step up, but he just attacks me. I give a check. You step back, tempo on the queen. Not loving that position for me. I'm only up 30 seconds. I feel like I'm playing really fast. I should be up more. This number right here, 5,601, that is live. So if somebody subscribes right now, that number will go up. And you'll see it in the future whenever you're watching this video. So I'm putting these in each one of my videos, partially for you guys, but also partially for me. So if I ever go back and watch my videos or my shorts or my whatever, I can say, this is exactly how many subscribers I had at that moment. So I can track my growth a little bit better. As well, I know you guys see the dollar sign, and I know you see those pennies moving around up and down. That is my actual all-time YouTube earning portfolio. So I have another video. I posted it, how much money have I made from YouTube. You don't really have to watch the video unless you want to. But that's the answer right there. And so it's going to be displayed live on the screen the entirety of this YouTube channel, unless people start hating it and not liking it. There might be a lot of poor people in the world, and $1,000 is a lot to them. But it ain't nothing to your boy, all right? Okay, so I'm liking the idea of a little gallop to the center of the board, potentially eyeing this. What is the drawback? The knight's coming in. Oh, fork. I do have check. I have step forward. Maybe I should actually calculate some stuff here. Wait a minute. I just have this. But the knight's coming in, correct? No, he's not. That protects the knight from coming in. I think I might just have this pawn over here. And if I'm able to grab a pawn, look at the eyeball on this knight. He is hungry and wants to grab a pawn. I'm just so traumatized from playing terrible moves. All right, I'm doing it. Big gulp, big swallow by me. Move played. I'm officially winning or losing this game. I'm up a pawn. Obviously, I'm winning or losing this game. Come on, what are the chances of a draw? Like 6%? Okay. Now be brave, pony boy. Be brave. We could castle. Now that is risky. Surely he's going to castle this way, so I should just do it ahead of him? No? This seems scary, but I like just everything that's going on this side of the board. I do have step forward. He steps back, and then I gotta run away with the knight. Ooh, this is not good, because then I have to reroute the knight. What about this? Okay, I'm spending too much time. Castle, is it a good move? It's a bad move. Good move, bad move. We're doing it. King to safety. I mean, there's a lot of open diagonals over here. Definitely the knight is not looking like this. There should be a setting, and it said only be able to draw arrows of legal moves or potential legal moves. Okay. This is okay. But I like the idea of rerouting like so. Also, I'm amping up pressure here. We also have this. I'm down a considerable amount of time on the clock. Let's just not blunder this away. This is just hanging the pawn, is it not? I really don't want to be greedy. I don't see a reason not to do this. Do I get trapped? Say he jumped. No, you're not trapping me that way. Say I jump in, you trap me this way. That is a possibility. We step in, you trap me. Say I push, you take the pawn, I get out. Bare minimum, I give back the pawn. Like, he can try and trap me in here. Oh, he could take with the rook. If he does not trap me in here, most likely my next move is to deactivate the rook. This rook is undefended on the other side of the trading the rooks. Not even going to think about it for a millisecond. We can step forward here. No, we got to get the bishop active. But let's do it with the knight first. This is something I don't like his bishop here. And I still haven't activated this bishop. So now I'm up 2 pawns officially. I should be able to win this game if I'm not an idiot. I got 6 minutes on the clock. Please root for me, guys. Drop a subscription so I can watch that little number go up. And did I already explain? So that walks into a fork, does it not? That's what I saw. I play this. I play this. Say he chases me. I attack the queen and threaten this. This is also just a good move. Kind of ignoring this. So this and this are good options. Really what I want is the most simple. And if I play this, what are your options? I mean, to capture, 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 capture. I'm just up a knight in that position with some ruined pawns. I'm up a knight, but ruined pawn structure. This move is strong. Here, say he jumps in. I take the bishop. You take the rook. I step over. I think I can win that endgame. We're doing it. Oh. What about I attack your queen? No, no, no. You take mine with check and then I lose the game. So let's not be doing all of that. Probably here we want to be as active as possible. This takes away a really good square from my knight. That almost traps my knight. I mean, my queen. Okay, I'm spending way too much time. I could just step back. That's the simplest. That's the simplest. I'm up pawns. I'm just stepping back. Like I said, my queen is a little bit under fire right now. I mean, so this is the only move that makes any sense. This is still an option. What about this? This, he steps over. The bishop finally is able to see, which is nice. And I'm going to have some crazy combinations with bishop and knight. But realistically, all I'm trying to do, I just lost my pawn. So I basically just lost my entire advantage right there. I'm trying not to, I don't want to think about it too much. So he wants to play that. You do now, do ya? I don't see what to do. I mean, I can jump all the way in. He probably just pushes forward. What do I do then? Slide all the way back? I don't know what to do with this bishop. Here, you push. I could take. This is defended. Oh, these arrows are bad. We're grabbing, threatening this. Okay. Potentially, I just attack this knight. You go to the side. We have this at some point. We have a pawn break right now, actually. What about this one? This seems better. This one's protecting my king. We step in. Say you push forward. Then I just take with the knight. Okay, so I think this is going to work. What do you do then? Defend. I capture, capture. Oh, he kicks the knight out. Okay, we step up. You attack the knight. I step back. You still can't take. Okay, we're going for this. With the idea of we're attacking the undefended rook on the other side. I'm getting low on the clock as well. I need to just play faster. I'm up a pawn. I want to trade some stuff. I'm getting stressed out now. I was really going to win this game, and now I'm not so sure. Okay, so that's kind of what I saw. We're going to just jump over here because it seems like a better move. He can defend, but I capture, so you capture with the rook. We step over. Gotta step this way, god damn it. You take, you hit me with this freaky stuff. Here. Say I take. Yeah. This is risky, but we could just push forward. You step forward. Take. If you take with the rook, I for some reason just don't think it's as good. Getting crazy active actually with the rook and it becomes defended. What about push? You got to push forward. I step over attacking. You step. Let's do it. He's shoving this forward. 1 minute and 50 seconds. I'm just... This is my only pawn that's extra. Like, I'm doing it, but is it really smart? So that's a queen trade. That's more or less unavoidable. I'm gonna grab. We can then attack this pawn. You can go for this. But if I grab this pawn, I got a connected pass pawn situation. I'm up 2 pawns again. I don't know really what's going on, but I am winning again. Sorry, I don't know what that noise was. I'm just stressed out. I don't want to lose. Do we just grab it? He grabs. Okay, maybe this isn't the time for doing an immense amount of calculation. Let's just bring the knight. It has to be a decent move. We could throw in this check. You step up. I hit you with this check. Or this check. Hard to say, but we're going to just do this one. And I'm going to push this again. Why did I just hang a fork? Zooks. Perfect Zooks situation. He steps back. Here. I'm going this way and just pushing this pawn first. I got 30 seconds. Here. 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 I don't think this is going to work. I can't actually ever push this pawn. Oh my god, can he just get in? I think I just lost. I'm so dumb. Or did I win? King and pawn endgames are no frickin' joke. We are going to pre-move this, essentially. Like, this is the big thing I'm scared of. I was able to defend the pawn. That wasn't really skill right there, guys. I'm getting low on the clock. No need to give him any hope. No need to give him any hope. We're not stalemating this. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and I don't think there's really anything to be proud about in that game. I slipped up so many times, and he just did not capitalize on us. So if we were facing a stronger rated opponent, I would have lost 3 times in a row. And so look at this graph. This right here is the sign of someone making a mistake and someone else not seeing it. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to listen, do forests really exist? Do trees really exist? What's Earth? That's what I'm trying to say. I was making mistakes, and he was not seeing them. And I got really lucky for it. And I saw the blunder. I saw the fork. I saw the fork of the knight. Let's fly through this opening. So this is the Caro-Kann whatever variation. We're bringing some stuff. None of this is important until we reach this position here. The tactic exists now, but I am not that good at chess. So first we have to move the queen. He has to move something else. 2 times in a row, a tactic is there. I might spot it. Second time around, I do spot it. We capture, and he simply cannot capture back because I will take the rook for free, and it's even worse than that. You can't block with the knight, or I'll take. Your king has to step up. I'll take the queen. It's really bad. You can't take the knight, period. We castle. It's not the greatest move, but it's decent. I like it. We get the king to safety. We're pressured down the middle of the board. We jump back with the knight, and we just grab another pawn. He castled. He got his king to safety, but we grab another pawn. My rook is a little bit flimsy here, but luckily that flimsy rook is offered a beautiful trade. We trade rooks instantly. I was worried about this rook getting trapped or something. Now it doesn't even exist anymore. So I'm happy with it. We jump to the knight to the middle. He jumps his knight to the middle, but my knight is happy in the middle. Yours gets hit with a fork. And so this is what I saw. I saw something like this, which is great for me. Or there was one other variation. We're not going to go incredibly deep into it, but this is a tempo move. Tempo, fork on you. He jumps back, tempo on my queen. Now, instead of playing the best move, tempo on your pawn, I play a weak scaredy cat move and step back. So now, it's tempo to him again. Tempo attacking my queen. And now I got to move my queen if this knight didn't exist. I didn't see that the knight could just take the bishop. So instead, I move the queen. Note to self, if something important in my position is being attacked, see if something else can just take whatever is attacking my important piece. Spend 2 seconds and just, can we take it? Because too often I get attacked and I move. Like, it's my knee-jerk reaction. You attack my king and I move. When I can just take it, and sometimes for free. And this is for sure so good for me. I'm getting rid of your bishop. Once I step over, your bishop is controlling this whole diagonal. And I just fail to see that my knight is attacking the bishop this entire time. I'm so fixated on that I'm happy with my knight in the middle of the board that I just don't see it. And now we have to go for this crazy trade where we traded the bishops equally. And it's not that great. In this position, I looked at it and intuition told me these pawns are going to protect my king in the endgame. This one, not really. So it's better to push this pawn. However, if you look a little bit more deeply, after this pawn push, the pin idea works where he can't take or I'm just winning the rook. The difference between pushing this pawn and this opened up a retreating square for my knight. This pawn did not. So now after he attacks my knight, with the wrong pawn actually, but either way, he's attacking my knight's got to move somewhere, and neither of these are great squares. If I go here, then he's just taking the pawn, and that's not good for me. And if I go over here, then my knight is just super not active. If I would have pushed forward, my knight could have gone here. Okay. We make some more moves. I throw this forward, and this throws it back to a completely equal position, which really sucks for me because I tried really hard to get this advantage, and I just threw it away. So, he doesn't see it. What on earth is this move? I have no idea. Obviously, you push through. It's defended by the rook. That's what you do. Passed pawn, defended by the rook. I can't take it with the queen. That's what you play. 100%. I don't know how on earth you push this pawn on the side of the board. This is like, I don't even know how he remembered this pawn existed. This is the only pawn that anybody's looking at. These 3 pawns looking at each other. This whole little square. Whatever. Capture, 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 and now all of a sudden I have a passed pawn. And so I trade the queens, activate my rook, activate my knight. I give a check first. I remember my moves. Best move, give a check, jump in with a knight, and then all of a sudden my passed pawn is sneaking on by. We step in. Now hear me out. Could I have just played this. No, he captures. Stepping up with the king. I could have also grabbed the pawn. So there's a lot of good moves here. I can play this. I can step up with the king, over with the king, whatever. All we got to be worried about is this fork exists. The only thing I did not do is I pushed the one piece defending that square, and now he has this fork. So I'm just completely losing if he plays this, and he does not. I got super lucky here. I would have been so upset. Instead, he goes the wrong way. The knight goes both ways. He went back. And we just trade everything off and go into this endgame where I'm completely freaking winning. King forward, king forward, king forward, king in the middle. Lock it down, deep freeze situation where like you can't push your pawn and I can't push my pawn. It seemed good for me. He steps over, I step over. He steps over, I step over. Couldn't figure out what to do. Do I go this way and support this pawn push? Or do I go this way and support this pawn push? The answer is I go this way and support this pawn push because it will create a passed pawn and there's a lot more stuff going on over here. I go here. This creates me a passed pawn. So if he decides to run in here, like after the trade, this guy runs. Bad judgment with 30 seconds on the clock and I go the wrong way. I go the wrong way. Big blunder. Now it's a draw. Now it's a draw. I go for the pawn break. Now it's completely winning for white. In this position, I said, did I just lose? Did I just lose? Because I saw this. And what am I doing about that? This isn't that fast. Because even after this pawn push, he doesn't even have to capture. And once I capture, he takes back. And my king can't even get in. I'm blocked. I'm blocked. I got to go all the way around to get in. He runs this way. I run up. He grabs my pawn. I step over. And in this position, I started celebrating my victory. And I even pre-moved capture F5. Dude. He can step up and hit me with an Uno reverse. I'm looking at this position like, I'm touching your pawn. I'm touching my pawn. What are you going to do about it? I'm protecting my pawn and I'm going to capture your pawn. And it's your move. You got to do something. Dude, he can step up. Defending. Attacking. And now he's like, no, boo-boo. Hit you with the Uno reverse. And he didn't see it. How? I didn't see it, but I had 24 seconds. I started celebrating. Do you know how, like, it would have been a bucket of cold water dumped on my head if he would have played this. How did he not see this? You have 3 minutes. At least sit there and think about it for a minute. I guess he did. He spent 20 seconds looking at this move, which is crazy because you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 moves. And you're obviously not playing any of these moves. So these are the only... Don't ask me. Don't ask me. If you would have like pre-moved it, then okay. But either way, yeah, super unfortunately. And we play it like this. He made me chase him all the way around too. Which I didn't even do that good. I was going to do the king here, queen here technique. But instead, I did the queen chase you to the corner, cutting off these squares. Whatever, thank you so much. I know that was longer than it needs to be. Please subscribe. Please donate $1. I love each and every one of you. Sorry that wasn't the greatest game of chess. I hope I looked at the graph and told you the percents or whatever. 72% accurate, 3 blunders, 7 mistakes. I love you guys. Another video is coming up. Please kick it, click it, click it, kick it. I'll see you in the next one. Love you guys. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, facing a random opponent on chess.com in game number 36 of my push to 2000. That's all there is to it. That's the intro. I have the black pieces against the 1862 from India. Maybe I should have cleared my throat before hopping into this game. Please forgive me. We have e4, c6, d4, d5. Caro-Kann on the board. Exchange variation, advanced variation. This is the fantasy variation. This is the I don't know variation. It transposes into the Tartakower variation. If he captures here, this is a line that I do know quite well. This is the alien gambit. And he plays it. What a fine young chap. We push this pawn, and playing the alien gambit, this is going to hopefully be a video showing why not to play the alien gambit in a 10-minute game of chess. All I really need to do is not get checkmated. I need to get my H-rook active into the game, and we need to figure out how to develop some of our pieces. So I've actually played this a fair bit. And what we go for now is c5. And the reason that we're going for c5, yes, this check with the knight is coming. But we just step back to the corner. You know what? This line I don't love. I don't love it because there is a way for his knight to jump in. And if I step up, if he brings the bishop, then all of a sudden it's equal again for me. But I keep my advantage after he plays this. I really do hope that this doesn't actually transpire, because it's winning for black, but it's harder to play because we give back the sacrifice. But this knight is really just a menace. The knights in this position suck. You do not want to be dealing with the knights. And so if his knight jumps in and takes my rook, this knight is so much more important than this rook that hasn't even moved. And you essentially just traded 2 knights for my rook and a pawn. So it's like, you can call it equal. We go here. If you capture, this is hanging, but my queen is hanging. Probably we just bring the knight. He never actually wants to castle here. I mean, he never wants to do the pawn capture, because then we just trade the queens. And if we trade the queens, he's going to have a really hard time checkmating me. But basically, what this is, it's just like, it's trying to do some origami with the black pieces of figuring out how to get your stuff developed in the best way. I mean, okay, for sure, we just take that back. We traded off his deadly knight for my B knight that was not super deadly. I'm feeling quite good about this game, boys. I'm feeling quite good about the game. Once you get rid of that knight, you are on the path. So for one, I can just jump in like so. Or we can capture. Where you capture. I mean, if I play this and you play this, I play this. I guess what we really got to think about here is, do I want to bring this knight? Do I want to step up with the bishop? Do I want to defend the pawn? Do I want to capture first? Say I capture, you capture, I capture your bishop, you capture my rook, I capture with check. Surely your king will take at that point. Or potentially I give a check, or I jump this way. I'm up 2 points of material. I don't really see a great reason to go down points of material here. And I can defend a few different ways. I can also jump in. I maybe like this the best. We're attacking a bishop. The sacrifice doesn't work because the rook is still here. So I don't like get rid of this pawn that is defending my king. This file is open, but I am potentially you castle. Surely I just trade, right? For one, I step in. Say he captures then. I capture, he desperados. I take, then you take my queen back. We could just be more like civilized and just capture here. Or do we launch a pawn? This might be a terrific move. Threatening a queen trade. And like I had explained, he has this, but I just capture. You capture with a desperado. I grab the pawn. You grab back. And I think that I'm just doing quite well there. We might lose this pawn, but I don't know if I care about a pawn. I'm up a knight. So all we really got to do is trade some stuff. We trade the queens. I'm happy. And essentially, what are his options? Not trade, and you got to slide somewhere. This capture, it looks like it's coming. And if you capture like this, I might even step up with the pawn, giving my king some more breathing room. With no queen attacking this file, then this becomes less scary, the whole bishop here. And quite soon, I can jump forward and bring this bishop this way. Where if you step back, I'm trapping you. Okay, so this is still defended. Probably this just gives him an open file, But then do I step forward like this? We can challenge. Never be afraid to challenge. There's probably a lot of different ways to win this. What do you guys think about capture, capture, capture? Surely the rook is coming. I'm doing this. Because if you take with the pawn, I'm going to take. If I capture and you take with the pawn, we trade the queens. Let's do this. I feel like it has to be done. I'm lower on the clock, but I'm still doing decent. The reason that I'm playing this move is if he captures, I take back with the pawn, and this rook, this H rook that has still not moved. It's always the struggle getting this rook into the action. And not only that, this rook needs to get in the action. I'm going to have to launch this pawn. But look how ugly my pawn structure is. Like, after this capture, these pawns are split. This guy is alone. Potentially, if you capture, these guys are alone. I'm going to have the ugliest pawn structure ever. And this bishop has just a terrible job of needing to defend these pawns from this stupid bishop. We hate this bishop. But if he doesn't trade here, I'm going to take with check. That is something very important to note here. We take with check. Or do I take this, threatening a fork? That threatens this. God damn it. I take with check. This is really incredibly scary. I'm considering just sliding back. You take here. I attack the queen hanging this. God damn it, dude. This has to be a decent move, no? Maybe not. Do we block like this? Allow the capture. We step up. If you give a check, I step here. This move seems sketchy. Bringing the queen back is probably safer. It defends the pawn. But this seems more versatile. I can step up. The check comes. I can always throw this in. And he steps over. I push the pawn. I'm going way too low on the clock, boys. I'm struggling. I am struggling bad. This is still a good move. This is a very scary move. No, I just capture and we're still all right. Sacrifice. We need to get this rook. If I can figure out how to get this rook into the game, we're chilling. And right now, I don't feel like I'm chilling. I'm winning, but it's still hard to play. Capturing here is great because it just threatens so much different stuff. However, one thing, if I take, he has this check where I take. Still defended by the queen, we're chilling. This is defended, we're chilling. This isn't even mate yet. I would step up, then it is mate. So this bishop is stopping me from losing the game. So maybe I'm going to jump up next. Let you hit me with the check. Step up like this. All of a sudden my rook gets in. Like I said, dude, I still got 3 pieces that have not moved. Okay, he goes for the pawn. If he takes, I step up. You hit me with this, I step up. If you hit me with this, I'm mated. Check, steps over. We step up, you attack my queen this way most likely. I slide back. You hit me with this check. Step up. This is coming in. We don't want that. What about taking the time to push this pawn and bring my rook up? What do we think about this move? My rook is hanging in the corner of the board, and how do I defend that? Oh my god. Well, I'm not going to hang my rook, so I think we're going to just step over. But then is there just check? For one, I could step up. You hit me with this check and I block this way. Playing this. Check, check, check. Only move. Only move. Also, this attacks the queen. Got mated, dude. You playing games with me right now, bro? Why did he take 30 minutes to play mate? Obviously, there's two different mates on the board. Either one works. What other move were you considering? Feels sus. All right, we're going to do an incredibly quick analysis. Yet again, dude, I don't have what it takes. All right, guys, here we are in the analysis, and I'm so sorry for losing that game. The alien gambit does it again. And so hopefully the aspect ratio is set up and everything. Okay, this is the alien gambit, sacrificing the knight here. Unfortunately, our opponent just played so many strong moves after that, and I'm not that good at chess. So I accept the alien gambit, we push the pawn. Maybe I'll start with the bishop, because if they trade, I just step forward, and we're ready to, like, run back. I think I'm going to start going with that, because this bishop is always such a problem, and if you're unable to trade it... So, historically, what I have played, they bring the knight. Still we bring the bishop? No, we go for the pawn push. Duh. If he hits me with the bishop check, I'm bringing the bishop next. No more pushing this pawn. That is what I'm going to learn from this. And he hits me with a check. I step back. Bring the knight. He captures. Best move for the opponent. Okay. Okay, don't really understand that one. We jump the knight to the middle. We bring the queen. He steps over. We capture, which is a blunder, and it throws it back to a draw. I have a +2 advantage. We capture the bishop. We're not doing so good anymore. This knight is awesome here, and this capture just opens up the file. I even mentioned all of that in the video. And this knight is blocking the bishop. So this knight sitting in the middle of the board is way better. Probably what I should do here is, like, what about this move? Capture, and we just get this bishop out here. It's not terrific, but we're surviving. Not terrific, but we will survive. If anything, I can step back and slide all the way over. Okay, should have gone for that. This bishop is so annoying. Okay, we trade. He takes back. He brings the rook. Best move for the opponent. Worst move for me. There's a rook sacrifice here, but he didn't play it because he didn't want to get flagged for cheating, because nobody sees the win after this rook sacrifice. So we're not even going to look at it. I block with the bishop. Wrong move. White is now winning. Captures the pawn. Obviously the best move. I calculated this, but I just figured he steps over and then he has tempo with either one of these rooks, and it's not good. We step over with the rook, and then he finds mate in 4. Check, up, check, mate in 3. It's not even mate in 4. So yeah, basically I just hang mate. It's either mate or look, I lose my queen. Mate or lose the queen. So essentially I walked into mate. Thank you guys so much for watching. Sorry I keep losing all these games, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Chess is hard. Chess is hard. I'm doing my best. I should have been keeping track of how many wins and how many losses have been in this series. But before you leave, where's my rating at? Where is the rating at? I lost 10. 1858. So I started at 34. So after 34 games, I've gained 24 elo. I'm going to call that a dub. We're doing all right. I love each and every one of you. Another video is coming up. You can click on it if you want. I love you. Please subscribe. Bye. I'm sad.
Alaska, Alaska, Aska. Ska. Ka.
¡Ah! ¡Estás bien calentito!
Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiasts. Today is day number 14, game number 14, where we will be playing a random opponent on chess.com. My current chess rating is 1888, and I am facing an 1850. If I am able to win this game, I will be rated 1899, and we will start the game with e4. Now, one thing that we are most definitely not going to be doing in this game is slipping low on the clock. That has been my main point of just errors throughout this series. I just have struggled to play quickly. I spend way too much time thinking, and whatever, we're not going to do that. Today we are playing the bishop's opening, so we're having a calm, cool, and collected. We're really hoping he brings the bishop. If he brings the bishop, ooh, we have an attacking line, and there's a chance that he does not know how to combat it. This is a chess opening, simply studying chess theory, and he plays the best move. Ugh, you hate to see it. You literally hate to see it. And now this pawn is defended, and the main issue here is this pawn push attacks the queen. So I believe the best move is to actually just step back and threaten mate. Unfortunately, he can bring his queen, and that's where my theory goes out the window. When they play the best move, it's more or less like a slightly winning position, slightly winning for white, but not by much. If he would have just done the most common move, instead of stepping over with the king, if he would have brought his queen out before my queen was developed, you go ahead and attack the queen. There's a line. I'll show it at the end of the video. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but we were able to maintain a 31-second time advantage and counting. So he brings the knight. Okay, so that means that the queen won't be coming. I'm fairly certain we have to develop the knight to defend his knight from advancing forward. We just don't want to see that. And do I push 1 square or 2 squares? I feel like 1 square we have to. Oh my god, he's going to just attack me. Oh god, and then I'm not going to be able to castle. That wasn't the most intelligible move. What do I do here? God damn it. I may have fudged up just a little bit. Instead of spending a huge amount of time, let's just go here. He can grab the knight, but I step back. He still can't castle. This pin is coming, which could potentially be useful. Whatever. And I've still got my 20-second time advantage. Dude, I do not want to lose this game of chess. That is all I want to know. That is all I know. I want to maintain my ability to castle. My queen is arguably decently placed over here. I think we just step over. Re-threatening mate and threatening the knight. You have to go back. That's definitely a tempo-losing move, if I'm not an idiot. But now I believe we pin, correct? We pin. Where if I capture, if he captures with the pawn, his king is weak. I'm giving up the bishop to weaken his king. But we've traded so many pieces, it's hard to say that that is actually even somewhat reasonable. Should I do it? I don't want to give up the bishop for the knight just to double these pawns. It seems a little bit inaccurate. What if I just step back? Maintain the pin? Will he really chase me? I feel like that weakens the king more. We step back. Now we're going to lose the bishop. And his knight has quick access to this square where... But his king is on this side of the board. Alright, I mean, we step up. You come here. I step back. Come here. I step back. You take. I take. What about going here? You can't take. It just hangs mate in 1. Oh, no, it doesn't. What do I do? Oh, God. Now I'm losing on time. We're doing this whole line that I calculated before. I saw that it wasn't losing, so we're just going to go for it. There is this fork, but nothing's defending the pawn. So, okay, we lose the bishop. It is completely equal. There is now an open A file, which means castling this way seems a little bit scary. His bishop is actually quite well placed. My knight is not well placed. He's survived this opening quite well, if we're going to be honest. And that was my golden bishop from the beginning. I wish that I still had that bishop. But now we might just have to revert into playing some sort of a endgame. He steps up with the king. Unbelievable that he would have the audacity to play that. What about sliding in? What about castling this way? What about breaking here? You push forward, but I step up? I kind of like the idea of just like stepping here with the king. We push, push. We step in. Say you go for a trade. I take the queen, you step back. I take here, you take here. Not convinced this move made any sense. I also have a very scarce amount of squares to go with my queen. We will step up. He wants to go for the queen trade. Immediately he goes for it. We're losing on time, so we're going to just do it. I didn't see what else to do. And I think his king is too safe over here. Just trying to do something with the rook. Didn't see what else to do. He can just defend that with either one of the rooks. This guy is defended by it. This guy, okay. Love to see that. Potentially this move makes sense. His knight can get in attacking me. Don't love to see that. So if I play this, his knight comes in, forking my guys. Hate to see it. Do we jump over with the knight? Is there a way to attack this pawn? Do I shove this forward one more? Let's just play it. I'm not even going to calculate. I'm just trusting that move makes sense. He can still jump in and attack my rook, but I think I'm okay. There's a check. I'm thinking about stepping forward. Would you really play this move? That seems crazy to me. I launch forward, check. Okay, okay. Now his rook just steps over. Dude, god damn. Stepping up with the king. Stepping up with the king. I feel like I need access to both of these sides. I don't think that move made any sense. And I'm down a minute on the clock. Oh, I need to start playing faster. I can step forward like this at some point. I'm getting matches on Tinder. He's going for the pawn. Dude, there's no way that move makes sense. Check here, and I just give a check. We're doing it. I don't see a reason not. That's a reason not to do it. That is a reason not to do it. There's also this check here. If he steps forward, then I take, and he takes my pawn. Okay, so we're going to play this. Same idea. Check. All right, my rook is quite stupid over here, if we're going to be honest. I feel like this check maybe makes sense. Wait a minute, is that just checkmate? Am I? No, he has to take here. Then we hit him with the discovery. That is almost mate. So what about this? Check, here, check. He can run a lot of different ways. But okay, I think this is it, this check. There's only one move. All of the squares are taken away. All of the squares. You have to take. I hit you with this. You take, discovery, take the rook. Gotta take here. I hit you with this. Okay, so I'm getting a piece. I got 5 minutes against 6, but I'm actually getting an advantage. Let's freaking go, boys. We hit you with this check. Was there something better? It is really hard for me to say. Is my rook being active or just stupid over here? We can go for this pawn break. This bishop is so annoying. There's probably a lot of things that I can do here, but let's just play this. My knight isn't really doing anything useful. Gonna give a check. Don't see why not. And maybe we push. What is the real game plan here? I can also attack here. If you step in, not even going to think about it. I feel like I just need to bring my rook. His bishop is cutting this sexy diagonal, and I just cannot allow that. He can step in here. I can jump in this way. Does that do anything? We can push this. If he takes with the pawn, that blocks his bishop. I give up a pawn for activity. I think we're just going to go for it. That move was so stupid. It just gives up a pawn. What did that do? What was the purpose of that move? What on earth was the purpose of that move? blocking with this doesn't work. It just brings his knight. God damn it. Am I screwing up? The knight can jump in. Jump this way. Oh, this bishop sucks, dude. We can play this. He'll probably push forward. That was such a stupid move, dude. I just made a weakness forever. I need to stop this pass pawn. Do I blockade it, dude? That seems so slow and stupid. He then pushes. Sure. Then I push. He's sliding in. God damn it. 3 minutes against 6, dude. I'm fumbling, boys. I am fumbling. I could have played this. He plays a push. He's going for this guy. Cool. Here. Check. Here. He can grab my pawn, dude. I'm still not convinced. I think we set this up. You grab here. That gave up this option. Going for it. Blocking the bishop seems like a decent idea. I like it. For sure this is happening. He's got this check to get out of it. Okay, but I pin him. Okay. I pin him. If he takes with the pawn, I take the rook. Going for it. 2 minutes. This is very, very tense. I need these elo, bro. He can defend. But I take. Then you take. I feel like that has to be a good transformation for me. He steps back. I hit you with this. I hit you with this. He's got a passed pawn, but now this is blocking in that bishop, and I hate that bishop so much. He can try and run around with the rook, but at this point, I got ideas of getting in. It's equal material? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Going for something, dude. You can just step in for one. This guy is so annoying to deal with. I'm attacking a pawn. If he steps in, we check him up. He goes here, maybe another check. He goes back. This king can honestly attack my rooks. This is not fun or easy to play. But if I'm able to grab just a few pawns, what about this check? What about this check? Let me think. I mean, I can just trade the rooks. It's still equal material, but he's got a passed pawn, and I'm not going to be able to stop it. He'll just run with his king. So this check here. You know what? I'm abandoning it. Running over here with my king. Dude, this is getting so complicated, bro. We step forward. This is blocked. There's a fork, but it's definitely scary. I play an entire game of chess for that to happen at the end, dude. Jesus, bro. I saw the fork, but I forgot it was defended by the king. Dude, that was my game. It was my game. Dude, the push to 2000 is rough, bro. That was my game. I just wasted 20 minutes of my life as well. And here we are in the analysis, and god damn it, boys, chess is so hard. I can't believe I hung that fork. Are you kidding me? With teary eyes, we will go through this analysis together. We're going to keep it like 4 minutes long because there's really not all that much. What I do want to show you guys is this line specifically out of the opening. The fact that he knows the computer best line here, I don't know. What is the purpose of playing this move if you know this move? Or did you really just find it? Because nobody plays that move. You either push the pawn or bring the queen. If they bring the queen, you attack the queen. The queen takes here. You step over. There's a lot of moves that he can play, but normally they'll just attack your queen or something, and then you get in. You have a +3 advantage going out of the opening, and it gets even worse than that if they are not able to find h5, which nobody ever is able to find this. It would have been nice if this happened and I had an easy dub. And so miraculously, even after winning the exchange, I wasn't winning. So we got to bring the knight here to stop his knight from getting in. We push a pawn, we get attacked, we step over, he takes, we step with the knight, so we're still able to castle or step up with the king or whatever. We get attacked, we step back, the knight has to go back because we're just threatening mate, so he attacked my queen or whatever, but now we're threatening mate. Okay, we bring the bishop, he tickles us, we step back. It's slightly more accurate to just say, I'm keeping the bishop for the endgame, whatever, we step back, he chases us, and then basically the same exact thing happens on this side of the board. He literally is just chasing my bishops around. We lose the bishop for really no great reason. Now we have the same exact pieces, but his king isn't able to castle, but essentially stepping up is just as good as castling. If I'm going to castle this way, it's basically the same side castling game of chess. So we launch this pawn, it's not great, but it's not bad. We step in with the queen, we go for a queen trade. Castling, god damn it, I thought about it. This was the moment that I thought about castling, and it's slightly better, but it's still completely equal. We go in with the rook. I mean, this is just not doing anything. Like, this bishop is just going to stay here forever and whatever. We push forward with the pawn. We step up with the king. And then here I go for this. I completely forgot about en passant. It's like this game, I forgot about how the pawns move. I forgot this move, and then I forgot a pawn fork at the end. So he takes, we take back, and then now we finally have a spark of hope. I got a +1 advantage. We give this check. It's mate unless he takes his pawn. Only move. He takes the pawn. We hit him with a discovery. Boom, we win the rook. But it's only a +1.9, which is actually quite significant. Getting the rook back is slightly better. We get this. We give the check. It's a blunder. I'm supposed to just bring the rook and go for checks or bring the knight or whatever. This move seemed like it made sense. Sorry, that's an alarm. We're going to do a 2-minute analysis. He captures. I pushed this for no reason. I just like, after the pawn took, I thought that there was a better way to blockade it. His knight can just jump in and check me from either one of these squares. So this plan never worked at all. It throws away basically all of my advantage, and now I'm losing. So I step in with the rook. He steps in with the king. I bring the rook over here so that there's some ideas of discoveries if he ever captures. So he brings the knight. I step in. Now I'm touching this. He takes, which is the blunder. The knight is now pinned when I move my knight. He can only defend. Take, check. He takes my pawn, but I take his pawn. And what is absolutely ridiculous about this is I'm up the exchange, but he's up 2 pawns. So he's basically got these 2 pawns, and one of them is a passed pawn. So it's really just a draw, but it's almost impossible to actually play this for a draw. Someone's going to win or lose. And so we step in, and he plays the best move here. Suspicious to play that move, dude. Suspicious to play that move. How do you know that trading the rooks is okay? How do you know? And then I just completely lost sight. I was worried about discoveries on the dark squares, so I literally was just like, which square do I go to? I want to get in front of the pawn somewhere here. I want my king on one of these squares. So giving a check would have worked. But what if I step back? Am I losing? Maybe we blockade here. You push. I'm going to step up here. Am I losing? Okay, what do we do here? You block. I go back. We play for a draw. You're not going to chase me. You got to play something. Ugh, now I'm defending. Okay, so this was going to be incredibly hard to even win. I had 1 minute on the clock. So even after this, I probably was going to just blunder. I mean, I can't run this way with the king. The king can't go that way. Play a move like this. Don't you just start pushing? Oh, that wins the bishop. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. I'm so sorry I lost that game. But apparently, even in this position, up the exchange, there's just a fork, dude, and I hang a fork. I take 3 seconds to play a move. All I thought about was this. I thought about the pushing forward with check. I thought about the diagonal check. I even thought about pushing forward and attacking us and saw that it was a fork, but I was like, oh, it's not defended. I would just take. Chess is so hard, dude. And now I'm right back where we started, dude. Right back where we started. This whole series, where even is this thing? Did I close chess.com? Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, making a push to 2000. I'm going to do a few different things here. I'm going to try to be as educational as possible, as entertaining as possible, and I'm going to really try and win this game of chess. However, the way things have been working out for me thus far in this push to 2000 is it's been like 65% of me just losing and getting absolutely demolished. So hopefully that's not going to happen in this game. We have the Caro-Kann exchange variation. We capture back here. I was even looking at this. I was doing a little bit of practicing. I was looking at the computer, trying to study my openings. I think maybe that's something we need to be doing a little bit more often, as well as I solved 50 puzzles. Okay? On Lichess, because they're free over there. Go check out Lichess. No frills. We're going to pin the knight. Okay, for sure, that's a great idea. We're just following basic chess principles here. Develop the knights before the bishops. The bishops attacked. We step back. We're not going to trade the bishop for the knight for no reason. However, what can happen here is we step back. So let's just do this because I didn't want him to push and I step back and he gets me with the... I don't know. I just didn't want to deal with any complications. Immediately, we're going to tickle this bishop. If he captures, he's giving up the bishop for the knight. And actually, this pin doesn't seem like the stupidest idea in the world. Because now his bishop is never getting back there. So this move might actually make a lot of sense now. The whole reason I jumped back, like his bishop's locked on this side of the board. So now this pin all of a sudden became a lot stronger. So we got to step forward to open up the dark square bishop, and maybe he walks into another pin. He's stepping back. We could, hear me out, cash out on the bishop, where we step forward. If you capture, I capture, you capture. Let's throw in the pin first. That was my last undeveloped piece. We got to develop our last piece. We've got the knights and the bishops all developed. Still, I can maintain the pin, and you're blocking the way to get rid of it. My bishops, I feel like, are doing quite well. I mean, he's going to get his own pin. It's kind of actually a symmetrical-ish structure when you think about the pins and the knights going on. Like, he can always just get this pin, which is an absolute pin. There's two different types of pins. There's an absolute pin where this move is actually illegal. But I think what we're going to do... Okay, tempo on the queen. He stepped out of the pin in a genius way. That was just a great move. So we're going to put my bishop back here, attacking the queen this way. What about capture? Queen captures. Jump in, attacking the queen. Probably it's just going to make a lot of sense for me to castle. Unfortunately, he can go for my light square bishop, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. So I think it's just a completely equal position. If I had anything going for me... Wait. This move. This move. We jump forward. You grab my bishop. I take back. You break the pin. I capture. You capture. I think stepping forward makes just the most amount of sense. Like, what else am I going to do in this position? I can try and wiggle around. I could step forward. Or I could trade off, then step forward. We're going to go for it. We could even attack the queen after he takes back. Oh, he takes with the queen. Okay. There's two things we can do here. Jumping forward. I mean, jumping back, that doesn't do anything. But I'm thinking stepping forward. If you sacrifice, I take, you take. I could even throw in this capture at some point. So if I play this and he captures, I could capture here. And then your rook is still hanging. You're going to have to step back. This has to be the correct move. Is there anything better? You can't block the pin this way. And this, I just grab the rook for free. And at the very, very least, I'm going to be able to capture, and then I get a fork. Oh, dude, I need to win this game of chess. I'm losing on the clock, but I am winning on the momentum. I am going to do my best, boys. Look at this. This is a chess book. I go through this thing, and I read about chess. And I'm going to try and get better and better and better, and be able to teach you guys a little bit better. What a resourceful little dude. I guess, I mean, this pawn is a little bit weak. Do we step over? That seems fairly reasonable. We also have this attack on the queen, where the queen is trapped. The queen is trapped. That's the move. Is the queen trapped? Let me just think about this. Sometimes I like to hover my piece. We play it. I think that was his only escape. This was probably a move like 2 moves ago. Like, just everything is just so conveniently blocked. All of the escaping squares. Every single square. Let's go, dude. I needed a dub. He could resign, but I hope not. Okay, so for sure we take the queen when it's possible. 100%. Now we are doing quite all right. Up 3 points of material. I can still absolutely lose this. But we're not going to. We're going to just line my rook up. Now if this knight ever moves, I can take the pawn. I mean, this is just where the rook belongs. He does have the bishop pair. We have to use my most powerful piece. My queen has not moved yet. So really what I'm thinking is the queen has to start doing stuff. What exactly that may be, stepping over here seems to make sense. What I don't like is this dark square bishop. This dark square bishop is going to be an absolute headache. Like, I've got a queen, but I never want to trade my stuff. If I can trade my rook for like a bishop and win a pawn, I'll do it, because that will simplify the position. So he defends this. Very reasonable. Let's just make a move. We got to make moves. I can push forward, and he's going to have to step back with the rook. I'm not sure if that's a good game plan. Like, I can attack this rook. I don't know what to do. Let's just make a move. If I keep making moves and they don't suck, I should be all right. I need to just trade this bishop for something, and I need to trade some pawns off the board. Or trade the rooks. Duh. If I trade the rooks, this will become a lot easier. It's just there's so many pawns in the position. It's just not super easy to wiggle around and get where I want to go. Like, I'm not even sure what the best game plan is here. Let's just make another move. The new idea is scoot the queen, push the pawn, push the pawn, push the pawn. That gets the bishop back. We push the pawn again. Like, if I can clear out some stuff over here, I'll feel way better about this position. And I've got 5 minutes to do so. This is never going to work. I could maybe even be looking for, like, better moves. Like, what... Okay, surely we have to step forward. He steps in. I sacrifice. He takes. I take. Seems decent, actually, to just simplify it. But that seems like a bad move for me. All right, so say we step forward. He steps in. I'm going to chase him. He could try to trap my queen. I don't want my queen getting trapped. Here, here, here. Say he pushes the pawn. I can just step up. Say you attack me. And the queen does get trapped. So let's just be safe and hide my queen all the way over here. Like, I just don't feel like... I felt like he's going to have some retreating moves. Even if he jumped in and my queen was here, he can push this pawn defended by the... And then I step over here. I think this is my time to shine. I can grab this pawn with a fork and you're forced to trade and I get along your 7th rank. Let's do it. I mean, he can definitely try and jump in or something. As long as I don't get my rook trapped. Like I said, dealing with this dark square bishop is really going to be a headache. The knight and the light square bishop. Because the pieces suck. Okay, for sure I just take the rook. And then I'm up so much material. That's all she wrote. We grabbed the rook. You have to take back. And I'm just chilling at this point. I mean, this dude's still coming in. I might try and take that square away from him, actually, and just push forward. It also gives my queen more scope. But now I am officially up 9 points of material. There's really no way that I screw this up. He resigns. Thank goodness, dude. I needed a dub. And that was a pretty straightforward game of chess. I think I probably played quite accurately. And oh boy, he's sending a rematch. I should accept. So I'm going to accept just because I beat him quite easily. I would like to beat him again. So, we're going to end this video and put a new one. Hey guys, welcome back and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, making a push to become rated 2000 on chess.com. Now, what we are playing right now is the symmetrical variation of the bishop's opening. So the bishop's opening goes like this. E4, E5, bishop C4, and right here, there's this little freaky sideline. This is played like maybe like 6 or 7% of the time. Normally a knight comes or a pawn push or whatever. There's this sneaky line here that I actually haven't played in quite some time. But if he captures with... What was it? If you capture... Yeah, if he captured with the pawn, then it was just doing great. Now it's completely equal. Now it is completely equal. The best move is to bring the knight. And you do just capture. And then I believe you develop your bishop with tempo on the knight because you're ready to capture, capture, capture. And so I gambited a pawn for a lead in development. That is what we did here. And so now we're going to have to win. So we're going to just develop a knight. I'm sure that that's the best move. He's going for something. This pawn's weak, so I'm going to have to play this at some point. I could develop here, where you might have to defend, but I might just get crazy on you. Okay, so this seems like the strongest, scariest move. He's going to have to play something like this. But then I just step back to attacking it more. Okay, so this might not be terrific, but we're threatening mate in 1, so I think it's worth playing. If he defends with the queen, we bring another piece. If he defends with the knight, I mean, he can't defend with the knight. You can play this, but then I just sacrifice, is what I'm trying to say. If you push the pawn... Do we step back here, threatening this again? If you develop here, I take. Yeah, okay, so what is probably the best move? This? You can probably just bring his queen. I can't attack it anymore. Yeah, okay, so that's a just terrific game plan by our opponent there. If I take, he gets to develop. I don't want that to happen. So is there a possibility of stepping over? I feel like that's a super weak queen. I don't really like my queen's position there. And he's getting ready to jump in here. Take this, defended by the queen. I can jump in. Let's do this because I can step forward attacking the queen. Also, we are threatening this. Okay, maybe this move doesn't suck. It does a few different things. So this, I don't really love the idea. I think we jump forward attacking the queen. Okay. Still he can play this. But is the queen like getting almost trapped? Once I play this, you don't have a lot of moves. You have to step back here. And that just feels like kind of a dub for me. I could take the knight at the very least and disrupt the pawn structure. And then just swing back and say, I've got the bishop versus the knight, up a pawn in an endgame. I do kind of like my odds. This gets hit with a check. Castling this way. If you capture here, I'm bringing this. But you get out of it by taking a piece. Okay, so I could step back, all the way back. Don't love it. We step all the way back and try and kick this guy out. That's probably the game plan. I think we have to play that. I'm getting ready to play some moves here. I'm winning this game of chess for you guys. I'm doing it for you. I know a lot of these games have been me losing, and I apologize for that immensely. This just forks two valuable pieces. You got to think about stuff like that when you castle. So right here, I'm going to attack the queen. This would be a decent move because it would like go for threatening, but we're going to grab this rook. We have successfully grabbed the rook. We're going to kick out this knight. He cannot take my pawn. And then I'm ready to castle with my rook looking at your dude. I can also tempo threaten this. But probably let's just be safe and castle. Ooh, your knight's going to arrive here. That's a good knight. Pawn is hanging. I can pin it first, actually, which doesn't seem terrible. I can bring my rook over here. That also doesn't seem terrible. If I go here, he'll probably just jump this way. And then I probably play this. Let's do this. If he pushes the pawn, that's kind of what I didn't think about. I would have to step back. Okay. I think potentially we want to stop the knight from being able to access these squares. But realistically, the best move is to get my rooks involved. So I'm thinking, like, what if we just start trading some pawns? Like, what if we just play this? Give me an open file. No more questions asked. You can tickle me, but I step back. You can tickle me again, but I hit you with a check. You block, I take. Yeah, so I step all the way back. You can hit me here, but I hit you with a check. That's very important. The pawn push doesn't work because I'll take your queen at the end. The fork of these guys with the knight is definitely not something that I want to deal with. I can also always push forward, and you would have to... There's this fork we don't want to deal with. So we hit you with a check. God damn it. That wasn't a great move by me. It's only equal material. Ugh. Oh! He's playing this, dude. If I sacrifice... Okay, he takes back, but I win the knight. Okay, I would play that. I'm attacking the knight. You want your knight planted in the middle of the board. I'm going to capture this. That opens up... My bishop's opened up. That's a happy bishop. These knights are smack dab in the middle of the board. We don't love that. I need to be playing a little bit faster here as well. Still, this fork is something we need to deal with. Does this move make any sense? I need to move this rook, is what needs to happen. Please just play a slow move. Like, do something with the rook or the queen or whatever. If he pushes upon attacking my queen, he has the tempo. I need like him to chill out on the tempo for a second where I'm able to bring a rook. Okay, so I think that allows me to play a move potentially like this. Which I think is decent. These knights are happily placed in the middle of the board right now. So he's just chasing me around. Terrific. I mean, he's going to get over here and be able to get a pawn. God damn, dude. Yeah, if he plays this... Let's play this. Just taking away squares from these knights is definitely going to be the name of the game. I would love to play this. Also, there is, like, this pawn is kind of pinned to the defense of this guy. Terrific. If we go here, he can just... Let's play this. I got 4 minutes. I need to massage this position just a little bit. I am still not technically winning, but I'm doing okay. It's like, dude, this guy is just chasing me. Chasing me relentlessly. I guess we play this. I'm so sick and tired of these knights. With under 4 minutes on the clock, I just want to get these stupid knights off the board. He also does so happen to have a 3-on-2 on this side of the board, which is also not incredibly fun to deal with. So I got to get this knight over here or something. If we push, you can't take. If you push forward, I take. If I push, you can take like this, but I take like this. Let's do this. All of a sudden, maybe I have some ideas of actually attacking. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of stressing out here. I feel like I'm doing all right, but I'm down half the time on the clock. And I don't know how to, like, make this better. Play this. I'm looking at an endgame where I play this, and I have my pawns on these 3 squares, and my king is maybe able at that point to start doing some stuff. He can always play push-push, where I have to capture, and I got to do something with the bishop, which isn't the end of the world. How badly we would love to just get rid of this stupid... These knights are so strong. I'm threatening this. All of a sudden, the queen has to stay there. Two minutes. Damn it. Okay, I really do need to just start playing faster. All I need to do is just trade some stuff. Specifically, the queens would be really nice. I am threatening this. That's a huge threat. Potentially stepping over and attacking the queen this way. Pushing my pawn this way seems decent. Like, go here, here. You're forced to trade at that point. Yeah, my pawn structure kind of sucks. I can't afford to lose any pawns in this endgame. These knights are just so strong. If we get rid of just even one of them, I'll feel so much better. But we step up with the king. Maybe we start centralizing a rook somehow. There's just so many scary, like, forks and stuff like that that I don't want to have to deal with. What if I step up like this so I can attack this way? You're forced this way. I attack you again. I push. I go this way. I think I'm just going to go for this. It's not a great plan, but I think I might just go for this, where you have to take. I take with the pawn. You can't attack it immediately. It's not a great plan, but if we get the queens off the board, the endgame becomes way simpler. And my chances of winning skyrocket. But these two knights here are just like so annoying. I think this is going to be my game plan. Potentially, he just like shuts it down. But I might just play slow here. Like I think positionally, or however you want to look at it, material-wise we're equal, but I think I'm doing all right. I think we are just going to go with this. You can play this. I'm kind of okay with trading some pawns. Okay, we have to play this. Definitely the 2-on-1 is not incredibly fun to deal with. You push, I take, you take. He's got that passed pawn, but we cleared off a lot of stuff at that point. Something like this would definitely be a situation. I would have to attack the queen. He could run. We capture, no? We capture. Terrific. Now we go for attacking the queen trade. We force the queen trade. We're going for it. 1 minute and 53 seconds on the clock. I feel like that just had to be played. I don't know what else to do. But I don't think this pawn is going to make it. Don't think the pawn is going to make it. I can always step back and defend this way. I need to take my sleeping pills, boys. Sorry. I have insomnia, so I take sleeping pills. I should have probably pre-moved this. Damn. All right, I'm gonna get some water. And also, I play quite a bit of bullet to make my YouTube shorts. And so whenever we get below like 2 minutes or whatever, I feel so much more confident. I feel like I have the easier to play position here. We're getting the queens off the board, which makes it way simpler for me. And I feel like I play more bullet and I'm just better at bullet than most people. Yeah, he had to play that. This pawn cannot really be attacked so many different ways. This knight is glued to the defense of this. I think it really just might be as easy as bringing a rook over. For sure we capture there. Capture, capture, capture this pawn. Is this the time to bail out? We grab a pawn. You grab my bishop. I grab your pawn. Then it's rook, rook. This is the last asset in the position. Here, here. We grab your pawn. You have to defend attacking the rook. I don't want to play that. Let's play this. Yes, he can just step forward. Let's try and do something with the rook. Takes. If you push, I take. You could step forward and then push. Getting aggressive. I just hung this. Fuck. What am I doing? What on earth was any of that? The knights are hanging, bro. Grab this one. That was stupid. I'm big screwed. Oh my god, dude. I throw it away in the last little bit. My chances of being able to flag him here are like 0%. He has me with this check. He pushes the pawn. It's over. It's so over. Check. I step up, attacking the rook, maybe. Attack the rook. Fuck you, bro. I hung my rook as well. That sucks. But dude, I did my best. No, I really didn't. I had a completely winning position and I fumbled it again. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Where did it all go astray? We're not even going to do an analysis. It all went astray when I hung my everything. I didn't even think about it. I just pushed the pawn. Oh, god damn it. We're not going to do a real analysis, boys. We don't have time for all of that. Let's go back. This was, like, hard to play. I do want to plug it in and just see what's the evaluation. Can I do that here? Analysis. White is losing. White is still losing. I'm still completely losing. Well, that lets me know something about my evaluation abilities, dude. I was never even really winning. I thought this whole time, like, all the way back here. Sorry, I'm doing this terribly. Let's just go through the game real quick. This is really just like playing hope chess here, this pawn gambit. Because if they take with the bishop, I'll teach you something. Boom. No, it's not what they take with the bishop. If they take with the pawn, you threaten mate right here, where they have to do something about it, such as push a pawn, and you grab the bishop back, and you're also going to grab this pawn. White is just crushing here. There's like a 50% chance, or maybe a 30% chance when they play this. They don't really know what they're doing against the bishop's opening, so they might just say eeny, meeny, miny, mo, taking with normally pawns take pawns, so you can get lucky. Unfortunately, this is what actually happened. I don't know why the board is white, the coloring, and I see that the board is actually a little bit too small. Okay, things are going good. We get this. I'm crushing. +2. We kick out the knight. We castle. Get fancy with the queen. Push a pawn. Step back. He takes. This sucks for me. Really what I should have done here, instead of being fancy, just play this. I play this. The pawn's defended. I don't have to worry about anything. I have the dark squares to play with. I thought about this move and I wanted to be fancy, and I pushed the pawn 2 squares instead of 1. So that was my first mistake. Don't make things complicated. Just play simple chess. Here we're trading everything off. His knights are gods in the middle of the board. Yes, I have 2 rooks. The rook pair, you could call it. Stepping around. And I'm losing. And I'm completely lost here. Where did it... It's here. Here? Okay. Chess.com really sucks. White is completely losing. For what reason? Can you guys find the winning move? I'm not looking at the thing. Okay, A4. It's not A4. This? What is the move? A sacrifice? That's not it. A sacrifice? That's not it. You take here? That's not it. What the hell is the move? This? This is how you know I'm not that good at chess. I'm really trying to figure out what I'm supposed to play here. This? I don't see the move, boys. Whatever. I'm completely losing in this position because there's a move. I can't find it. Hopefully you can. We trade. And dude, I'm just losing here. That's hard for me to believe. The rooks are not that great when you have two knights in the middle of the board, like just doing everything. So I guess, yeah, my position was not incredibly easy to play. And I'm already completely lost. Dude, this is an equal position. Okay, so it went back to equal. Probably the game plan that was the smartest was, let's just slide over here with the rook. We'll lose this pawn with check. We'll step up. But screw it. We'll get rid of some stuff. Is that the right game plan? No. Yet again, I don't know what I'm doing. Attack this guy? I don't know what I'm doing. Stop this guy from moving forward? That's also not the right move. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to use chess.com's analysis at all. You have to read the moves over here, but I have to like scroll on this little scrolly wheel. I don't know if you can see. I'm not scrolling around on this little scrolly wheel reading moves, dude. Just show me arrows on the board like Lee chess. I'm not that good. And unfortunately, I hang everything. And even here, like what on earth was he doing? Why did he make this so difficult? Thanks for watching my video. Please subscribe. Another one is going to be coming up right now. If you're watching this live, this isn't real live, just another video is coming up. And if you watch this in real time, that is 2 times. I played one game where I was up a queen and a rook and lost. And now this one where I guess the loss was deserved all along, but it's hard to say. So please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much. And I'm out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back. And thank you so much. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we always do, making a push to 2,000 rating on chess.com. We are going to have the white pieces, the black pieces. I don't know. We're facing a random opponent. Looks like this dude is from India, 1850, and I have the black pieces. Wish me luck, and I'm going to need it because I have been playing chess recently and not faring so well, pretty much against anybody that I face. Higher rated, lower rated, doesn't matter. I've been losing chess. And so partially that is because I haven't been playing as much chess, and I've been mostly playing chess only recording or streaming. And so I really do need to take some time alone and just play chess by myself. Like Magnus says, sometimes you should just take the pieces and play by yourself. And it looks like this guy doesn't want to make a first move. But I've got 4,400 subscribers. We're starting on a clean number today. It looks like the game is going to abort. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, making a push to become rating 2,000 on chess.com. We're going to be facing a random opponent, no cuts, no edits, only raw chess. Today we are facing a 1940. That is a huge rating. Dude, I'm like 1840, so this guy's like 100 ELO points higher than me. Wish me luck, and I am going to need it. We're going to be playing the Carl Khan against e4, so c6. E4, C6 is the Carl Khan. This would be the exchange variation, and probably we see, okay, everything's going good. I think we want to put this bishop on the outside of the pawn chain. This is kind of a slow setup, but I believe that we do push this. He can immediately go for the light square bishop, which is probably actually the best move. I would say like these two are the two top computer lines, but what do I really know? So what we're going to do is we're going to push this pawn. I don't want to lose my light square bishop for really no reason. I Guess we're going to develop this knight. That's going to be an annoying bishop to deal with later in the game. I know the bishop doesn't move like that. Let's draw the arrow correctly. We're definitely going to be a little bit worried about that. And I want to show you guys something. Check this out. I got a $100 bill from 1988. Look at the back of this thing. It's like a circle. I don't have a regular $100 bill. Oh man, my fingernails were looking horrendous in that right there. Let's put this down. Okay, we're going to definitely have to do something. I think we're going to just put the bishop on an active square. Probably he brings the knight. I'm scared to castle same side, but I guess we're going to just have to do it. I don't think I have another choice. And I'm going to do my best to maintain equality on the clock. This pawn push is definitely coming into play. We're going to just bring a rook, not even think about it. Recording audio is good. The audio of the board is also probably good. This is probably a great move. And right now I have this diagonal, which seems decent for me. Yeah, so that's the move that I was kind of worried about. I don't see anything better. If I don't take, I'm kind of just getting sandwiched. I could push forward and allow him to take, and then I jump in with the knight. The problem with this is if he takes, this knight is pinned. He could go here. I'd have to step over. He can take. I think we're going to go for this. He can always just push forward and push forward again. Or just simply push. I guess I didn't really consider what would happen if he just pushes. 8 minutes and 40 against 8 minutes and 40. I think all is good. Probably bringing this bishop out is going to be super useful. Now that the knight is on this dark diagonal, there are going to be pinning options. I think I have to take, no? I mean, I guess I don't. If I take, then I get on the dark diagonal. Arguably, he can just kick me back out. And then really, where am I going? Here? Here, capture, I capture the queen. Damn it, I'm using all my time. Okay, I don't want to calculate anything else. I'm not sure. This gives him a passed pawn, but I'm just not convinced that it's super good. So I think we can go here. He'll capture, I can go here. I'm unsure. This gives me a passed pawn as well. I didn't even think about that, but I'm so far away. I mean, he's going to just push. I guess we go for this, and he pushes here. Ugh. Definitely don't love to see all of this. Yikes. Like I said, this bishop opened up and is doing quite well. And now I'm losing on the clock. I do not want to go lower on the clock than my opponent. That's all I know for sure. If I can just maintain a somewhat equal-ish position, even if I'm missing like good moves, as long as I can stay equal and good on the clock, I'm happy with it. And putting my bishop here seemed so much better. Not sure that that was necessary, but I'm going to replace my bishop here. I'm not really sure what this is accomplishing. I think we're going to just take. Okay, we are also just going to take here. If I challenge the bishop, if he takes, I take. He jumps in with tempo on my queen. I can step up. Doesn't look like it's losing, and I still do have this bishop. So he's, as long as I can keep the bishop, he's going to have a hard time putting something behind this pawn. And I'm down 30 seconds on the clock. God damn it, dude. Sorry for swearing. Oh. Sorry. This is 29. So that's fixed. I think that's the move that he needs to play. Does he? Or he could step back defending the pawn. Like he could play a4. I mean a3 with the bishop. Bishop a3. Or c3. But I'm liking my bishop. Okay, so I think we have to take this, no? I think we're going to take. Potentially, we just bring a rook. That stops the push. Blockading with the queen is sketchy. But I have a passed pawn as well. He has 2 passed pawns, but we are really about to fight over these pawns like no other. And I also do have this tempo. Shoot. I didn't see that coming. That's going to ruin my pawn structure, and then my passed pawn becomes weaker. God damn it, dude. Here I am swearing again. Dude, he can even just fork. I'm washed up, boys. I need to just practice chess on my own. I didn't even spend any time thinking about that. That hangs this. No, it doesn't. That didn't accomplish anything. He still has this fork. I'm trying not to lose hope, but it's not looking so good for me right now. These pawns are pretty crazily far advanced. Like, yes, he can push, but I can always step over. He can get the knight in there. You can always just capture this. But I am applying pressure, so this knight is a defender of this. But I should be able to play here, here, and then I can grab with the queen. If you grab here, I grab with the bishop, threatening this. You have to push. I push here. You can defend. Start bringing the knight at that point. I think it's still equal. Have to play that move. We sacrifice here. That doesn't work, does it? You just capture. I take your queen. You take my rook. That's not what you want to see. We jump in. You capture. I take this way. I think we threaten here. So that works. If I jump in, he's just going to capture. And then I'm like, I'm not sure I can actually do anything. Capture. Capture with the rook. I capture. You capture my rook. I capture your queen. And then it's just, I'm losing. That doesn't work at all. I want to bring my knight. I want to bring my knight, but he's just going to capture, and then this does nothing for me. If we're in this situation, I have no good way of attacking this. He can always just defend it, like a lot of different ways, quite easily. blockade the pawn. I couldn't figure out what to do. He can attack my weaknesses too. Like, he could play something as simple as this. Threatening a queen trade and my pawn. I can't push this because it destabilizes my knight. This is the threat. Here. Like, this is my frickin' passed pawn. He has 2 passed pawns, dude. This is coming with a pretty simple idea of boom, fork. So I'm gonna have to address that. And I don't think there's a good way to address that. I wish I could have played this pawn push earlier to prevent this, but I just don't think there is. Anything. He's jumping in. I have to move my queen somewhere. Still, this doesn't work. He's just... What about this? Fairly certain he could just sacrifice. No. What about this move? He just applies pressure, no? But then I attack you. You attack, attack. I take. You take my pawn in the end. Can't do that. If I step over... Nothing is ever defended well enough. So if I go here, he's hitting me with this. I have to do something with the queen. Arguably, no matter what I do with my queen, he's just starting to push these passed pawns. Unfortunately, I don't see a way around this, boys. This is my only hope, but he just wins a pawn at the end. I calculated that. I can sacrifice to split the pawns. That might be my best bet. We step back. He comes in. We sacrifice for it. We trade this way. We're doing this. You jump in. I attack your queen. I'm worried about just going into, like... Okay. I can attack your queen. Probably you just move, or move here. I can also just sacrifice to split the pawns. Trade, 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 trade. You make a queen. Can't be having that. We can take and then just get behind it, and he has no good way of defending it. Boom, boom. I think that might be my best bet. We can either grab this. We can grab this now. God damn it. But if I play this, he can take here. I take the queen. You take back, and I have no way of taking the knight, and then it's just these guys, so this doesn't work. I attack the queen. You take my queen. I take your queen. You take this. I take here. Then it's just rooks versus this. Okay, we're doing this. This is not the right game plan. I'm hanging on, boys. I'm doing really the best I can. And now he has this. Okay, so we have to step in to block this. My pawns are weak. At least I have this. The pawns are just coming, boys. He's got this. He's got this. Probably he just plays this. I step in. I am losing. Make no mistake about it. And I'm also, I have 30 seconds. So I'm screwed. I'm doing my best, guys. I'm doing my best. This has been a hard push to 2,000. And he's still got like 4 minutes, dude. He has a huge amount of time. I'm pretty much just going to be grabbing this pawn no matter what. Like, he could even sacrifice back and just push. Alright, we grabbed a pawn. You get this pawn. I'm coming for this one. We attack the queen. I'm cooked. That was my last hope. That was my last hope. He's just got mate in one, dude. He's got this. Well, that was fun. Let's see where I went wrong. I felt like I was losing that entire game. And here we are in the analysis, and that was not one of my best games. I was kind of in trouble that entire game, if we're going to be honest. There was a period here where white was slightly losing out of the middle game, but going into the end game, I got smoked. And so our opponent played 91% accurate. I played 86. So let's hop into the analysis. Everything here is good. Don't really understand why this is not a great move, but whatever. It's still equal. Okay. And then my setup here, I'm slightly better. Saying that my setup here is just better. And I even considered this. Okay, putting the bishop on the solid diagonal. The reason I didn't want to play this is like I kind of thought like, okay, what about push? But I guess that does hang this pawn, and it hangs this with check. So I didn't want to trade. I never wanted to trade for this knight. But I guess there would be this sacrifice where I'm still slightly winning. I can even get in here and take this. So whatever. Okay, yeah, I should have played that. And I just, yeah, gave him this passed pawn, which was a huge problem. We traded it off. Went the wrong way with the queen. Also, I just walked into this fork. How did he not see that? It's a little bit suspicious to not play like the obvious best move. I'm never saying my opponents are cheaters, but sometimes you're just like, how can you outcalculate? Like I saw this in a second. You know what I mean? I saw this immediately. How does he not? It doesn't make sense. He's better at chess than me. He beat me easily. So how do you miss such an obvious move like this? It just doesn't make sense to me. So either way, we're jumping around. We trade. He gets behind his pass pawns. I blockade as well as I can. I jump in with the knight. And yeah, best move I have to take. But at this point, it's already +4. And I'm just cooked. No matter what I do, I'm cooked. So even if these moves are not the best or the worst or whatever, it doesn't matter. Going all the way back to the point where it did matter. Dude, it was all the way back here. This is where I last had any hope. Capturing the pawn is wrong. That sucked. Please subscribe. No more analysis. We're not even going to go into this one. I just got cooked, dude. This entire position. Everything I do, I'm losing. Like, he just outplayed me. On every front. On every front. After this move. I think going into this... You know, I hate to allow this, like these pawns advancing against my two. It's just not great. How bad is it if I capture? That would have been better. Okay. He's got this, but also we can just kind of trade stuff. No, that's not going to work because this guy. I'm not going to waste your guys' time. I lost the game of chess. 84% accurate or whatever. Our opponent, 81. 86 against 91. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. If you're watching this on YouTube Live, another video is coming right up. If you're watching this in real time, please subscribe. And there's another video coming up right now. You can click it. If you don't want to click that one, I would recommend watching game number 24. That is a good game. So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one, and goodbye.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now...
Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiasts. In today's episode, we are in game number 16 of the push to 2000. Recently, the past 4 videos have been me absolutely suffering. And so in this video, we have 2 goals. I'm either going to lose, and we're going to review it well and learn, or I'm going to win, and we don't need to review the wins that much because who's got time for all of that? So wish me luck. We're starting here. I know the camera just lagged. Please forgive me. Our opponent is 1768. Can't even begin to pronounce our opponent's name. We have e4, e5, bishop, c4, the bishop's opening. This is my favorite opening. And what we're going to go for right here is potentially the knight sacrifice. Okay, so he doesn't want to do it. He wants to ruin my pawn structure by giving up the bishop. We are gladly going to accept that. We have a ruined pawn structure, but we have the bishop pair. So I'm immediately going to lose my bishop by way of this. So let's just step forward so I have a place to go with the bishop. Probably we still got to do something with the knight. The pin is not a thing. And I'm going to just not lose on time as well because I've really been suffering to play quickly. We play this, just walking into a nice little pin. Bishop tucked back in the corner. This pawn is now undefended, but defended by way of a discovery. So if anything ever takes this, I can sacrifice the bishop for it. Okay, probably about time that I castle, but we're going to just break this pin. I don't want to have to deal with that. And we're gonna wiggle back this way. You really don't want to push all these pawns in front of your king. It just greatly weakens your structure. And right here, okay, so we are going to step back. He's going to chase us. We step back. He jumps in. We could take. He takes back with either one of the pawns. And it's not super good or bad for either one of us. So something that, as you get better at chess, you're going to realize throughout the opening, you can kind of just play fast and make moves. It's pretty rare in the opening at this level that you make just like a huge blunder. So we're going to just slightly improve. I don't know how scared of this I am. I think that I can just take. The knight can't come in because it's defended by the queen. So boom. This rook is undefended, so I'm thinking just like take. I mean, and it also gets rid of my weakness. I could just take once. He'll take back, and then I push forward, but that blocks in my bishop. So let's calculate this one more time. Boom, boom, boom. Looks all right to me. We're clearing off some pawns to the side of the board. He could push. We pushed. Also with the immediate threat of winning the rook with check. So I really hope that happens, dude. I need an easy dub. He could just develop his bishop. That is a move. My rook is also undefended. So there's a few things that I can do here. My immediate idea is push forward. That's going to... Yes, we're going to go for it. This doesn't work. This is still defended. I'm ready to push forward. Don't love to play a move like that, but he can come forward a couple different ways. I still need to castle. Potentially even stepping forward makes sense. Am I crazy or did that just hang a knight? He either just hung a knight or he sees something that I just don't see. We grab the knight. Okay. I still haven't got the opportunity to castle. Okay. That locks it down and gives me a passed pawn. I think just to be like principled, we step all the way back, defending this guy. We could also step here, so we're defending it like this. Let me think about this for a second. I'm losing on time as well. We're going to do this first. This square is covered, and we're defending like so. I'm ready to castle. This I'm not really afraid of anymore. I mean, we push forward, attacking the bishop. I think he's just playing some pretty terrible moves. So I should be able to convert this quite easily. Okay, so he sacrifices again. Like, are you kidding me? What on earth did that do? I can, for one, jump in attacking the queen. I'm already up a piece, so I take here. He takes back. Then I attack the queen. Queen probably slides over here. Then I castle. This is a pretty critical moment in the game. I also have this knight sacrifice at some point. I also have attack the queen immediately. I like that. It attacks the queen and defends the rook. So we could go... Boom. Queen probably goes here. Then I capture. If you capture, I capture. The queens are looking at each other. If you take here with the queen, I take back. I think... I don't see a reason not to play this move. We go for it. And at this point, I could just castle. I could just castle. And, like, whatever's going on over here, just, like, forget about it. Like, yes, the knight is hanging. Gives you activity. My rook is now defended, so I could even just step forward. Like, this move makes sense now, actually. Because this... I grab. The rook is still defended. I think this was the key move right here. Okay, so we grab. Is there anything better? We grab the knight. Your bishop steps in. I capture. Say you capture with the queen. I mean, I'm going to take this first. Okay, I think we're okay to play this. The key thing to note is the rook is defended by the bishop. So we go here. Okay. We lose this, that's for sure. And I think we just castle. Like, yes, this pawn is weak. Yes, this pawn push makes sense. But I think I'm just going to have so many threats here. Like, my king is safe. This pawn push, I don't see it ever actually working. I mean, I can just capture. He's going to have to prep it. So he goes for this immediately. I think what we do here is we just threaten mate in one. How do you stop that? You have to trade... I mean, this just seems like the move, right? The pawn is still defended. I'm threatening mate in one. If you try and run, I'm threatening win the rook at the end of all of that. I'm up 2 minor pieces, so as long as I'm not a complete idiot, I should be able to get this elo back. And I really did need a dub. I really did. I lost like 4 games in a row, so it's about time that I gave you guys an actual dub. And yeah, what do you do here? I think he's cooked. I don't think there's anything he can do. Because he can't defend with the queen to any square along the diagonal. Specifically this one covered by the knight. If he runs, I'm just getting in with check. He steps up here. I could even hit him with another check. He runs all the way over here. I grab this guy. It's over. So it's really just a matter of like him playing whatever move he plays now, and then I win. At least I think. This doesn't work. That temporarily fixes the problem, but I'm fairly certain that I just capture, and then it's the same issue. Like, what are you doing? So I don't see a reason not to play this. Big time connecting each other. Like, we're defended all the way across the board. Mate in one is incoming. I think this, but then I can just give another check and trade the queens. If he ever ventures the king along to this file anywhere, my rook is incoming. So that gets his rook out of it, yes. But I have check. I mean, this has to be the right move, no? Check. Let's just play it. He steps here. I'm thinking we get this check. Like I said, if he ever steps along to this file. So I think we give this check. We're attacking the rook. The rook is attacking the queen when the king moves. We're going to get the rook involved. I got 4 minutes. Let's just figure out how to mate this guy. For sure, this is the correct move, so let's just go ahead and play it. If you run, does this check do anything? I mean, it looks like he just runs further. I don't know if this check does anything. He just runs away. If I hit you with this, you're going to step up. At that point, I hit you with this check. You run this way. I could just grab this pawn. Let's not lose on time. That would probably be smart. I'm going to give this check. You got to step up, and I might hit you with this, actually. If you run this way... Okay, I'm going to hit you with this check, and that's pretty scary. I'm so scared of just, like, blundering my queen or something and messing this up. Okay, so he's running away. I've got this check. I don't know if it really wins me anything. We've got this, we've got this, we've got this. I don't know what's best, so let's just play this. Only move. To be honest with you, I don't see like a exact way to win this. So let's just guarantee the dub. Let's just guarantee the dub. I'm going to win this endgame. That's the way I'm going about doing this. Unfortunately, I think that's what had to be done. Grab a pawn. Grab the other pawn. All we got to do is not let this turn into a queen and we win. Here he could resign. So we're just going to grab this pawn. Him not resigning is a little bit ridiculous. But I am gonna come forward with the king. So he's got to make a decision. I'm coming in with the king. I want this pawn, bro. I don't really need it, but what are you trying to do, bro? You can't go in the corner. Get out of here. Okay. So if you ever are in a situation where you're worried about a stalemate, I got 2 minutes, so for sure it's not going to happen, but we're just going to push this pawn. I don't want him like hiding over here somewhere where a stalemate can happen. So we can just do this. He's way on that side of the board, and we'll push this pawn. We get this with check. Get this with check. If he goes here, it's mate. If he goes there, we'll cut him off. So he has to go here. And we'll just chase him down. We will just chase him down. Sorry, I had to think about that for just a second. We then bring the king. Let's frickin' go, dude. Finally, I get a dub. That was an easy dub. So he just kind of like blundered his pieces mid-game. So we'll do an incredibly quick analysis. We're going to do like a 3-minute analysis and see if I missed anything. Probably that was a fairly accurate game, if we're going to be honest. And here we are in the analysis, and that was a pretty seamless, flawless game of chess, if I do say so myself. If we look at this graph, there was never a moment that I was in trouble. There was one moment where I would have had more of an advantage if I played the bishop sacrifice. I just totally missed it and captured pawns too quickly. We're going to go through it. So I really had that one blunder, but everything else was fine. And then here in the end, I lowered my accuracy definitely a little bit by the way that I played that endgame, like trading the queen to lose the pawn and all of that. Even like the rook trade wasn't great, But I'm going to just, from a human standpoint, when you're in an endgame like that and you're winning, simplifying is your best friend. You have like 2 minutes on the clock. He's got a rook and a queen. I've got an extra bishop and a knight. Trading everything, even if I lose like 2 or 3 pawns, that's what you want to do, because you can't blunder when they don't have any pieces, okay? So just trade it all. Even if you're going to lose some stuff along the way, as long as you have like a couple extra points of material, you're good to go. So we have a pretty boring opening. He gives up the bishop to ruin my pawn structure, although it's not actually that bad. This pawn push doesn't make a lot of sense, but I wanted a place for my bishop to go. We jump in with the knight. We get the bishop pin. We step back. Stepping in with the bishop is actually the correct idea because this knight is pinned. I didn't think about it. He would have just played this, though. Instead, we make a little luft for my bishop. And then here, if I felt like being fancy, you can play for this, where you castle and you just say your king is weak, my pieces are attacking, but I did sacrifice a piece for all of this. So it's going to be a little sketchy. It's going to be a little sketchy. And if I don't play the immediate best moves, then I'm kind of actually in trouble here. We grab the rook. The rook is involved. If you play this, I'm hitting with checks or something. That's a risky way to play, and I don't think that I'm going to play like this, okay? I just want to win the game, and if I play this, you have to play ultra super precise because you sacrificed a piece. So here, we have capture, capture, and one thing that I need to do is pause after pawn captures. Like, once one pawn capture comes in, I go capture, capture, and I don't even think about it. I noticed this a mile away. Like, I saw this whole idea of the check to win the rook. The rook is undefended. So I saw this, and I was like, okay, the threat is still a thing, but him developing the bishop just gets rid of that threat and puts pressure on my piece that's essentially pinned, because my rook is also undefended here. So we jump forward. We step forward. He jumps in with the knight, just a straight up knight blunder. I don't know what he was thinking there. We step back, and now we've got a passed pawn and a locked pawn structure, essentially. We capture. He captures. I step in with the bishop attacking the queen. I grab the knight, trade the bishops. The key moment of this was when my bishop stepped in here. We were also attacking the queen, so it was like attack the queen and defend the rook all the way in the corner. That rook was undefended because I never castled. Now it's defended. He grabs some stuff, and we castle. We're safe. I've got an extra knight. I've got an extra bishop. And so this part of the game is really just clean up. We step this. We take the pawn. We give a check. He steps up. And now there is a mate in 6. There's a more accurate way that I can play this. But really all I wanted to do was like either mate him easily or just trade all the pieces. And so we hit him with a check. He steps up. We hit him with a check. He steps over. Another check. He steps up. This check. And then here, like, okay, so this move is better. There's a mate in 8. But if you have 3 minutes on the clock, your opponent has 5. If you don't see that mate in 8, trade the rooks. Trade the queens. There is no possible way that he wins this game ever, okay? If I get my king here, everything is defended. Like, this is the only issue. Like, these guys are not scaring anybody. This guy and this guy are weak. So if I just bring the king here, it's an absolute guaranteed dub. We jump around. We take all of his pieces. And then even here. So I'm losing a lot of accuracy here. There's a mate in 5. Did I see it? No. Then there's a mate in 4. Did I see it? No. I'm doing the easiest, simplest thing not to lose. I don't want to have to think. I don't want to anything. I just want to win the game. So I know how to do this. I don't need to look for a mate in 4 when I know for certain that there's a mate in 10, guaranteed with no effort. So maybe you don't got to play like that. Maybe you do. So either way, thank you absolutely so much for watching this video. If you made it through, I'm sorry the end portion of that game was kind of boring. It was basically just me like simplifying all of the pieces to get the dub. But I'm going to like record and post all of these games no matter what happens. So like I had to do that, okay? And I don't want to mess anything up. I'm live. I know people are going to see this. I don't want to play like I don't want to hang my queen with 1 minute on the clock in the end game that I should have won, okay? So I'm just ultra safe, ultra solid, ultra careful. Please subscribe. I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is pursuing the prestigious 2000 ELO rating on chess.com. I am already 2000 rated on Lichess, but does that really mean anything? The ELO system that has been adopted by the masses is that of chess.com, and so we are going to be making the push, and I'm going to be posting these videos, win or lose, to see do I really have what it takes to hang, to tango with the big dogs? This is a pawn gambit line, so now I am simply up a pawn where the opponent has a huge lead in development, and I know I was doing a little bit of an intro while the game started. I think we're going to just calm, cool, and collected pin that. We have to take it. He hits me with his check, and I'm just losing. It's completely equal right now, but I'm in trouble. I'm going to take a deep breath. Maybe I should be thinking about what I'm doing instead of just blitzing out moves where the opponent has spent 13 seconds and I think is doing quite well. Now, all that I'm really noticing is this pawn is a little bit frail. Only defended by the queen, but if I capture here, he's still defending. So we might just do something like develop a knight. I'm going to need to push some pawns. So he wants to castle this way. The best course of action may be that of queen somewhere and castle this way. Now that is a risque maneuver, but we came here to have fun. And so we're going to try and get better at chess and have fun. I can also just push this, greatly weakening the pawn. This pawn is already a weak pawn, but oof. I'm really not having a whole heckin' lot of fun. What about getting freaky with the queen? Does that do anything useful? I think I'm probably going to just have to push something here. But if I push and he just brings the rook, then like really what am I doing? I mean, this seems like an active type move. Let's do it. It's going to enable me to castle. But then he's just got tempo winning moves like this. Sort of. I mean, that's defended by the knight. So if he plays something like this, I could capture, queen comes out. Then I jump over, reaffirming the attack. And I guess we really do got to be scared of this. Got to get the king out of the center, long story short. I'm already not so confident. Ooh, he's stepping out of it. That is probably a great idea. But I can get my king out of the center now, and I think... Oh, wait, I can't castle. Yikes. Stepping up, stepping here. I could just capture, queen comes out, and then attack the queen like this. Probably he'll just come forward, or like plant this guy in the middle of the board. This... You know what? Capture here, attack the queen. You gotta stay defending this pawn to some extent. This is not such a good position for me. What if I push forward and just go for this? Boom. I think we gotta go for something. That does beg this a little attack. I guess we're really just fighting to get my pieces developed here. I'm struggling out of the opening a little bit, falling for that, the weakest square. The sacrifice on f7 is always so common. I don't know how I let that slide, but fortunately, we're not completely losing. If anything, it's like a -1 for me. So we're fighting back. This dude is rated 1700. He has played exceedingly fast thus far in the game, which is definitely a cause for a minute amount of concern, but I think we're going to be all right. Like, my pieces aren't terrible, and his pieces aren't incredibly active either. And at least temporarily, this pawn is just, it is a little bit weak. He could just go ahead, I mean, he could just go ahead and push. Where if I capture, he captures, I capture. He jumps in. Really cutting off a lot of crucial squares there. So this pawn push might, in fact, be quite decent for our opponent. But what about boom, boom? You bring the queen. I then attack the queen. Queen goes anywhere and everywhere. Then we recapture. Then you capture, then I capture, then the queen would get in. I don't think... This pawn push is actually what we're a little bit afraid about right here. This knight on the side of the board, I kind of don't believe in it. I think we can step forward. Like, if he plays something like this, we can just capture. I don't believe that that's going to work incredibly well. Of course, the queen is being attacked. This seems like it keeps an eye on this rook. We're going to go for this. You could launch forward. But really what we're doing here is we're threatening this by like this. The only thing defending this knight, the only thing defending the knight is the queen. So I think we can just capture the knight. Where if you capture back, that's just mate. Is my queen going to get trapped somewhere along the way? What about like this? Sacrifice with check. I step over. No more calculation. I think we just take this. Unless I'm missing something. There's definitely this. But then I Am I crazy or is that just mate in one? Did he just fall for that? We make the push towards 2,000 on a strong start. Now, was the beginning or any part of that game, how long even was that? 6 minutes? What I'm trying to do here is make a new, like a new series, Road to 2000. And that was a sloppy performance by both of us, but mine was just like a positional fudge up. His was a hanging mate in one due to tactics. Now, what I'm curious about here, I think this is going to be the best move because I would have to play something like this, where you could just completely abandon. Oh, no, you have to reckon with this. Oof. And so, okay. Boom, boom. Okay, let's not dive into... What am I talking about? I won the game of chess. Almost certainly I will be playing another. Should we analyze that? I suppose we...
Ladies and gentlemen,
And here we are in the analysis, and there is not too much to analyze, and as you can see, we are doing this in the Lee chess database, and so the aspect ratio of this is going to be absolutely horrendous, but you can see the chessboard, and you can see right here the computer analysis. So let's just hop right into this. I don't know how I fell for that little F7 sacrifice. I've literally fallen for that in bullet so many times. So during this part of the game, I was literally just yapping, but this is a pawn gambit. That is not good for white, but you get a huge lead in development. So now he's got 3 pieces developed and I have 1. And so he's literally just throwing a pawn at me, saying, I have a lead in development, I'm ready to castle, and your pieces have arguably hardly even moved. So immediately I fall for this stupid tactic, which I spent 10 seconds looking at this. So I guess 9 seconds of that I was yapping, and the other 1 second I was blundering. And so, I mean, this is pretty rudimentary. The saving grace is I at least do get the bishop. I'm not just completely losing a piece here. So we get the bishop, big check comes in, and then he just recaptures. Now, if I wanted to completely condemn myself to losing this game, I would recapture immediately and allow the queen to get active. I'm not going to be doing that because now I am in a losing position, so we don't want to trade stuff. We want to keep it as complicated as possible and develop some pieces. And so, by the way, I'll show you the accuracy. 75% accurate. 1 blunder, and then our opponent 53. Look at that grass. That is about as ugly as it gets. So we're not going to analyze an incredible amount here. We get here active with the queen. We're setting up ideas of, like, you know, we're on the diagonal with the queen. We're looking at a weak pawn. We've got some options here, and we're also getting ready to access this rank. Okay, we then slide up a little tickle touch on the knight here, and then what? He walks directly into this tactic where the queen is overloaded. This is just a basic and simple overloading. You don't want to be doing the job of defending a lot of pieces with the queen because it's so powerful. And so this is just plain and simple here. I capture the knight, and if you capture back, you hang mate in 1. So you really just can't capture back. What I thought was like capture and then you block with something, either the knight or attack me. So I guess this would have worked. Or just attacking me. I was kind of considering this, but then I slide all the way over. You have to play something. Okay, that walks into losing the queen. Oh my god, because it would pull the rook off the back rank. And if you move the king, I'm taking you this way and you take the knight back. But if you take here, oh my god, same back rank problems. He never developed his bishop, so the rooks don't see each other. So the queen is doing the job of, like, defending stuff along the back rank. Okay, so we don't really need to analyze this incredibly in depth. He hung mate in 1. And we checkmated him. So I think that 1800 on chess.com is a little bit weaker than 2000 on Lee Chess. Going by that game. And as you get better at chess, you'll realize you can kind of screw up in the opening, and if you're decent at middle and end games, you're gonna make it back and win. And so, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed any of that, please subscribe. I know that was a sloppy game, but what I'm gonna be doing is like recording my entire progression to 2000, and we're off to a good start. That was a sloppy game, but we got it done. We got the elo. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. I love each and every one of you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are going to be doing what we are always doing, chasing the 2000 rating on chess.com. Today is going to be game number 30 of my episode of Push to 2000. We'll be facing a random opponent. This is going to be no cuts, no edits, no BS. This is just going to be a straight up game of chess. I have no idea what we're going to get. This might be a good game, bad game, draw. I might just get smoked. You have no idea what's going to happen. We might face a cheater. Might blunder 5 moves into the game, but what we're going to do now is just develop the pieces principally. This is e4, e5, bishop, c4, the bishop's opening. This is my favorite opening, where pushing this pawn has a little bit of a drawback, which is he can just go for the light square bishop immediately. I'm basically saying to him that he can have the light square bishop for his knight. The reason, sorry, my throat's a little sore. I think we're going to go ahead and throw in this pin. Seems to be a fairly decent move. He's going to have to tickle us around or step back. But that gives us time to bring my knight, defending the bishop. I think we're doing quite all right, actually. That step back, he definitely took a step back. And if you take note, I have 4 pieces developed against his 3, and his bishop is arguably worse than my bishop. So he still needs to push this. I will be pushing this pawn because I just don't want to deal with anything arriving on this g4 square. I could just castle. That's probably the best move here. So let's just do it. Let's just keep things simple. We're going to castle. The game can get more complicated from here on out. But I was briefly thinking step up with the queen and castle this way. Okay, so he does want to go for the light square bishop, which is totally fine. That is a respectable plan. He is going to get it. I think that was a minute blunder by our opponent there. I think we're going to step up here so that we have discovery ideas on this knight. We can always take, jump in. But let's just play moves that aren't blunders. That is what we're trying to do here. Just play a move that's not a blunder. I don't need to play the best moves, but I just want to keep things equal. I don't want to get super low on the clock. And at the bare minimum, dude, I just want to get a draw, okay? So I really, really just do not want to lose this game. I have been on an absolutely huge losing streak, dude. So I think we will just trade that off. It's hard to say that bring my queen this way. I mean, I can jump forward with tempo on the queen. That seems like a decent move. Also applying pressure to this. It is somehow ridiculously defended by the knight. Back rank knight defense. So take note of that. And I'm thinking that a move like this just makes sense. For sure you kick me out, but a move like this just has to make sense. I can creep over here just scaring the king. Pawn push. He can always have something like this where a pawn push kind of sucks, because if he takes... Yeah, this move actually might not be terrible. Yeah, okay. This doesn't work because the rook and the knight take. So if that was my plan, it's not working out so well. We can capture, but that just allows his rook to get in. Don't really love that. Capture, rook comes in. We pin the rook to the queen. I mean, he can always just step back. I don't want to go down on the clock. If he takes to the queen, I'm just going to trade. I'm just going to trade the queens and just go into an endgame. Not even going to think about this for a second. This fork is nice, but it just doesn't work yet. He's got this pawn push that threatens the knight as well. So this is like a push discovery. Somehow this is defended and somehow this is defended. Like, how often do you see that? Knights defending against knights in such a way. This would be such a delicious fork. Unfortunately, it's not going to work. We have to do something here, but he can always just attack me again, and then really, where am I going? He steps forward and he still has this. We take. Oh, does this work? No, we can just take. So what if we attack? You step over. What if I play this? Then you take? No, that's not going to work. Boom, boom. Let's just bring the rook. Now this pawn push, potentially we will have ideas where if he captures, I can take, captures, then throw in the fork, winning this. So there should be like some sacrificing ideas over on this square. Terrific. Terrific. I'm going to just push this forward and trade this off. Like, I'm cool with trading everything, dude. Let's just go into an endgame. I just want to stay the same on the clock with an equal position. At the very least, we get a draw. But we both know that that's not going to happen. So I'm thinking I want to be able to push this pawn. So I'm thinking we do this. Still, I'm 30 seconds low on the clock, so that's not super great for me. And if you guys are watching this on YouTube live, I just want you to know, this game is not live. This is recorded in the past. I'm just running these because what I'm trying to do is, I mean, this was the whole idea, no? So we're going to just jump in with the knight. We have this if he ever tries to get the open file. He can straight up just chase me out of here with the king. And like, what am I really doing? I'm going to have to play something like this. Like I said, we're just going to trade everything off. I don't even care. Rook over this way, probably. You get the open file. I might just push forward. This seems like an idea. We can push. We take. Do we challenge? No, because then he takes and he has a pass.